Chapter 6, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 6, Eleanor Mowbray. Mischiefs are like the visits of Franciscan friars. They never come to prey upon us single. Devil's Law Case. The course of our tale returns now to Eleanor Mowbray. After she had parted from Ranulph Rookwood, and had watched him disappear beneath the arches of the church porch, her heart sank, and drawing herself back within the carriage, she became a prey to the most poignant affliction. In vain she endeavoured to shake off this feeling of desolation. It would not be. Despair had taken possession of her. The magic fabric of delight melted away, or only gleamed to tantalize at an unreachable distance. A presentiment that Ranulph would never be hers had taken root in her imagination, and overshadowed all the rest. While Eleanor pursued this train of reflection, the time insensibly wore away, until the sudden stoppage of the carriage aroused the party from their meditation. Major Mowbray perceived that the occasion of the halt was the rapid advance of a horseman, who was nearing them at full speed. The appearance of the rider was somewhat singular, and might have created some uneasiness as to the nature of his approach, had not the major immediately recognized a friend. He was, nevertheless, greatly surprised to see him, and turned to Mrs. Mowbray to inform her that Father Ambrose, to his infinite astonishment, was coming to meet them, and appeared from his manner to be the bearer of unwelcome tidings. Father Ambrose was, perhaps, the only being whom Eleanor disliked. She had felt an unaccountable antipathy towards him, which she could neither extirpate nor control, during their long and close intimacy. It may be necessary to mention that her religious culture had been in accordance with the tenets of the Romish Church, in whose faith, the faith of her ancestry, her mother had continued, and that Father Ambrose, with whom she had first become acquainted during the residence of the family near Bordeaux, was her ghostly adviser and confessor. An Englishman by birth, he had been appointed pastor to the diocese in which they dwelt, and was, consequently, a frequent visitor, almost a constant inmate of the chateau. Yet, though duty and respect would have prompted her to regard the father with affection, Eleanor could never conquer the feelings of dislike and distrust which she had at first entertained towards him. A dislike which was increased by the strange control in which he seemed to hold her mother, who regarded him with a veneration approaching to infatuation. It was, therefore, with satisfaction that she bade him adieu. He had, however, followed his friends to England under a feigned name, as, being a recusant Romish priest, and supposed to have been engaged in certain Jesuitical plots, his return to his own country was attended with considerable risk, and had now remained domesticated with them for some months. That he had been in some way, in early life, connected with a branch of the house of Rookwood, Eleanor was aware. She fancied he might have been engaged in political intrigue with Sir Reginald, which would have well accorded with his ardent, ambitious temperament; and the knowledge of this circumstance made her doubly apprehensive, lest the nature of his present communication should have reference to her lover, towards whose cause the father had never been favourable, and respecting whose situation he might have made some discovery, which she feared he might use to Ranulph's disadvantage. Wrapped in a long black cloak, with a broad-brimmed hat drawn closely over his brows, it was impossible to distinguish further of the priest's figure and features beyond the circumstance of his height, which was remarkable, until he had reached the carriage window, when, raising his hat, he disclosed a head that Titian might have painted, and which, arising from the dark drapery, looked not unlike the visage of some grave and saturnine Venetian. There was a venerable expanse of forehead, thinly scattered with hair, towering over black penthouse-like brows, which, in their turn, shadowed keen penetrating eyes, The temples were hollow, the blue veins might be traced beneath the sallow skin, the cheekbones were high, and there was something in the face that spoke of self-mortification, while the thin, livid lips, closely compressed, and the austere and sinister expression of his countenance showed that his self-abasement, if he had ever practised it, had scarcely prostrated the demon of pride, whose dominion might still be traced in the lines and furrows of his haughty physiognomy. The father looked at Mrs. Mowbray, and then glanced suspiciously at Eleanor. The former appeared to understand him. "You would say a word to me in private?" said Mrs. Mowbray. "Shall I descend?" The priest bowed assent. "It is not to you alone that my mission extends," said he, gravely. "You are all in part concerned. Your son had better alight with you." "Instantly," replied the major. "If you will give me your horse in charge to the postilion, we will attend you at once." With a feeling of renewed apprehension, connected she knew not why with Ranulph, Eleanor beheld her relatives descend from the carriage, and in the hope of gaining some clue from their gestures to the subject of the conversation, she watched their motions as narrowly as her situation permitted. From the earnest manner of the priest, and the interest his narrative seemed to excite in his hearers, it was evident that his communication was of importance. Presently, accompanied by Father Ambrose, Mrs. Mowbray returned to the carriage, while the major, mounting the priest's horse, after bidding a hasty adieu to his sister, adding, with a look that belied the consolation intended to be conveyed by his words, that all was well, but without saying to offer her any explanation of the cause of his sudden departure, rode back the way they had just traversed, and in the direction of Rookwood. Bereft of the only person to whom she could have applied for information, though dying with curiosity and anxiety to know the meaning of this singular interview, and the sudden change of plans which she felt so intimately concerned herself, Eleanor was constrained to preserve silence, as, after their entrance to the carriage, her mother again seemed lost in painful reflection, and heeded her not, and the father, drawing from his pocket a small volume, appeared intently occupied in its perusal. "Dear mother," said Eleanor, at length, turning to Mrs. Mowbray, "my brother is gone." "To Rookwood," said Mrs. Mowbray, in a tone calculated to check further inquiry, but Eleanor was too anxious to notice it. "And wherefore, mother?" said she. "May I not be informed?" "Not as yet, my child, not as yet," replied Mrs. Mowbray. "You will learn all sufficiently early." The priest raised his cat-like eyes from the book to watch the effect of this speech, and dropped them instantly as Eleanor turned towards him. She had been about to appeal to him, but, having witnessed this look, she relinquished her scarce formed purpose, and endeavored to divert her tristful thoughts by gazing through the glimmering medium of her tears upon the soothing aspect of external nature. That aspect which, in sunshine or in storm, has ever relief in store for a heart embittered by the stormy coldness of the world. The road, meanwhile, led them through a long woody vale, and was now climbing the sides of a steep hill. They were soon in the vicinity of the priory, and of the gipsies' encampment. The priest leaned forward, and whispered something in Mrs. Mowbray's ear, who looked towards the ruined shrine, part of the mouldering walls being visible from the road. At that moment, the clatter of a horse's hoofs, and the sound of a loud voice commanding the postilion in a menacing tone to stop, accompanied by a volley of imprecations, interrupted the conference, and bespoke the approach of an unwelcome intruder, and one whom all, too truly, feared would not be readily dismissed. The postilion did his best to rid them of the assailant. Perceiving a masked horseman behind him, approaching at a furious rate, he had little doubt as to his intentions, and Turpin, for it was our highwayman, soon made his doubts certainties. He hallooed him to stop, but the fellow paid no attention to his command, and disregarded even the pistol which he saw, in a casual glimpse over his near side, presented at his person. Clapping spurs into his horse's flanks, he sought succor in flight. Turpin was by his side in an instant. As the highwayman endeavoured to catch his reins, the lad suddenly wheeled the carriage right upon him, and but for the dexterity of Turpin and the clever conduct of his mare, would inevitably have crushed him against the roadside. As it was, his left leg was slightly grazed. Irritated at this, Turpin fired over the man's head, and with the butt end of the pistol felled him from his seat. Startled by the sound, and no longer under the governance of their rider, the horses rushed with frantic violence towards a ditch that bounded the other side of the highway, down which the carriage was precipitated, and at once overturned. Turpin's first act, after he had ascertained that no mischief had been occasioned to those within, beyond the alarm incident to the shock, was to compel the postilion, who had by this time gained his legs, to release the horses from their traces. This done, with the best grace he could assume, and, adjusting his mask, he opened the carriage, and proceeded to liberate the captives. "Beg pardon, ma'am," said he, as soon as he had released Mrs. Mowbray. "Excessively sorry, upon my soul, to have been the cause of so much unnecessary alarm to you. All the fault, I assure you, of that rascal of a postilion. Had the fellow only pulled up when I commanded him, this botheration might have been avoided. You will remember that, when you pay him. All his fault, I assure you, ma'am." Receiving no reply, he proceeded to extricate Eleanor, with whose beauty the inflammable highwayman was instantly smitten. Leaving the father to shift for himself, he turned to address some observation of coarse gallantry to her, but she eluded his grasp, and flew to her mother's side. "It is useless, sir," said Mrs. Mowbray, as Turpin drew near them, "to affect ignorance of your intentions. You have already occasioned us serious alarm, much delay, and inconvenience. I trust, therefore, that beyond our purses, to which, though scantily supplied, you are welcome, we shall sustain no molestation. You seem to have less of the ruffian about you than the rest of your lawless race, and are not, I should hope, destitute of common humanity." "Common humanity!" replied Turpin. "Bless you, ma'am, I'm the most humane creature breathing. Would not hurt a fly, much less a lady. Incivility was never laid to my charge. This business may be managed in a few seconds, and as soon as we have settled the matter, I'll lend your stupid jack boy a hand to put the horses to the carriage again, and get the wheels out of the ditch. You have a banker, ma'am, I suppose, in town, perhaps in the country, but I don't like country bankers. Besides, I want a little ready cash in Rumville, beg pardon, ma'am, London, I mean. My ears have been so stunned with those of Romany patterers, I almost think in flash. Just draw me a cheque. I've pen and ink always ready. A cheque for £50, ma'am, only 50. What's your banker's name? I've blank cheques, all of the best houses in my pocket. And that, and a kiss from the pretty lips of that cherry-cheeked maid," winking to Eleanor, "will fully content me. You see, you have neither an exorbitant nor uncivil personage to deal with." Eleanor shrank closer towards her mother, exhausted by previous agitation of the night, greatly frightened by the shock which she had just sustained, and still more alarmed by the words and gestures of the highwayman. She felt that she was momentarily in danger of fainting, and with difficulty prevented herself from falling. The priest, who had succeeded in freeing himself from the carriage, now placed himself between Turpin and the ladies. "Be satisfied, misguided man," said the father, in a stern voice, offering a purse, which Mrs. Mowbray hastily extended towards him, "with the crime you have already committed, and seek not to peril your soul by deeper guilt. Be content with the plunder you now obtain, and depart. For by my holy calling, I affirm to you, that if you advance one footstep towards the further molestation of these ladies, it shall be at the hazard of your life." "Bravo!" exclaimed Turpin. "Now this is what I like. Who would have thought that the old autumn baller had so much pluck in him? Sir, I commend you for your courage, but you are mistaken. I am the quietest man breathing, and never harm a human being. In proof of which, only look at your rascal of a postilion, whom any one of my friends would have sent post-haste to the devil for half the trouble he gave me. Easy as I am, I never choose to be balked in my humours. I must have the 50 and the bus, and then I'm off, as soon as you like, and I may as well have the kiss while the old lady signs the cheque, and then we shall have the seal as well as a signature. Popo, no nonsense. Many a pretty lass has thought it an honour to be kissed by Turpin." Eleanor recoiled with deepest disgust, as she saw the highwayman thrust aside the useless opposition of the priest, and approach her. He had removed his mask. His face, flushed with insolent triumph, was turned towards her. Despite the loathing which curdled the blood within her veins, she could not avert her eyes. He drew near her. She uttered a shrill scream. At that moment a powerful grasp was laid upon Turpin's shoulder. He turned and beheld Luke. "Save me! Save me!" cried Eleanor, addressing the newcomer. "Damnation!" said the highwayman. "What has brought you here? One would think you were turned assistant to all distressed damsels. Quit your hold, or, by the God above us, you will repent it." "Fool!" exclaimed Luke. "Talk thus to one who heeds you." And as he spoke, he hurled Turpin backwards with so much force that, staggering a few yards, the highwayman fell to the ground. The priest stood like one stunned with surprise at Luke's sudden appearance and subsequent daring action. Luke, meanwhile, approached Eleanor. He gazed upon her with curiosity mixed with admiration, for his heart told him she was very fair. A death-like paleness had spread over her cheeks, yet still, despite the want of colour, she looked exquisitely beautiful, and her large blue eyes eloquently thanked her deliverer for her rescue. The words she wanted were supplied by Mrs. Mowbray, who thanked him in appropriate terms, when they were interrupted by Turpin, who had by this time picked himself up, and was drawing near them. His countenance wore a fierce expression. "I tell you what," said he, "Luke Bradley, or Luke Rookwood, or whatever else you may call yourself, you have taken a damned unfair advantage of me in this matter, and deserve nothing better at my hands than that I should call you to instant account for it, and curse me if I don't too." "Luke Bradley," interrupted Mrs. Mowbray, "are you that individual?" "I have been so called, madam," replied Luke. "Father Ambrose, is this the person of whom you spoke?" eagerly asked the lady. "So I conclude," returned the priest, evasively. "Did he not call you Luke Rookwood?" eagerly demanded Eleanor. "Is that also your name?" "Rookwood is my name, fair cousin," replied Luke, "if I may venture to call you so." "And Ranulph Rookwood is—" "My brother." "I never heard he had a brother," rejoined Eleanor with some agitation. "How can that be?" "I am his brother, nevertheless," replied Luke, moodily. "His elder brother." Eleanor turned to her mother and the priest with a look of imploring anguish. She saw a confirmation of the truth of this statement in their glances. No contradiction was offered by either to his statement. Both, indeed, appeared in some mysterious manner prepared for it. This, then, was the dreaded secret. This was the cause of her brother's sudden departure. The truth flashed with lightning swiftness across her brain. Chagrined and mortified, Luke remarked that glance of inquiry. His pride was hurt at the preference thus naturally shown towards his brother. He had been struck, deeply struck, with her beauty. He acknowledged the truth of Peter's words. Eleanor's loveliness was without parallel. He had seen naught so fair, and the instant he beheld her, he felt that for her alone could he cancel his vows to Sybil. The spirit of rivalry and jealousy was instantly aroused by Eleanor's exclamations. "His elder brother!" echoed Eleanor, dwelling upon his words, and addressing Luke. "Then you must be. But no, you are not. You cannot be. It is Ranulph's title. It is not yours. You are not." "I am Sir Luke Rookwood," replied Luke, proudly. Ere the words were uttered, Eleanor had fainted. "Assistance is at hand, madam, if you will accept it, and follow me," said Luke, raising the insensible girl in his arms, and bearing her down the hill towards the encampment, whither he was followed by Mrs. Mowbray and the priest, between whom, during the hurried dialogue we have detailed, very significant glances had been exchanged. Turpin, who, as may be supposed, had not been an incurious observer of the scene passing, burst into his usual loud laugh on seeing Luke bear away his lovely burden. "Cousin, said he. "So the wench is his cousin. Damme, I half suspect he has fallen in love with his new-found cousin. And if so, Miss Sybil, or I'm mistaken, will look as yellow as a guinea, if that little Spanish devil gets it into her pretty jealous pate that he is about to bring home a new mistress. We shall have a tragedy scene in the twinkling of a bedpost. However, I shan't lose sight of Sir Luke until I have settled my accounts with him. Hark ye, boy," continued he, addressing the postilion, "remain where you are. You won't be wanted yet awhile, I imagine. There's a guinea for you. to drink Dick Turpin's health. Upon which he mounted his mare and walked her easily down the hill. "And so that be Dick Turpin folks talk so much about," soliloquized the lad, looking curiously after him. "Well, he's as civil speaking a chap as needs be. Blow my boots if he ain't. And if I'd a notion it were he, I'd a pulled up at first call without more ado. Nothing like experience. I shall know better another time," added he, pocketing the douceur. Rushing swiftly down the hill, Luke tarried at the river's brink, to sprinkle some of the cool element upon the pale brow of Eleanor. As he beheld her in his arms, thoughts which he fain would have stifled in their birth took possession of his heart. "Would she were mine," murmured he. "Yet no, the wish is unworthy." But that wish returned unbidden. Eleanor opened her eyes. She was still too weak to walk without support, and Luke, raising her once more in his arms, and motioning Mrs. Mowbray to follow, crossed the brook by means of stepping stones, and conducted his charge along a bypath towards the priory, so as to avoid meeting with the crew assembled upon the green. They had gained one of the roofless halls when he encountered Balthazar. Astonished at the sight of the party, the patrico was about to address the priest as an acquaintance, when his more orthodox brother raised his finger to his lips in token of caution. The action passed unobserved. "Hie thee to Sybil," said Luke to the patrico. "Bid her haste hither. Say that this maiden, that Miss Mowbray, is here, and requires her aid. Fly, I will bear her to the refectory." As Balthazar passed the priest, he pointed with a significant glance towards a chasm in the wall, which seemed to be an opening to some subterraneous chamber. The father again made a gesture of silence, and Balthazar hastened upon his mission. Luke led them to the refectory. He brought a chair for Eleanor's support, but so far from reviving, after such attention as could be afforded her, she appeared to become weaker. He was about to issue forth in search of Sybil, when to his surprise he found the door fastened. "You cannot pass this way," said a voice, which Luke instantly recognized as that of the Knight of Malta. "Not pass!" echoed Luke. "What does this mean?" "Our orders are from the Queen," returned the knight. At this instant the low tone of a muffled bell was heard. "Ha!" exclaimed Luke, "some danger is at hand." His heart smote him as he thought of Sybil, and he looked anxiously towards Eleanor. Balthazar rushed into the room. "Where is Sybil?" cried Luke. "Will she not come?" "She will be here anon," answered the patrico. "I will seek her myself, then," said Luke. "The door by which you entered is free." "It is not free," replied Balthazar. "Remain where you are." "Who will prevent my going forth?" demanded Luke, sternly. "I will," said Barbara Lovel, as she suddenly appeared in the doorway. "You stir not, excepting at my pleasure. Where is the maiden?" continued she, looking around with a grim smile of satisfaction at the consternation produced by her appearance. "Ha! I see, she faints. Here is a cordial that shall revive her. Mrs. Mowbray, you are welcome to the gipsy's dwelling, you and your daughter. And you, Sir Luke Rookwood, I congratulate you upon your accession of dignity." Turning to the priest, who was evidently overwhelmed with confusion, she exclaimed, "And you too, sir? Think you I recognize you not? We have met ere this at Rookwood. Know you not Barbara Lovel? Ah, it is long since my poor dwelling has been so highly honoured. But I must not delay the remedy. Let her drink of this," said she, handing a phial to Mrs. Mowbray. "It will instantly restore her." "It is poison," cried Luke. "She shall not drink it." "Poison!" reiterated Barbara. "Behold!" and she drank of the liquid. "I would not poison your bride," added she, returning to Luke. "My bride?" echoed Luke. "Ay, your bride," repeated Barbara. Luke recoiled in amazement. Mrs. Mowbray almost felt inclined to believe she was a dreamer, so visionary did the whole scene appear. A dense crowd of witnesses stood at the entrance. Foremost amongst them was the sexton. Suddenly a shriek was heard, and the crowd opening to allow her passage, Sybil rushed forward. End of chapter 6, book 3. Chapter 7, book 3 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 7. Mrs. Mowbray. Well, go thy ways, old Nick Machiavel. There will never be the peer of thee for wholesome policy and good counsel. Thou took'st pains to chalk men out the dark paths and hidden plots of murder and deceit, and no man has the grace to follow thee. The age is unthankful, thy principles are quite forsaken and worn out of memory. Shackley Marmion's Antiquary. Sybil's sudden entrance filled the group that surrounded Mrs. Mowbray with new dismay, but she saw them not. Her soul seemed riveted by Eleanor, towards whom she rushed, and while her eye wandered over her beauty, she raised the braided hair from her brow, revealing the clear, polished forehead. Wonder, awe, devotion, pity usurped the place of hatred. The fierce expression that had lit up her dark orbs was succeeded by tender commiseration. She looked an imploring appeal at Barbara. Ay, returned the old gipsy, extending at the same time the phial. I understand. Here is that will bring the blood once more into her pallid cheeks, and kindle the fire within her eyes. Give her of this. The effect of the potion was almost instantaneous, amply attesting Barbara's skill in its concoction. Stifled respiration first proclaimed Eleanor's recovery. She opened her large and languid eyes. Her bosom heaved almost to bursting. Her pulses throbbed quickly and feverishly, and as the stimulant operated, the wild lustre of excitement blazed in her eyes. Sybil took her hand to chafe it. The eyes of the two maidens met. They gazed upon each other steadfastly and in silence. Eleanor knew not whom she regarded, but she could not mistake that look of sympathy. She could not mistake the tremulous pressure of her hand. She felt the silent, trickling tears. She returned the sympathizing glance, and gazed with equal wonder upon the ministering fairy, for such she almost seemed, that knelt before her. As her looks wandered from the kindly glance of Sybil to the withered and inauspicious aspect of the gipsy queen, and shifted thence to the dusty figures of her attendants, filled with renewed apprehension, she exclaimed, "Who are these, and where am I?" "You are in safety," replied Luke. "This is the ruined priory of St. Francis, and those strange personages are a horde of gipsies. You need fear no injury from them." "My deliverer!" murmured Eleanor, when all at once the recollection that he had avowed himself a Rookwood, and the elder brother of Ranulph, flashed across her memory. "Gipsies! Did you not say these people were gipsies? Your own attire is the same as theirs. You are not, cannot be, the brother of Ranulph." "I do not boast the same mother," returned Luke, proudly, "but my father was Sir Piers Rookwood, and I am his elder born." He turned away. Dark thoughts swept across his brain. Maddened by the beauty of Eleanor, stung by her slights, and insensible to the silent agony of Sybil, who sought in vain to catch his eye, he thought of nothing but of revenge, and the accomplishment of his purposes. All within was a wild and fearful turmoil. His better principles were stifled by the promptings of evil. "Methinks," cried he, half aloud, "if the tempter were near to offer the maiden to me, even at the peril of my soul's welfare, I could not resist it." The tempter was at hand. He is seldom absent on occasions like the present. The sexton stood beside his grandson. Luke started. He eyed Peter from head to foot, almost expecting to find the cloven foot, supposed to be proper to the fiend. Peter grinned in ghastly derision. "So you would summon hell to your aid, and lo, the devil is at your elbow. Well, she is yours." "Make good your words," cried Luke, impatiently. "Softly, softly," returned Peter. "Moderate yourself, and your wishes shall be accomplished. Your own desires chime with those of others, nay, with those of Barbara, she would wed you to Miss Mowbray. You stare, but it is so. This is a cover for some deeper plot. No matter, it shall go hard, despite her cunning, if I foil her not at her own weapons. There is more mischief in that old woman's brain than was ever hatched within the crocodile's egg. Yet she shall find her match. Do not thwart her, leave all to me. She's about it now," added he, noticing Barbara and Mrs. Mowbray in conference together. "Be patient, I will watch her." And he quitted his grandson for the purpose of scanning more closely the manoeuvres of the old gipsy. Barbara, meanwhile, had not remained inactive. "You need fear no relapse in your daughter. I will answer for that," said the old gipsy to Mrs. Mowbray. "Sybil will tend her. Quit not the maiden's side," continued she, addressing her grandchild, adding in a whisper, "Be cautious, alarm her not. Mine eye will be upon you. Drop not a word." So saying, she shuffled to a little distance with Mrs. Mowbray, keeping Sybil in view and watching every motion, as the panther watches the gambols of a fawn. "Know you who speaks to you?" said the old crone, in the peculiar low and confidential tone assumed by her tribe to strangers. "Have you forgotten the name of Barbara Lovel?" "I have no distinct remembrance of it," returned Mrs. Mowbray. "Think again," said Barbara, "and though years have flown, you may perchance recall the black gipsy woman who, when you were surrounded with gay gallants, with dancing plumes, perused your palm, and whispered in your ear the favoured suitor's name. Bide with me a moment, madam," said Barbara, seeing that Mrs. Mowbray shrank from the recollection thus conjured up. "I am old, very old. I have survived the shows of flattery, and being vested with a power over my people, am apt, perchance, to take too much upon myself with others." The old gipsy paused here, and then, assuming a more familiar tone, exclaimed, "The estates of Rookwood are ample." "Woman, what mean you?" "They should have been yours, lady, and would have been, but for that marriage. You would have beseemed them bravely. Sir Reginald was wilful, and erased a daughter's name to substitute that of his son. Pity it is that so fair a creature as Miss Mowbray should lack the dower her beauty and her birth entitle her to expect. Pity that Ranulph Rookwood should lose his title at the moment when he deemed it was dropping into his possession. Pity that those broad lands should pass away from you and your children, as they will do if Ranulph and Eleanor are united." "They shall never be united," replied Mrs. Mowbray hastily. "'Twere indeed to wed your child to beggary," said Barbara. Mrs. Mowbray sighed deeply. "There is a way," continued the old crone in a deep whisper, "by which the estates might still be hers and yours." "Indeed," said Mrs. Mowbray eagerly. "Sir Piers Rookwood had 2 sons." "Ha!" "The elder is here." "Luke, Sir Luke, he brought us hither." "He loves your daughter. I saw his gaze of passion just now. I am old now, but I have some skill in lovers' glances. Why not wed her to him? I read hands, read hearts, you know. They were born for each other. Now, madam, do you understand me?" "But," returned Mrs. Mowbray with hesitation, though I might sanction this, Eleanor is betrothed to Ranulph. She loves him." "Think not of her, if you are satisfied. She cannot judge so well for herself as you can for her. She is a child, and knows not what she loves. Her affection will soon be Luke's. He is a noble youth, the image of his grandfather, your father, Sir Reginald. And if your daughter be betrothed to any one, 'twas to the heir of Rookwood. That was an essential part of the contract. Why should the marriage not take place at once, and here?" "Here? How were that possible?" "You are within sacred walls. I will take you where an altar stands. There is no lack of holy priests to join their hands together.
Your companion, Father Ambrose, as you call him, will do the office fittingly. He has essayed his clerkly skill already on others of your house."
"To what do you allude, mysterious woman?" asked Mrs. Mowbray, with anxiety.
"To Sir Piers and Susan Bradley," returned Barbara. "That priest united them."
"Indeed, he never told me this."
"He dared not do so. He had an oath which bound him to concealment. The time is coming when greater mysteries will be revealed."
"'Tis strange I should not have heard of this before," said Mrs. Mowbray, musingly. "And yet I might have guessed as much from his obscure hints respecting Ranulph. I see it all now. I see the gulf into which I might have been plunged. But I am warned in time. Father Ambrose," continued she to the priest, who was pacing the chamber at some little distance from them, "is it true that my brother was wedded by you to Susan Bradley?" Ere the priest could reply, the sexton presented himself.
"Ha! The very father of the girl,"
said Mrs. Mowbray, "whom I met within our family vault, and who was so strangely moved when I spoke to him of Alan Rookwood. Is he here likewise?"
"Alan Rookwood,"
echoed Barbara, upon whom a light seemed suddenly to break.
"Ha! What said he of him?" "Ill-boding raven," interposed Peter fiercely, "be content with what thou knowest of the living, and trouble not the repose of the dead. Let them rest in their infamy." "The dead!" echoed Barbara, with a chuckling laugh. "Ha, ha! He is dead, then. And what became of his fair wife, his brother's minion? 'Twas a foul deed, I grant, and yet there was expiation. Blood flowed, blood." "Silence, thou night hag," thundered Peter, "or I will have 3 burned at the stake for the sorcery thou practisest. Beware," added he, in a deep tone, "I am thy friend." Barbara's withered countenance exhibited for an instant the deepest indignation at the sexton's threat. The malediction trembled on her tongue. She raised her staff to smite him, but she checked the action. In the same tone, and with a sharp, suspicious look, she replied, "My friend, sayest thou? See that it prove so, or beware of me." And, with a malignant scowl, the gipsy queen slowly shuffled towards her satellites, who were stationed at the door. End of Chapter 7, Book 3. Chapter 8, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 8, The Parting. No marriage I esteem it, where the friends force love upon their children, where the virgin is not so truly given as betrayed. I would not have betrothed people, for I can by no means call them lovers, make their rites no wedlock, but a sacrifice. Combat of Love and Friendship. Eleanor Mowbray had witnessed her mother's withdrawal from her side with much uneasiness, and was with difficulty prevented by Sybil from breaking upon her conference with the gipsy queen. Barbara's dark eye was fixed upon them during the whole of the interview, and communicated an indefinite sense of dread to Eleanor. Who is that old woman?" asked Eleanor under her breath. "Never, even in my wildest dreams, have I seen aught so terrible. Why does she look so at us? She terrifies me, and yet she cannot mean me ill. Or my mother. We have never injured her." "Alas," sighed Sybil. "You sigh!" exclaimed Eleanor in alarm. "Is there any real danger, then? Help us to avoid it. Quick, warn my mother. She seems agitated. Oh, let me go to her." "Hush!" whispered Sybil, maintaining an unmoved demeanor under the lynx-like gaze of Barbara. "Stir not, as you value your life. You know not where you are, or what may befall you. Your safety depends upon your composure. Your life is not in danger, but what is dearer than life, your love, is threatened with a fatal blow. There is a dark design to wed you to another." Heavens! ejaculated Eleanor. And to whom? To Sir Luke Rookwood. I would die sooner. Marry him? They shall kill me ere they force me to it. Could you not love him? Love him? I have only seen him within this hour. I knew not of his existence. He rescued me from peril. I would thank him. I would love him, if I could, for Ranulph's sake, and yet for Ranulph's sake I hate him. Speak not of him thus to me, said Sybil angrily. If you love him not, I love him. Oh, forgive me, lady. Pardon my impatience. My heart is breaking, yet it has not ceased to beat for him. You say you will die sooner than consent to this forced union. Your faith shall not be so cruelly attested. If there must be a victim, I will be the sacrifice. God grant I may be the only one. Be happy as I am wretched. You shall see what the love of a gipsy can do. As she spoke, Sybil burst into a flood of passionate tears. Eleanor regarded her with the deepest commiseration, but the feeling was transient, for Barbara, now advancing, exclaimed, Hence to your mother! The bridegroom is waiting. To your mother, girl! And she motioned Eleanor fiercely away. What means this? Continued the old gipsy. What have you said to that girl? Did I not caution you against speech with her? And you have dared to disobey me? You, my grandchild, the daughter of my Agatha, with whom my slightest wish was law. I abandon you. I curse you. Oh, curse me not, cried Sybil. Add not to my despair. Then follow my advice implicitly. Cast off this weakness. All is in readiness. Luke shall descend into the vaulted chapel. The ceremony shall there take place. There also shall Eleanor die, and there again shall you be wedded. Take this phial. Place it within the folds of your girdle. When all is over, I will tell you how to use it. Are you prepared? Shall we set out? I am prepared, replied Sybil, in accents hollow as despair. But let me speak with Luke before I go. Be brief, then. Each moment is precious. Keep a guard upon your tongue. I will to Mrs. Mowbray. You have placed the phial in safety. A drop will free you from your troubles. 'Tis in that hope I guard it, replied Sybil, as she departed in the direction of Luke. Barbara watched her join him, and then turned shortly towards Mrs. Mowbray and her daughter. You are ill, dear Luke, said Sybil, who had silently approached her faithless lover. Very ill. Ill? Echoed Luke, breaking into frantic laughter. Ill? Upon my wedding day? No, I am well. Well, your eyes are jaundiced by jealousy. Luke, dear Luke, laugh not thus, it terrifies me. I shall think you insane. There, you are calmer. You are more like yourself, more human. You look just now. Oh, God, that I should say it of you, as if you were possessed by demons. And if I were possessed, what then? Horrible! Hint not at it. You almost make me credit the dreadful tales I have heard, that on their wedding day the Rookwoods are subject to the power of the evil one. Upon their wedding day, and I look thus? You do. You do. Oh, cast this frenzy from you. She is mine. She's mine. I care not though fiends possess me, if it is my wedding day, and Eleanor is my bride. And you say I look like a Rookwood? Ha, 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 ha. That wild laughter again, Luke. I implore you, hear me one word. My last. I will not bear reproaches. I mean not to reproach you. I come to bless you, to forgive you, to bid you farewell. Will you not say farewell? Farewell. Not so, not so. Mercy, my God, compassionate him and me. My heart will break with agony. Luke, if you would not kill me, recall that word. Let not the guilt of my death be yours. 'Tis to save you from that remorse that I die. Sybil, you have said rightly. I'm not myself. I know not what demons have possession of my soul, that I can behold your agonies without remorse, that your matchless affection should awaken no return. Yet it is so, since the fatal moment when I beheld yon maid. I have loved her. No more. Now I can part with you. Farewell. Stay. Stay, wretch that I am. Stay, Sybil. If we must part, and that it must be so, I feel. Let me receive your pardon, if you can bestow it. Let me clasp you once more within my arms. May you live to happier days. May you. Oh, to die thus, sobbed Sybil, disengaging herself from his embrace. Live to happier days, said you. When have I given you reason to doubt for an instant the sincerity of my love, that you should insult me thus? Then live with me. Live for me. If you can love me still, I will live as your slave, your minion, your wife. Aught you will have me be. You have raised me from wretchedness. Oh, continued she, in an altered tone, have I mistaken your meaning? Did you utter those words in false compassion for my sufferings? Speak, it is not yet too late. All may be well. My fate, my life is in your hands. If you love me yet, if you can forsake Eleanor, speak. If not, be silent. Luke averted his head. Enough, continued Sybil, in a voice of agony. I understand. May God forgive you. Fare you well. We shall meet no more. Do we part forever? Asked Luke, without daring to regard her. Forever, answered Sybil. Before her lover could reply, she shot from his side, and plunging amidst the dark and dense assemblage near the door, disappeared from view. An instant after, she emerged into the open air. She stood within the roofless hall. It was filled with sunshine, with the fresh breath of morn. The ivied ruins, the grassy floor, the blue vault of heaven, seemed to greet her with a benignant smile. All was riant and rejoicing. All save her heart. Amid such brightness, her sorrow seemed harsh and unnatural. As she felt the glad influence of day, she was scarcely able to refrain from tears. It was terrible to leave this beautiful world, that blue sky, that sunshine, and all she loved. So young, so soon. Entering a low arch that yawned within the wall, she vanished like a ghost at the approach of morn. End of Chapter 8, Book 3. Chapter 9, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 9, The Philterer. Thou hast practised on her with foul charms, abused her delicate youth with drugs and minerals. Shakespeare, Othello. To return to Eleanor Mowbray. In a state of mind bordering upon distraction, she rushed to her mother, and, flinging her arms wildly around her neck, besought to protect her. Mrs. Mowbray gazed anxiously upon the altered countenance of her daughter, but a few moments relieved her from much of her uneasiness. The expression of pain gradually subsided, and the look of vacuity was succeeded by one of frenzied excitement. A film had, for an instant or two, dimmed her eyes. They now gleamed with unnatural lustre. She smiled. The smile was singular. It was not the playful, pleasurable lighting up of the face that it used to be, but it was a smile, and the mother's heart was satisfied. Mrs. Mowbray knew not to what circumstance she could attribute this wondrous change. She looked at the priest. He was more apt in divining the probable cause of the sudden alteration in Eleanor's manner. "What if she has swallowed a love powder?" said he, approaching Mrs. Mowbray, and speaking in a whisper. "I have heard of such abominable mixtures. Indeed, the holy Saint Jerome himself relates an instance of similar sorcery in his life of Hilarius, and these people are said to compound them.
"It may be so," replied Mrs. Mowbray in the same tone. "I think that the peculiar softness in the eye is more than natural." "I will at least hazard an experiment to attest the truth or fallacy of my supposition," returned the father. "Do you see your destined bridegroom yonder?" continued he, addressing Eleanor. She followed with her eyes in the direction which Father Ambrose pointed. She beheld Luke. We know not how to describe the sensations which now possessed her. She thought not of Ranulph, or, if she did, it was with vague indifference. Wrapped in a kind of mental trance, she yielded to the pleasurable impulse that directed her unsettled fancies towards Luke. For some moments she did not take her eyes from him. The priest and Mrs. Mowbray watched her in silence. Nothing passed between the party till Luke joined them. Eleanor continued gazing at him, and the seeming tenderness of her glance emboldened Luke to advance towards her. The soft fire that dwelt in those orbs was, however, cold as the shining wing of the Luciola. Luke approached her. He took her hand. She withdrew it not. He kissed it. Still she withdrew it not, but gazed at him with gently glimmering eyes. "My daughter is yours, Sir Luke Rookwood," exclaimed Mrs. Mowbray. "What says the maid herself?" asked Luke. Eleanor answered not. Her eyes were still fixed upon him. "She will not refuse me her hand," said Luke. The victim resisted not. "To the subterranean shrine!" cried Barbara, and she gave the preconcerted signal to the band. The signal was repeated by the gipsy crew. We may here casually note that the crew had been by no means uninterested or silent spectators of passing events, but had, on the contrary, indulged themselves in a variety of conjectures as to their probable issue. Several bets were pending as to whether it would be a match or not, after all. Zoroaster took long odds that the match was off, offering a bean to half a quid. In other words, a guinea to half a guinea, that Sybil would be the bride. His offer was taken at once by Jerry Juniper, and backed by the Knight of Malta. "Ha! Here's the signal," cried the knight. "I'll trouble you for the bean." "And I," said Jerry Juniper, "for another." "See him fairly spliced first," replied the Magus. "That's vot I betted." "Vell, vell, a few minutes will settle that. Come, pals, to the autumn ken. Avay, mind and obey orders." "Ay, ay," answered the crew. "Here's a torch for the altar of Hymen," said the knight, flashing his torch in the eyes of the patrico as he passed him. "For the altar of Haman, you might say," returned Balthazar, sulkily. "It's well if some of us don't swing for it." "You don't say," rejoined the perplexed Magus. "Swing? Egad, I fear it's a ticklish business, but there's no fighting shy, I fear, with Barbara present. And then there's that infernal autumn baller. It will be so cursedly regular. If you had done the job, Balty, it would not have signified a brass farden. Luckily, there will be no witnesses to snitch upon us. There will be no one in the vault besides ourselves." "There will be a silent and a solemn witness," returned Balthazar, "and one whom you expect not." "Eh? What's that you say? A spy?" But the patrico was gone. "Make way there, make way, pals, for the bride and bridegroom," cried the Knight of Malta, drawing Excalibur, and preparing to lead the way to the vault. The train began to move. Eleanor leaned upon the arm of her mother. Beside them stalked Barbara, with an aspect of triumph. Luke followed with the priest. One by one the assemblage quitted the apartment. The sexton alone lingered. "The moment is at hand," said he, musingly, "when all shall be consummated." A few steps brought him into the court. The crowd was there still. A brief delay had taken place. The Knight of Malta then entered the mouth of the vault. He held his torch so as to reveal a broken flight of steps, conducting, it would seem, to regions of perpetual night. So thought Eleanor, as she shudderingly gazed into the abyss. She hesitated. She trembled. She refused. but her mother's entreaties and Barbara's threatening looks induced in the end reluctant compliance. At length the place was empty. Peter was about to follow, when the sound of a horse's hoofs broke upon his ear. He tarried for an instant, and the mounted figure of the highwayman burst within the limits of the court. "Ha, ha, my old earthworm!" cried Dick. "My Nestor of the churchyard, alone! Where the devil are all the folks gone? Where's Sir Luke and his new-found cousin, eh?" Peter hastily explained. "A wedding underground, famous! The thing of all others I should like to see. I'll hang best to this ivy tod, and grub my way with you thither, old mole." "You must stay here and keep guard," returned Peter. "May I be hanged if I do, when such fun is going on." "Hanged, in all probability, you will be," returned Peter. "But I should not, were I you, desire to anticipate my destiny. Stay here you must, and shall. That's peremptory. You will be the gainer by it. Sir Luke will reward you nobly. I will answer for him. You can serve him most effectually. Ranulph Rookwood and Major Mowbray are expected here." "The devil they are! But how, or why?" "I have not time to explain. In case of a surprise, discharge a pistol. They must not enter the vault. Have you a whistle? For you must play a double part, and we may need your assistance below." "Sir Luke may command me. Here's a pipe as shrill as the devil's own catcall." "If it will summon you to our assistance below, 'tis all I need. May we rely on you?" "When did Dick Turpin desert his friends? Anywhere on this side of the Styx the sound of that whistle will reach me. I'll ride about the court and stand sentry." "Enough," replied the sexton, as he dived underground. "Take care of your shins," shouted Dick. "That's a cursed ugly turn, but he's used to the dark. A surprise, eh? I'll just give a look to my snappers. Flint's all safe. Now I'm ready for them. Come when they like." And, having made the circuit of the place, he halted near the mouth of the subterranean chapel, to be within hearing of Peter's whistle, and throwing his right leg lazily over his saddle, proceeded coolly to light a short pipe, the luxury of the cigar being then unknown, humming the while snatches of a ballad, the theme of which was his own calling. The Scampsman. Quis vere rex. Seneca. There is not a king, should you search the world round, so blithe as the king of the road to be found. His pistols, his sceptre, his saddles, his throne, whence he levies supplies or enforces alone. Derry down. To this monarch the highway presents a wide field, where each passing subject a tribute must yield. His palace, the tavern, receives him at night, where sweet lips and sound liquor crown all with delights. Derry down. The soldier and sailor, both robbers by trade, full soon on the shelf, if disabled, are laid. The one gets a patch, and the other a peg, but while luck lasts, the highwayman shakes loose a leg. Derry down. Most fowl rise at dawn, but the owl wakes at e'en, and the jollier bird can there nowhere be seen. Like the owl, our snug scampsman his snooze takes by day, and when night draws her curtain, scuds after his prey. Derry down. As the highwayman's life is the fullest of zest, so the highwayman's death is the briefest and best. He dies not as other men die by degrees, but at once, without wincing, and quite at his ease. Derry down. And thus, for the present, we leave him, O rare Dick Turpin. End of Chapter 9, Book 3. Chapter 10, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 10. St. Cyprian's Cell. Lasciate ogni speranza voi entrate. Dante. Cyprian de Mulverton, fifth prior of the monastery of St. Francis, a prelate of singular sanctity, being afflicted in his latter days with a despondency so deep that neither penance nor fasting could remove it, vowed never again to behold, with earthly eyes, the blessed light of heaven, nor to dwell longer with his fellow men, but, relinquishing his spiritual dignity, the world forgetting by the world forgot, to immure himself while living within the tomb. He kept his vow. Out of the living rock that sustained the saintly structure beneath the chapel of the monastery was another chapel wrought, and thither, after bidding an eternal farewell to the world, and bestowing his benediction upon his flock, whom he committed to the care of his successor, the holy man retired. Never, save at midnight, and only then during the performance of masses for his soul's repose, did he ascend from his cell. And as the sole light allowed within the dismal dungeon of his choice was that of a sepulchral lamp, as none spoke with him when in his retreat, save in muttered syllables, what effect must the lustre emanating from 1,000 tapers, the warm and pungent odours of the incense-breathing shrine, contrasted with the earthly vapours of his prison-house, and the solemn swell of the sanctus, have had upon his excited senses? Surely they must have seemed like a foretaste of the heaven he sought to gain. Ascetic to the severest point to which nature's endurance could be stretched, Cyprian even denied himself repose. He sought not sleep, and knew it only when it stole on him unawares. His couch was the flinty rock, and long afterwards, when the zealous resorted to the sainted prior's cell, and were shown those sharp and jagged stones, they marvelled how one like unto themselves could rest, or even recline upon their points without anguish, until it was explained to them that, doubtless, he who tempereth the wind to the shorn lamb had made that flinty couch soft to the holy sufferer as a bed of down. His limbs were clothed in a garb of horsehair of the coarsest fabric. His drink was the dank drops that oozed from the porous walls of his cell, and his sustenance such morsels as were bestowed upon him by the poor, the only strangers permitted to approach him. No fire was suffered where perpetual winter reigned. None were admitted to his nightly vigils. None witnessed any act of penance. Nor were any groans heard to issue from that dreary cave. But the knotted, blood-stained thong, discovered near his couch, too plainly betrayed in what manner those long, lone nights were spent. Thus did a year roll on. Traces of his sufferings were visible in his failing strength. He could scarcely crawl, but he meekly denied assistance. He appeared not, as had been his wont, at the midnight mass. The door of his cell was thrown open at that hour. The light streamed down like a glory upon his reverend head. He heard the distant reverberations of the deep miserere, and breathed odours as if wafted from paradise. One morn it chanced that they who sought his cell found him with his head upon his bosom, kneeling before the image of the virgin patroness of his shrine. Fearing to disturb his devotions, they stood reverently looking on, and thus silently did they tarry for an hour. But in that space he had shown no signs of motion. Fearing the worst, they ventured to approach him. He was cold as the marble before which he knelt. In the act of humblest intercession, it may be, in the hope of grace, had Cyprian's spirit fled. "Blessed are they who die in the Lord," exclaimed his brethren, regarding his remains with deepest awe. On being touched, the body fell to the ground. It was little more than a skeleton. Under the cloisters of the holy pile were his bones interred, with a degree of pomp and ostentation that little accorded with the lowliness and self-abasement of this man of many sorrows. This chapel, at the time of which we treat, was pretty much in the same condition as it existed in the days of its holy inmate. Hewn out of the entrails of the rock, the roof, the vaults, the floor, were of solid granite. 3 huge cylindrical pillars carved out of the native rock, rough as the stems of gnarled oak trees, lent support to the ceiling. Support, however, was unneeded. An earthquake would scarce have shaken down those solid rafters. Only in one corner, where the water welled through a crevice of the rock, in drops that fell like tears, was decay manifest. Here the stone, worn by the constant dripping, had, in some places, given way. In shape, the vault was circular. The integral between each massive pillar formed a pointed arch. Again, from each pillar sprang other arches, which, crossed by diagonal ogive branches, weaving one into the other, and radiating from the centre, form those beautifully intricate combinations upon which the eye of the architectural enthusiast loves to linger. Within the ring formed by these triple columns, in which again the pillars had their own web of arches, was placed an altar of stone, and beside it a crucifix of the same rude material. Here also stood the sainted image of her who had filled the prior with holy aspirations, now a shapeless stone. The dim lamp, that like a star struggling with the thick gloom of a wintry cell, had shed its slender radiance over the brow of the Virgin Thecla, was gone. But around the keystone of the central arches, whence a chain had once depended, might be traced, in ancient characters, half effaced by time, the inscription, Sta Thecla, ora pro nobis. One outlet only was there from the chapel, that which led by winding steps to the monastery. One only recess, the prior's cell. The former faced the altar, the latter yawned like the mouth of a tomb at its back. Altogether it was a dreary place. Dumb were its walls as when they refused to return the murmured orisons of the anchorite. One uniform sad colouring prevailed throughout. The grey granite was grown hoar with age, and had a ghostly look. The columns were ponderous, and projected heavy shadows. Sorrow and superstition had their tale, and the moral gloom deepened the darkness of the spot. Despair, which had inspired its construction, seemed to brood therein. Hope shunned its inexorable recesses. Alone within this dismal sanctuary, with hands outstretched towards the desecrated image of its tutelar saint, knelt Sybil. All was darkness. Neither the heavy vapours that surrounded her, nor the shrine before which she bent, were visible. But, familiar with the dreary spot, she knew that she had placed herself aright. Her touch had satisfied her that she bowed before the altar of stone, that her benighted vision was turned towards the broken image of the saint, though now involved in gloom the most profound, and with clasped hands and streaming eyes, in low and mournful tones, she addressed herself in the following hymn to the tutelar saint of the spot. Hymn to Saint Thecla. In my trouble, in my anguish, in the depths of my despair, as in grief and pain I languish, unto thee I raise my prayer. Sainted Virgin, martyred maiden, let thy countenance incline upon one with woes o'erladen, kneeling lonely at thy shrine, that in agony, in terror, in her blind perplexity, wandering weak, in doubt and error, calleth feebly upon thee. Sinful thoughts, sweet saint, oppress me, thoughts that will not be dismissed. Temptations dark possess me, which my strength may not resist. I am full of pain, and weary of my life I fain would die. Unto me the world is dreary, to the grave for rest I fly. For rest, oh, could I borrow thy bright wings, celestial dove, they should waft me from my sorrow, where peace dwells in bowers above. Upon one with woes o'erladen, kneeling lonely at thy shrine. Sainted Virgin, martyred maiden, let thy countenance incline. Mei miserere Virgo, requiem aeternam dona. By thy loveliness, thy purity, unpolluted, undefiled, that in serene security upon earth's temptations smiled, by the fetters that constrained thee, by thy flame-attested faith, by the fervour that sustained thee, by thine angel-ushered death, by thy soul's divine elation, mid thine agonies assuring of thy sanctified translation to beatitude enduring, by the mystic interfusion of thy spirit with the rays that in ever bright profusion round the throne eternal blaze, by thy portion now partaken, with the pain perfected just, look on one of hope forsaken, from the gates of mercy thrust.
upon one with woes o'erladen, kneeling lowly at thy shrine. Sainted virgin, martyred maiden, let thy countenance incline. Ora pro me mortis ora, Sancta Virgo oro te, Kyrie eleison. The sweet, sad voice of the singer died faintly away. The sharpness of her sorrow was assuaged. Seldom, indeed, is it that fervent supplication fails to call down solace to the afflicted. Sybil became more composed. She still, however, trembled at the thoughts of what remained to be done. "They will be here ere my prayer is finished," murmured she, "ere the end is accomplished, for which I came hither alone. Let me make peace with my Creator, ere I surrender my being to his hands, and then let them deal with me as they will." And she bowed her head in lowly prayer. Again raising her hands and casting her eyes towards the black ceiling, she implored in song the intercession of the saintly man who had bequeathed his name to the cell. Hymn to Saint Cyprian. Hear, oh hear me, sufferer holy, who didst make thine habitation mid these rocks, devoting wholly life to one long expiation of thy guiltiness, and solely by severe mortification didst deliver thee. Oh, hear me, in my dying moments cheer me, by thy penance, self-denial, aid me in the hour of trial. May through thee my prayers prevailing on the majesty of heaven, or the hosts of hell, assailing my soul in this dark hour, be driven. So my spirit, when exhaling, may of sinfulness be shriven, and his gift unto the giver may be rendered pure as ever by thy own dark, dread possession. Aid me with thine intercession. Scarcely had she concluded this hymn, when the torch of the Knight of Malta in part dissipated the gloom that hung around the chapel. End of Chapter 10, Book 3. Chapter 11, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 11, The Bridal. Carrie. I will not die. I must not. I am contracted to a young gentleman. Executioner. Here's your wedding ring. Duchess of Malfi. Slowly did the train descend, solemnly and in silence, as if the rites at which they were about to assist had been those of funereal, and not of nuptial solemnization. Indeed, to look upon those wild and fierce faces by the ruddily flashing torchlight, which lent to each a stern and savage expression, to see those scowling visages surrounding a bride, from whose pallid cheeks every vestige of colour and almost of animation had fled, and a bridegroom with a countenance yet more haggard, and demeanour yet more distracted, the beholder must have imagined that the spectacle was some horrible ceremonial, practised by demons rather than human beings. The arched vault, the pillars, the torchlight, the deep shadows, and the wild figures formed a picture worthy of Rembrandt or Salvator. "Is Sybil within the chapel?" asked Barbara. "I am here," returned a voice from the altar. "Why do we tarry?" said the gipsy queen. "We are all assembled. To the altar!" "To the altar!" shrieked Eleanor. "Oh, no, no!" "Remember my threat, and obey," muttered Barbara. "You are in my power now." A convulsive sob was all the answer Eleanor could make. "Our number is not complete," said the priest, who had looked in vain for the sexton. "Peter Bradley is not with us." "Ha! exclaimed Barbara. "Let him be sought for instantly." "Their search need not extend beyond this spot," said Peter, stepping forward. The Knight of Malta advanced towards the altar. The torchlight reddened upon the huge stone pillars. It fell upon the shrine, and upon the ghastly countenance of Sybil, who stood beside it. Suddenly, as the light approached her, an object, hitherto hidden from view, was revealed. Sybil uttered a prolonged and fearful shriek. The knight recoiled likewise in horror, and a simultaneous cry of astonishment burst from the lips of the foremost of the group. All crowded forwards, and universal consternation prevailed amongst the assemblage. Each one gazed at his neighbour, anxious to learn the occasion of this tumult, and vague fears were communicated to those behind, from the terrible glances which were the only answers returned by their comrades in front. "Who has dared to bring that body here?" demanded Barbara, in a tone in which anger struggled with apprehension, pointing at the same time to the ghastly corpse of a female, with streaming hair, at the altar's feet. "Who has dared do this, I say? Quick, remove it! What do you stare at? Cravens, is this the first time you have looked upon a corpse, that you should shrink aghast, that you tremble before it? It is a clod, ay, less than a clod. Away with it, away, I say!" "Touch it not," cried Luke, lifting a cloud of black hair from off the features. "It is my mother's body." "My daughter!" exclaimed the sexton. "What!" vociferated Barbara. "Is that your daughter? Is that the first Lady Rookwood? Are the dead arisen to do honour to these nuptials? Speak, you can perchance explain how she came hither." "I know not," returned Peter, glancing fiercely at Barbara. "I may anon demand that question of you. How came this body here?" "Ask of Richard Checkley," said Barbara, turning to the priest. "He can perchance inform you. Priest," added she, in a low voice, "this is your handiwork." "Checkley!" screamed Peter. "Is that Richard Checkley? Is that—" "Peace!" thundered Barbara. "Will none remove the body? Once more I ask you, do you fear the dead?" A murmur arose. Balthazar alone ventured to approach the corpse. Luke started to his feet as he advanced, his eyes glaring with tiger fury. "Back, old man!" cried he, "and dare not, any of you, to lay a sacrilegious finger on her corpse, or I will stretch him that advances as lowly as lies my mother's head. When or how it came hither matters not. Here at the altar has it been placed, and none shall move it hence. The dead shall witness my nuptials. Fate has ordained it, my fate, o'er which the dead preside. Her ring shall link me to my bride. I knew not, when I snatched it from her death-cold finger, to what end I preserved it. I learn it now. It is here." And he held forth a ring. "'Tis a fatal boon, that twice-used ring," cried Sybil. "Such a ring my mother, on her deathbed, said should be mine. Such a ring, she said, should wed me." "Unto whom?" fiercely demanded Luke. "Unto death," she solemnly rejoined. Luke's countenance fell. He turned aside, deeply abashed, unable further to brook her gaze, while in accents of such wildly touching pathos as sank into the hearts of each who heard her, hearts, few of them framed of penetrable stuff, the despairing maiden burst into the following strain: "The twice-used ring. Beware thy bridal day, on her deathbed side my mother. Beware, beware, I say. Death shall wed thee, and no other. Cold the hand shall grasp thee, cold the arms shall clasp thee, cold the lips thy kiss shall smother. Beware thy bridal kiss. Thy wedding ring shall be from a clay-cold finger taken, from one that, like to thee, was by her love forsaken. For a twice-used ring is a fatal thing. Her griefs who wore it are partaken. Beware that fatal ring. The altar and the grave, many steps are not asunder. Bright banners o'er thee wave, shrouded horror lieth under. Blithe may sound the bell, yet 'twill toll thy knell. Scathed thy chaplet by the thunder. Beware that blighteth wreath. Beware my bridal day. Dying lips thy doom have spoken. Deep tones call me away. From the grave is sent a token. Cold, cold fingers bring that ill-omened ring. Soon will a second heart be broken. This is my bridal day."
There was a deep, profound silence, as the last melancholy cadence died away, and many a rugged heart was melted, even to tears. Eleanor, meanwhile, remained in a state of passive stupefaction, vacantly gazing at Sybil, upon whom alone her eyes were fixed, and appearing indistinctly to apprehend the meaning of her song.
"This is my bridal day,"
murmured she, in a low tone, when Sybil had finished.
"Said not that sweet voice so? I know 'tis my bridal day. What a church you have chosen, mother! A tomb, a sepulchre, but 'tis meet for such nuptials as mine. And what wedding guests? Was that pale woman in her shroud-like dress invited here by you? Tell me that, mother."
"My God, her senses are gone!" cried Mrs. Mowbray. "Why did I venture into this horrible place?"
"Ask not why now, madam," rejoined the priest. "The hour for consideration is past. We must act. Let the marriage proceed at all hazards. We will then take means to extricate ourselves from this accursed place."
"Remove that horrible object," said Mrs. Mowbray. "It fascinates the vision of my child."
"Lend me your hand, Richard Checkley," said Peter, sternly regarding the priest. "No, no," replied the priest, shuddering. "I will not, cannot touch it. Do you alone remove it."
Peter approached Luke. The latter now offered no further opposition, and the body was taken away. The eyes of Eleanor followed it into the dark recesses of the vault, and when she should no longer distinguish the white flutter of the cereclothes, her laboring bosom seemed torn asunder with the profound sigh that burst from it, and her head declined upon her shoulder.
"Let me see that ring," said the priest,
addressing Luke, who still held the wedding ring between his fingers. "I am not naturally superstitious," said Mrs. Mowbray. "Whether my mind be affected with the horrors of this place, I know not. But I have a dread of that ring. She shall not use it."
"Where no other can be found," said the priest, with a significant and peculiar look at Mrs. Mowbray, "I see no reason why this should be rejected. I should not have suspected you, madam, of such weakness. Grant there were evil spell or charm attached to it, which, trust me, there is not. As how should there be to a harmless piece of gold? My benediction and aspersion with holy lymph will have sufficient power to exorcise and expel it. To remove your fears it shall be done at once."
A cup containing water was brought, together with a plate of salt, which condiment the devil is said to abhor, and which is held to be a symbol of immortality and of eternity, in that, being itself incorruptible, it preserves all else from corruption, and with the customary Romish formula of prayer and exorcism, the priest thrice mingled the crystal particles with the pure fluid, after which, taking the ring in his hand with much solemnity, he sprinkled it with a few drops of the water which he had blessed, made the sign of the cross upon the golden circlet, uttered another and more potent exorcism to eradicate and expel every device of Satan, and delivered it back to Luke.
"She may wear it now in safety," said the sexton, with strong contempt. "Were the snake himself coiled round that consecrated bauble, the prayers of the devout Father Checkley would unclasp his lithest folds. But wherefore do we tarry now? Naught lies between us and the altar. The path is clear. The bridegroom grows impatient." "And the bride?" asked Barbara. "Is ready," replied the priest. "Madam, delay not longer. Daughter, your hand."
Eleanor gave her hand. It was clammy and cold. Supported by her mother, she moved slowly towards the altar, which was but a few steps from where she stood. She offered no resistance, but did not raise her head. Luke was by her side. Then for the first time did the enormity of the cruel, dishonourable act he was about to commit strike him with its full force. He saw it in its darkest colours. It was one of those terrible moments when the headlong wheel of passion suddenly stands still.
"There is yet time," groaned he. "Oh, let me not damn myself perpetually. Let me save her, save Sybil, save myself."
They were at the altar. that wild wedding train. High over their head the torch was raised, the red light flashed on bridegroom and on bride, giving to the pale features of each an almost livid look. It fell upon the gaunt aspect of the sexton, and lit up the smile of triumphant malice that played upon his face. It fell upon the fantastical habiliments of Barbara, and upon the haughty but perturbed physiognomy of Mrs. Mowbray. It fell upon the salient points of the Gothic arches, upon one moulded pillar, upon the marble image of the Virgin Thecla, and on the scarcely less marble countenance of Sybil, who stood beside the altar, silent, statue-like, immovable. The effect of light and shade on other parts of the scene, upon the wild drapery and harsh lineaments of many of the group, was also eminently striking. Just as the priest was about to commence the marriage service, a yelling chorus, which the gipsies were accustomed to sing at the celebration of the nuptials of one of their own tribe, burst forth. Nothing could be more horribly discordant than their song. Wedding chorus of the gipsies. Scrape the catgut, pass the liquor, let your quick feet move the quicker, tarala. Dance and sing in jolly chorus, bride and bridegroom are before us, and the patrico stands o'er us, tarala. To unite their hands he's ready, for a moment, pals, he's steady. Cease your quaffing, dancing, laughing, leave off riot, and be quiet, while 'tis doing, 'tis begun, all is over, two are one. The patrico has linked 'em, Daddy Hyman's torch has blinked 'em. Amen! To it again! Now for quaffing, now for laughing, stocking throwing, liquor flowing, for our bridals are no bridals, and our altars never alter. From the flagon we never flinch, in the jig we never falter. No, that's not our way, for we are staunch lads of Romany. For our wedding then, hurrah, 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 hurrah! This uncouth chorus ended, the marriage proceeded. Sybil had disappeared. Had she fled? No, she was by the bride. Eleanor mechanically took her place. A faint voice syllabled the responses. You could scarcely have seen Mrs. Mowbray's lips move, but the answers were given, and the priest satisfied. He took the ring, and sprinkled it once again with the holy water in the form of the cross. He pronounced the prayer. Benedic, Domine, annulum hunc, quem nos in tuo nomine, benedicimus, ut cor ium gestaverit, fidelitatem integram suo sponso tenens, in pace et voluntate tua permaneat, atque in mutua charitate semper vivat. He was about to return the ring to Luke, when the torch held by the Knight of Malta was dashed to the ground by some unseen hand, and instantly extinguished. The wild pageant vanished as suddenly as the figures cast by a magic lantern upon a wall disappear when the glass is removed. A wild hubbub succeeded. Hoarsely above the clamour arose the voice of Barbara. To the door! Quickly! To the door! Let no one pass! I will find out the author of this mishap anon! Away! She was obeyed. Several of the crew stationed themselves at the door. Proceed now with the ceremony, continued Barbara. By darkness or by light, the match shall be completed. The ring was then placed upon the finger of the bride, and as Luke touched it, he shuddered. It was as cold as that of the corpse which he had clasped but now. The prayer was said, the blessing given. The marriage was complete. Suddenly there issued from the darkness deep dirge-like tones, and the voice solemnly chanted a strain which all knew to be the death song of their race, hymned by wailing women over an expiring sister. The music seemed to float in the air. The soul bell. Fast the sand of life is falling, fast her latest sigh exhaling. Fast, fast is she dying, with death's chills her limbs are shivering, with death's gasp her lips are quivering. Fast her soul away is flying, o'er the mountain top it fleeteth, and the skyey wonders greeteth, singing loud as stars it meeteth on its way. Hark the sullen soul bell tolling, hollowly in echoes rolling, seems to say, she will ope her eyes, oh never, quenched their dark light, gone for ever, she is dead. The marriage group yet lingered near the altar, awaiting, it would seem, permission from the gipsy queen to quit the cell. Luke stirred not. Clasped in his own, the cold hand of his bride detained him, and when he would have moved, her tightened grasp prevented his departure. Mrs. Mowbray's patience was exhausted by the delay. She was not altogether free from apprehension. "Why do we linger here?" she whispered to the priest. "Do you, father, lead the way?" "The crowd is dense," replied Checkley. "They resist my effort." "Are we prisoners here?" asked Mrs. Mowbray in alarm. "Let me make the attempt," cried Luke, with fiery impatience. "I will force a passage out." "Quit not your bride," whispered Peter, "as you value her safety. Heed not aught else. She alone is in danger. Suffer her not to be withdrawn from your hand, if you would not lose her. Remain here. I will bring the matter to a speedy issue." "Enough," replied Luke. "I stir not hence." And he drew his bride closer towards him. He stooped to imprint a kiss upon her lips. A cold shudder ran through her frame as she touched them, but she resisted not his embrace. Peter's attempt to effect an egress was as unsuccessful as that of the priest. Presenting Excalibur at his bosom, the Knight of Malta challenged him to stand. "You cannot pass," exclaimed the knight. "Our orders are peremptory." "What am I to understand by this?" said Peter, angrily. "Why are we detained?" "You will learn all anon," returned Barbara. "In the meantime, you are my prisoners, or, if you like not the phrase, my wedding guests." "The wedding is complete," returned the sexton. "The bride and bridegroom are impatient to depart, and we, the guests, albeit some of us may be no foes to darkness, desire not to hold our nuptial revels here." "Sybil's wedding has not taken place," said Barbara. "You must tarry for that." "Ha! Now it comes," thought Peter. "And who, may I ask," said he aloud, "amongst this goodly company is to be her bridegroom?" "The best amongst them," returned Barbara. "Sir Luke Rookwood." "He has a bride already," replied Peter. "She may be removed," said Barbara, with bitter and peculiar emphasis. "Dost understand my meaning now?" "I will not understand it," said Peter. "You cannot mean to destroy her who now stands at the altar?" "She who now stands at the altar must make way for a successor. She who grasps the bridegroom's hand shall die. I swear it by the oath of my tribe." "And think you will be allowed to execute your murderous intention with impunity?" shrieked Mrs. Mowbray in an agony of terror. "Think you that I will stand by and see my child slaughtered before my face? That my friends will suffer it? Think you that even your own tribe will dare to execute your horrible purpose? They will not. They will side with us. Even now they murmur. What can you hope to gain by an act so wild and dreadful? What object can you have?"
"The same as your own," reiterated Barbara. "The advancement of my child. Sybil is as dear to me as Eleanor is to you. She is my child's child, the daughter of my best beloved daughter. I have sworn to marry her to Sir Luke Rookwood. The means are in my power. I will keep my vow. I will wed her to him. You did not hesitate to tear your daughter from the man she loved, to give her to the man she hated. And for what? For gold, for power, for rank. I have the same motive. I love my child, and she loves Sir Luke, has loved him long and truly. Therefore, shall she have him? What to me is your child, or your feelings, except that they are subservient to my wishes? She stands in my way. I remove her." "Who placed her in your path?" asked the sexton. "Did you not lend a helping hand to create that obstacle yourself?" "I did," replied Barbara. "Would you know wherefore? I will tell you. I had a double motive for it. There is a curse upon the house of Rookwood that kills the first fair bride each generation leads to the altar. Have you never heard of it?" "I have. And did that idle legend sway you?" "And do you call it idle? You? Well, I had another motive, a prophecy." "By yourself uttered," replied Peter. "Even so," replied Barbara. "The prophecy is fulfilled. The stray rook is found. The rook hath with rook mated. Luke hath wedded Eleanor. He will hold possession of his lands. The prophecy is fulfilled." "But how?" asked Peter. "Will your art tell you how and why she shall now hold possession? Can you tell me that?" "My art goes not so far. I have predicted the event. It has come to pass. I am satisfied. He has wedded her. Be it mine to free him from that yoke."
And Barbara laughed exultingly. The sexton approached the old crone, and laid his hand with violence upon her shoulder.
"Hear me," cried he, "and I will tell you that which your juggling art refuses to reveal. Eleanor Mowbray is heir to the lands of Rookwood. The estates are hers. They were bequeathed to her by her grandsire, Sir Reginald."
"She was unborn when he died," cried Mrs. Mowbray.
"True," replied Peter, "but the lands were left to your issue, female, should such issue be born."
"And did Sir Piers, my brother, know of this? Did he see this will?" asked Mrs. Mowbray, with trembling impatience.
"He did, and withheld the knowledge of it from you and yours."
"And why knew I not this before? Why did you not tell me, ere that was done which cannot be undone? I have sacrificed my child."
"Because it did not chime with my purposes to tell you," replied Peter, coldly.
"It is false, it is false," cried Mrs. Mowbray, her anger and vexation getting the better of her fears. "I will not believe it. Who are you that pretend to know the secrets of our house?"
"One of that house," replied the sexton.
"Your name?"
"Would you know my name?" answered Peter, sternly. "The time is come when I will no longer conceal it. I am Alan Rookwood."
"My father's brother!" exclaimed Mrs. Mowbray.
"Ay, Alan Rookwood, the sworn enemy of your father, of you, of all of ye, your fate, your destiny, your curse. I am that Alan Rookwood whose name you breathed in the vault. I am he, the avenger, the avenged. I saw your father die. I heard his groans. His groans! Ha! I saw his sons die. One fell in battle. I was with him there. The other expired in his bed. I was with Sir Piers when he breathed his last, and listened to his death agonies. 'Twas I who counselled him to keep the lands from you and from your child, and he withheld them. One only amongst the race, whose name I have cast off, have I loved, and him, because," added he, with something like emotion, "because he was my daughter's child, Luke Rookwood, and even he shall minister to my vengeance. He will be your curse, your daughter's curse, for he loves her not, yet he is her husband, and hath her land. Ha, 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 ha!"
And he laughed till he became convulsed with the paroxysm of fiendish exultation.
"Mine ears are stunned," cried Mrs. Mowbray. "The bride is mine. Relinquish her to me," said Barbara. "Advance and seize her, my children."
Alan Rookwood, for so we shall henceforth denominate the sexton, suddenly grew calm. He raised the whistle to his lips, and blew a call so loud and shrill that those who were advancing hung back irresolute. There was a rush at the door of the vault. The sentinels were struck down, and with pistols in each hand, followed by two assistants, Dick Turpin sprang into the thick of the crew.
"Here we are," cried he, "ready for action. Where is Sir Luke Rookwood? Where my churchyard pal, Peter?" "Here," cried the sexton and Luke simultaneously.
"Then stand aside," cried Dick, pushing in the direction of the sounds, and bearing down all opposition.
"Have a care there. These triggers are ticklish. Friend or foe, he who touches me shall have a bullet in his gizzard. Here I am, pal Peter, and here are my two chums, Rust and Wilder. Cut the wid." "Have we license to pass scatheless now?" asked the sexton. "Or shall we make good our way?" "You shall not pass," cried Barbara, furiously. "Think you to rob me of my prey? What cowards! Do you hesitate? Aha!"
"Kindle the torches," cried several voices. "We fight not in the dark." A pistol was flashed. The torch again blazed. Its light fell upon a tumultuous group.
"Seize the bride!" cried Barbara. "Hold!" exclaimed a voice from the altar.
The voice was that of Sybil. Her hand was clasped in that of Luke. Eleanor had fainted into the arms of the gipsy girl, Handassah.
"Are you my bride?"
ejaculated Luke in dismay.
"Behold the ring upon my finger. Your own hand placed it there." "Betrayed!" screamed Alan, in a voice of anguish. "My schemes annihilated, myself undone, my enemies triumphant, lost, all is destroyed, all."
"Joy, joy!" exclaimed Mrs. Mowbray.
"My child is saved." "And mine destroyed," groaned Barbara. "I have sworn by the cross to slay the bride, and Sybil is that bride."
End of Chapter 11, Book 3. Chapter 12, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 12. Alan Rookwood. The wolf shall find her grave and scrape it up, not to devour the corpse, but to discover the horrid murder. Webster. "Bravo! Capital!" cried Turpin, laughing loud and long as an Olympian deity. "Has this simple wench outwitted you all? Turned the tables upon the whole gang of plotters, eh? Excellent! The next time you wed, Sir Luke, let me advise you not to choose a wife in the dark. A man should have all his senses about him on these occasions. Make love when the liquor's in, marry when it's out, and above all, with your eyes open. This beats cockfighting, you must excuse me, but, upon my soul, I can't help it." And his laughter seemed inextinguishable. "Take your men without," whispered Alan Rookwood. "Keep watch as before, and let the discharge of a pistol bespeak the approach of danger as agreed upon. Much yet remains to be done here." "How so?" asked Dick. "It seems to me the job's entirely settled, if not to your satisfaction. I'm always ready to oblige my friend Sir Luke, but curse me if I'd lend my help to any underhand work. Steer clear of foul play, or Dick Turpin holds no hand with you. As to that poor wench, if you mean her any harm, curse me if I will—" "No harm is intended her," replied Alan. "I applaud your magnanimity," added he, sarcastically. "Such sentiments are, it must be owned, in excellent keeping with your conduct." "In keeping or not," replied Turpin, gravely, "cold-blooded murder is altogether out of my line, and I wash my hands of it. A shot or two in self-defence is another matter, and when—" "A truce to this," interrupted Alan. "The girl is safe. Will you mount guard again?" "If that be the case, certainly," replied Dick. "I shall be glad to get back to Bess. I couldn't bring her with me into this black hole. A couple of shots will tell you 'tis Ranulph Rookwood. But mind no harm to the gipsy girl. To Lady Rookwood, I should say. She's a jewel, take my word for it, which Sir Luke must be mad to throw away." And calling his companions, he departed. Alan Rookwood bent his steps towards the gipsy queen. Dark thoughts gathered quickly o'er his brow. He smiled as he drew nigh to Barbara. A smile it was that wrinkled up his skin even to the hair. Barbara looked at him at first with distrust, but as he developed his secret purposes, that smile became reflected upon her own features. Their conference took place apart. We willingly leave them to return to the altar. Mrs. Mowbray and the priest were still there. Both were occupied in ineffectual endeavours to restore Eleanor to consciousness. She recovered from her swoon, but it was evident her senses still wandered, and vainly did Mrs. Mowbray lavish her tenderest caresses upon her child. Eleanor returned them not. Luke, meanwhile, had given vent to the wildest fury. He shook away Sybil's grasp. He dashed her from him. He regarded her with withering glances. He loaded her with reproaches. She bore his violence with meekest submission. She looked imploringly, but she replied not to his taunts. Again she clung to the hem of his garment when cast aside. Luke appeared unmoved. What passed within we pause not to examine. He grew calmer. His calmness was more terrible to Sybil than his previous wrath had been. "You are my wife," said he. "What then? By fraud, by stratagem, you have obtained that title, and perforce must keep it. But the title only shall you retain. No rights of wife shall ever be yours. It will be in your power to call yourself Lady Rookwood. You will be so in name, in nothing else." "I shall not bear it long," murmured Sybil. Luke laughed scornfully. "So you said before," replied he, "and yet I see not why you are likely to abandon it. The event will show. Thus far you have deceived me. and I place no further faith in your assertions. My hand was yours. You refused it. When I would give it to another, you grasp it clandestinely. Am I to believe you now? The wind will change, the vane veer with it. It will not veer from you, she meekly answered. Why did you step between me and my bride? To save her life, to lay down mine for hers. An idle subterfuge. You know well that you run no risk of being called upon to do so. Your life is in no danger. The sacrifice was unnecessary. I could have dispensed with your assistance. My own arm would have sufficed to protect Eleanor. Your single arm would not have prevailed against numbers. They would have killed you likewise. Tush, said Luke, fiercely. Not only have you snatched me from my bride, you have robbed me of my fair estates, of all, save of my barren title, and that, even that, you have tarnished. True, sighed Sybil. I knew not that the lands were hers, else had I never done it. False, cried Luke, false as the rest. They will be Ranulph's, she will be Ranulph's. I shall still be an outcast, while Ranulph will riot in my halls, will press her to his bosom. Cling not to me, hence, or I will spurn you from me. I am undone by you, accursed one. Oh, curse me not, your words cut deep enough. Would they could kill you, cried Luke, with savage bitterness. You have placed a bar between me and my prospects, which nothing now can remove. Nothing but, ha! And his countenance assumed a deadly hue and a fearful expression. By heaven, you almost rouse the fell spirit which it is said dwells within the breast of my devoted race. I feel as if I could stab thee. No, shrieked Sybil. For mercy's sake, for your own sake, do not stab me. It is not too late. I will repair my wrong. Ever deceiving. You would again delude me. You cannot repair it. One way alone remains, and that I will pursue, responded Sybil, sadly but firmly. Never, cried Luke. You shall not. Ha! exclaimed he, as he found his arms suddenly pinioned behind him. What new treachery is this? By whose orders am I thus fettered? By mine, said Alan Rookwood, stepping forward. By yours? echoed Luke. And wherefore? Release me. Be patient, replied Alan. You will hear all anon. In the meantime, you must be content to remain my prisoner. Quit not your hold, added he, addressing the gipsies who kept charge of Luke. Their lives shall answer for their obedience, said Barbara. Upon a further signal from Alan, Eleanor was torn from her mother's arms, and a bandage passed so suddenly over Mrs. Mowbray's face, that before she could raise a cry of alarm, all possibility of utterance was effectually prevented. The priest alone was left at liberty. Barbara snatched the hand of Eleanor. She dragged her to Sybil. You are Lady Rookwood, whispered she, but she has your domains. I give her to you. She's the only bar between thy husband and his rights, whispered Alan Rookwood, in a tone of horrible irony. It is not too late to repair your wrong. Away, tempter, cried Sybil, horror-stricken. I know you well, yet, continued she, in an altered tone, I will risk all for him. I have done him wrong. One mode of atonement remains, and horrible though it be, I will embrace it. Let me not pause. Give her to me. And she seized upon the unresisting hand of Eleanor. Do you need my aid? asked Barbara. No, replied Sybil. Let none approach us. A clapping of hands will let you know when all is over. And she dragged her passive victim deeper into the vault. Sybil! Sybil! cried Luke, struggling with frantic violence to liberate himself. Hurt her not! I was rash! I was mad! I am calmer now. She hears me not. She will not turn. God of heaven, she will murder her. It will be done while I speak. I am the cause of all. Release me, villains. Would that I had died ere I'd seen this day. At a signal from the sexton, Luke was also blindfolded. He ceased to struggle, but his labouring breast told of the strife within. Miscreants! exclaimed the priest, who had hitherto witnessed the proceedings in horror. Why do not these rocks fall in, and crush you and your iniquities? Save her! Oh, save her! Have ye no pity for the innocent? Such pity have we,
replied Alan Rookwood, as you showed my daughter. She was as innocent as Eleanor Mowbray, and yet you did not pity her. Heaven is my witness, exclaimed the priest, that I never injured her. Take not heaven's name in vain, cried Alan. Who stood by while it was doing? Whose firmer hand lent aid to the murderer's trembling efforts? Whose pressure stifled her thrilling screams and choked her cries for mercy? Yours, yours, and now you prate to me of pity. You, the slayer of the sleeping and the innocent. 'Tis false, exclaimed the priest, in extremity of terror. False, echoed Alan. I had Sir Piers's own confession. He told me all. You had designs upon Sir Piers, which his wife opposed. You hated her. You were in the confidence of both. How did you keep that confidence? He told me how. By awakening a spirit of jealousy and pride that o'ermastered all his better feelings. False! He told me of your hellish machinations, your Jesuitical plots, your schemes. He was too weak, too feeble an instrument to serve you. You left him, but not before she had left him. False! Ha! I have that shall instantly convict you. The corpse is here, within this cell. Who brought it hither? The priest was silent. He seemed confounded by Alan's violence. I will answer that question, said Barbara. It was brought hither by that false priest. His agent, Balthazar, has betrayed him. It was brought hither to prevent the discovery of Sir Luke Rookwood's legitimacy. He meant to take his own terms about it. It has come hither to proclaim his guilt, to be a fearful witness against him. Then, turning to Checkley, she added, You have called heaven to witness your innocence. You shall detest it by oath upon that body, and should aught indicate your guilt, I will hang you as I would a dog, and clear off one long score with justice. Do you shrink from this? No, replied the priest, in a voice hollow and broken. Bring me to the body. Seize each an arm, said Barbara, and addressing Zoroaster and the Knight of Malta, and lead him to the corse. I will administer the oath, said Alan Rookwood sternly. No, not you, stammered the priest. And wherefore not? Asked Alan. If you are innocent, you need fear nothing from her. I fear nothing from the dead, replied Checkley. Lead on. We will now return to Sybil. She was alone with her victim. They were near the mouth of the cell which had been Prior Cyprian's flinty dormitory, and were almost involved in darkness. A broken stream of light glanced through the pillars. Eleanor had not spoken. She suffered herself to be dragged thither without resistance, scarcely conscious, it would seem, of her danger. Sybil gazed upon her for some minutes with sorrow and surprise. She comprehends not her perilous situation, murmured Sybil. She knows not that she stands upon the brink of the grave. Oh, that she could pray. Shall I, her murderess, pray for her? My prayers would not be heard, and yet to kill her unshriven will be a twofold crime. Let me not look on her. My hand trembles. I can scarce grasp the dagger. Let me think on all he has said. I have wronged him. I am his bane, his curse. I have robbed him of all. There is but one remedy. 'Tis this. Oh God, she recovers. I cannot do it now. It was a fearful moment for Eleanor's revival, when the bright steel flashed before her eyes. Terror at once restored her. She cast herself at Sybil's feet. Spare me! Spare me! cried she. Oh, what a dream I have had! And to waken thus, with the dagger's point at my breast. You will not kill me, you, gentle maid, who promised to preserve me. Oh, no, I am sure you will not. Appeal no more to me, said Sybil fiercely. Make your peace with heaven. Your minutes are numbered. I cannot pray, said Eleanor, while you are near me. Will you pray if I retire and leave you? No, no, I dare not, cannot, shrieked Eleanor in extremity of terror. Oh, do not leave me. Oh, let me go. If you stir, said Sybil, I will stab you to the heart. I will not stir. I will kneel here forever. Stab me as I kneel, as I pray to you. You cannot kill me while I cling to you thus, while I kiss your hands, while I bedew them with my tears. Those tears will not sully them like my blood. Maiden, said Sybil, endeavouring to withdraw her hand, Let go your hold. Your sand is run. Mercy! It is in vain. Close your eyes. No, I will fix them on you thus. You cannot strike them. I will cling to you, embrace you. Your nature is not cruel. Your soul is full of pity. It melts. Those tears. You will be merciful. You cannot deliberately kill me. I cannot! I cannot! Said Sybil, with a passionate outburst of grief. Take your life, on one condition. Name it. That you wed Sir Luke Rookwood. Ah! Exclaimed Eleanor. All rushes back upon me at that name. The whole of that fearful scene passes in review before me. Do you reject my proposal? I dare not. I must have your oath. Swear by every hope of eternity that you will wed none other than him. By every hope, I swear it. Handassah, you will bear this maiden's oath in mind, and witness its fulfilment. I will, replied the gipsy girl, stepping forward from a recess in which she had hitherto remained unnoticed. Enough. I am satisfied. Tarry with me. Stir not. Scream not. Whatever you may see or hear, your life depends upon your firmness. When I am no more. No more? Echoed Eleanor in horror. Be calm, said Sybil. When I am dead, clap your hands together. They will come to seek you. They will find me in your stead. Then rush to him, to Sir Luke Rookwood. He will protect you. Say to him hereafter that I died for the wrong I did him, that I died and blessed him. Can you not live and save me? Sobbed Eleanor. Ask it not. While I live, your life is in danger. When I am gone, none will seek to harm you. Farewell. Remember your oath, and you too remember it, Handassah. Remember also, that groan. All started as a deep groan knelled in their ears. Whence comes that sound? Cried Sybil. Hist! A voice! It is that of the priest, cried Eleanor. Hark! He groans. They have murdered him. Kind heaven receive his soul. Pray for me, cried Sybil. Pray fervently. Avert your face. Down on your knees. Down, down. Farewell, Handassah. And breaking from them, she rushed into the darkest recesses of the vault. We must now quit this painful scene for another scarcely less painful, and return to the unfortunate priest. Checkley had been brought before the body of Susan Rookwood. Even in the gloom, the shimmer of the white cereclothes and the pallid features of the corpse were ghastly enough. The torchlight made them terrible. Kneel, said Alan Rookwood. The priest complied. Alan knelt beside him. Do you know these features? Demanded he. Regard them well. Fix your eyes full upon them. Do you know them? I do. Place your hand upon her breast. Does not the flesh creep and shrink beneath your touch? Now, raise your hand. Make the cross of your faith upon her bosom. By that faith you swear you are innocent. I do, returned the priest. Are you now satisfied? No, replied Alan. Let the torch be removed. Your innocence must be more deeply attested, continued he, as the light was withdrawn. This proof will not fail. Entwine your fingers round her throat. Have I not done enough? Your hesitation proves your guilt, said Alan. That proof is wanting, then, returned the priest. My hand is upon her throat. What more? As you hope for mercy in your hour of need, swear that you never conspired against her life, or refused her mercy. I swear it. May the dead convict you of perjury, if you have forsworn yourself, said Alan. You are free. Take away your hand. Ha! What is this? Exclaimed the priest. You have put some jugglery upon me. I cannot withdraw my hand. It sticks to her throat, as though it were glued by blood. Tear me away. I have not force enough to liberate myself. Why do you grin at me? The corpse grins likewise. It is jugglery. I am innocent. You would take away my life. Tear me away, I say. The veins rise, they blacken. They are filling with new blood. I feel them swell. They coil like living things around my fingers. She is alive!" "And are you innocent?" "I am. I am. Let not my ravings convict me. For Jesus' sake, release me." "Blaspheme not, but arise. I hold you not." "You do," groaned the priest. "Your grasp tightens around my throat. Your hard and skinny fingers are there. I strangle. Help!" "Your own fears strangle you. My hand is at my side," returned Alan, calmly. "Villain, you lie. Your grasp is like a vice. The strength of 1,000 devils is in your hand. Will none lend help? I never pressed so hard. Your daughter never suffered this torture. I never. I choke. Ah!" And the priest rolled heavily backwards. There was a deep groan, a convulsive rattle in the throat, and all was still. "He's dead. Strangled," cried several voices, holding down the torch. The face of the priest was blackened and contorted. His eyeballs protruded from their sockets. His tongue was nearly bitten through in the desperate efforts he had made to release himself from Alan's grip. His hair was erect with horror. It was a ghastly sight. A murmur arose amongst the gipsies. Barbara deemed it prudent to appease them. "He was guilty," cried she. "He was the murderer of Susan Rookwood." "And I, her father, have avenged her," said Alan, sternly. The dreadful silence that followed this speech was broken by the report of a pistol. The sound, though startling, was felt almost as a relief. "We are beset," cried Alan. "Some of you fly to reconnoitre." "To your posts," cried Barbara. Several of the crew flocked to the entrance. "Unbind the prisoners," shouted Alan. Mrs. Mowbray and Luke were accordingly set free. Two almost simultaneous reports of a pistol were now heard. "'Tis Ranulph Rookwood," said Alan. "That was a preconcerted signal." "Ranulph Rookwood!" echoed Eleanor, who caught the exclamation. "He comes to save me." "Remember your oath," gasped the dying voice. "He is no longer yours." "Alas! Alas!" sobbed Eleanor, tremblingly. A moment afterwards, a faint clapping of hands reached the ears of Barbara. "All is over," muttered she. "Ha!" exclaimed Alan Rookwood, with a frightened look. "Is it done?" Barbara motioned him towards the further end of the vault. End of chapter 12, book 3. Chapter 13, Book 3 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 3, Chapter 13, Mr. Coates. Grim. "Look, Captain! Here comes one of the bloodhounds of justice." Schwer. "Down with him! Don't let him utter a word." Moore. "Silence! I will hear him." Schiller. The Robbers. Gladly do we now exchange the dank atmosphere of St. Cyprian's cell, and the horrors which have detained us there so long, for balmy air, genial sunshine, and the boon companionship of Dick Turpin. Upon regaining the verdant ruins of the ancient priory, all appeared pretty much as our highwaymen had left it. Dick wended towards his mare. Black Bess uttered an affectionate whinnying sound as he approached her, and yielded her sleek neck to his caresses. No Bedouin Arab ever loved his horse more tenderly than Turpin. "'Twill be a hard day when thou and I part," muttered he, affectionately patting her soft and silky cheeks. Bess thrust her nose into his hand, biting him playfully, as much as to say, "That day will never arrive." Turpin, at least, understood the appeal in that sense. He was skilled in the language of the Houyhnhnms. "I would rather lose my right hand than that should happen," sighed he. "But there's no saying. The best of friends must part, and thou and I may be one day separated. Thy destination is the knacker, mine, perhaps, the gibbet. We are neither of us cut out for old age, that's certain. Curse me if I can tell how it is. Since I've been in that vault, I've got some queer crotchet into my head. I can't help likening thee to that poor gipsy wench Sybil, but I may be scragged if I'd use thee as her lover has used her. Ha! Exclaimed he, drawing a pistol with a suddenness that made his companions Rust and Wilder start. We are watched. See you not how yon shadow falls from behind the wall? I do, replied Rust. That varmint shall be speedily unearthed, said Wilder, rushing to the spot. In another instant the shadow manifested itself in a substantial little personage, booted, spurred, and mud-bespattered. He was brought before our highwayman, who had meanwhile vaulted into his saddle. "Mr. Coates!" cried Dick, bursting into a loud laugh at the ridiculous figure presented to his view. "Or the mud deceives me." "It does not deceive you, Captain Turpin," replied the attorney. "You do indeed behold that twice unfortunate person." "What brings you here?" asked Dick. "Ah, I see you come to pay me my wager." "I thought you gave me a discharge for that," rejoined Coates, unable, even in his distress, to resist the too tempting quibble. "True, but it was in blank," replied Turpin readily, "and that don't hold good in law, you know. You have thrown away a second chance. Play or pay, all the world over. I shan't let you off so easily this time, depend upon it. Come, post the pony, or take your measure on that sod. No more replications or rejoinders, sir. Down with the dust. Fake his clies, pals. Let us see what he has about him." "In the twinkling of a bedpost," replied Rust. "We'll turn him inside out. What's here?" cried he, searching the attorney's pockets. "A brace of barkers," handing a pair of pistols to Turpin. "A haddock stuffed with nothing, I'm thinking. 1 quid, 2 coach wheels, half a bull, 3 hogs, and a kick. And a damn dicky concern, captain." "3 hogs and a kick," muttered Coates. "The knave says true enough." "Is there nothing else?" demanded Dick. "Only an old snuffy fogle and a pewter sneezer." "No reader? Try his hoxter." "Here's a pitman, captain." "Give it to me. Ah, this will do," cried Dick, examining the contents of the pocket book. "This is a glorious windfall indeed. A bill of exchange for 500, payable on demand, eh, Mr. Coates? Quick, endorse it, sir. Here's a pen and ink. Rascal, if you attempt to tear the bill, I'll blow your brains out. Steady, sir. Sign." "Good," added he, as Coates most reluctantly endorsed the bill. "Good, good. I'll be off with this bill to London tonight before you can stop it. No courier can beat Best. Ha, eh? What's this?" continued Dick, as, unfolding another leaf of the pocket book, he chanced upon a letter. "My Lady Rookwood's superscription. Excuse me, Mr. Coates, I must have a peep at her ladyship's billet-doux. All safe with me. Man of honour. I must detain your reader a moment longer." "You should take charge of yourself, then," replied Coates, sulkily. "You appear to be my reader." "Bravo!" cried Turpin. "You may jest now with impunity, Mr. Coates. You have paid dear enough for your jokes, and when should a man be allowed to be pleasant, if not at his own expense? Aha, what's this?" exclaimed he, opening the letter. "A ring, as I'm awake, and from her ladyship's own fair finger, I'll be sworn, for it bears her cipher, ineffaceably impressed as your image upon her heart, eh, Mr. Coates? Egad, you are a lucky dog, after all, to receive such a favour from such a lady. Ha! Meantime, I'll take care of it for you," continued Dick, slipping the ring on his little finger. Turpin, we have before remarked, had a turn for mimicry, and it was with an irresistible feeling of deferential awe creeping over him that Coates heard the contents of Lady Rookwood's epistle delivered with an enunciation as peremptory and imperious as that of her ladyship's self. The letter was hastily indited in a clear firm hand, and partook of its writer's decision of character. Dick found no difficulty in deciphering it. Thus ran the missive: "Assured of your devotion and secrecy, I commit my own honour and that of my son to your charge. Time will not permit me to see you, or I would not write. But I place myself entirely in your hands. You will not dare to betray my confidence. To the point. A Major Mowbray has just arrived here with intelligence that the body of Susan Bradley, you will know to whom I allude, has been removed from our family vault by a Romish priest and his assistants.
How came it there, or why it has been removed, I know not. It is not my present purpose to inquire. Suffice it, that it now lies in a vault beneath the ruins of Davenham Priory. My son, Sir Ranulph, who has lent a credulous ear to the artful tales of the impostor who calls this woman mother, is at present engaged in arming certain of the household, and of the tenantry, to seize upon and bring away this body, as resistance is apprehended from a horde of gipsies who infest the ruins. Now mark me, that body must not be found. Be it your business to prevent its discovery. Take the fleetest horse you can procure, spare neither whip nor spur, haste to the priory, procure by any means, and at any expense, the assistance of the gipsies. Find out the body, conceal it, destroy it. Do what you will, so my son find it not. Fear not his resentment. I will bear you harmless of the consequences with him. You will act upon my responsibility. I pledge my honour for your safety. Use all dispatch, and calculate upon due requital from Maud Rookwood. Haste, and God speed you. God speed you, echoed Dick, in his own voice, contemptuously. The devil drive you would have been a fitter postscript, and it was upon this precious errand you came, Mr. Coates. Precisely, replied the attorney. But I find the premises preoccupied. Fast as I have ridden, you are here before me. And what do you now propose to do? asked Turpin. Bargain with you for the body, replied Coates, in an insinuating tone. With me? said Dick. Do you take me for a resurrection cove? For a dealer in dead stock, sir? I take you for one sufficiently alive, in a general way, to his own interests, returned Coates. These gentlemen may not perhaps be quite so scrupulous when they hear my proposals. Be silent, sir, interrupted Turpin. Hist! I hear the tramp of horses' hoofs without. Hark! That shout! Make your own terms before they come, said Coates. Leave all to me. I put 'em on a wrong scent. To the devil with your terms, cried Turpin. The signal! And he pulled the trigger of one of Coates's pistols, the shot of which rang the ears of the astounded attorney as it whizzed past him. Drag him into the mouth of the vault, thundered Turpin. He will be a capital cover in case of attack. Look to your sticks, and be on the alert. Away! Vainly did the unfortunate attorney kick and struggle, swear and scream. His hat was pushed over his eyes, his bobwig thrust into his mouth, and his legs tripped from under him. Thus blind, dumb, and half suffocated, he was hurried into the entrance of the cell. Dick, meanwhile, dashed to the arched outlet of the ruin. He there drew in the rein, and Black Bess stood motionless as a statue. End of chapter 13, book 3. Chapter 14, book 3 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood, Book 3, Chapter 14. Dick Turpin. Many a fine fellow with a genius extensive enough to have effected universal reformation has been doomed to perish by the halter. But does not such a man's renown extend through centuries and tens of centuries, while many a prince would be overlooked in history, were it not the historian's interest to increase the number of his pages? Nay, when the traveller sees a gibbet, does he not exclaim, "That fellow was no fool," and lament the hardship of the times? Schiller, The Robbers. Turpin's quick eye ranged over the spreading sward in front of the ancient priory, and his brow became contracted. The feeling, however, was transient. The next instant saw him the same easy, reckless being he had been before. There was a little more paleness in his cheek than usual, but his look was keener, and his knees involuntarily clasped the saddle more firmly. No other symptom of anxiety was perceptible. It would be no impeachment to Dick's valour were it necessary to admit that a slight tremor crossed him as he scanned the formidable array of his opponents. The admission is needless. Dick himself would have been the last man to own it, Nor shall we do the memory of our undaunted highwayman any such injustice. Turpin was intrepid to a fault. He was rash, apt to run risks for the mere pleasure of getting out of them. Danger was his delight, and the degree of excitement was always in proportion to the peril incurred. After the first glance, he became, to use his own expressive phrase, as cool as a cucumber, and continued, as long as they permitted him, like a skilful commander, calmly to calculate the numerical strength of his adversaries, and to arrange his own plan of resistance. This troop of horsemen, for such it was, might probably amount in the aggregate to 20 men, and presented an appearance like that of a strong muster at a rustic fox chase, due allowance being made for the various weapons of offence, to wit, naked sabres, firelocks, and a world of huge horse pistols, which the present field carried along with them. This resemblance was heightened by the presence of an old huntsman and a gamekeeper or two, in scarlet and green jackets, and a few yelping hounds that had followed after them. The majority of the crew consisted of sturdy yeomen, some of which, mounted upon wild unbroken colts, had pretty lives of it to maintain their seats, and curvetted about in most admired disorder. Others were seated upon more docile, but quite as provoking specimens of the cat-horse breed, whose sluggish sides, reckless alike of hobnailed heel or ash sapling, refused to obey their riders' intimations to move; while others again brought stiff, wrong-headed ponies to the charge, obstinate, impracticable little brutes, who seemed to prefer revolving on their own axis, and describing absurd rotatory motions, to proceeding in the direct and proper course pointed out to them. Dick could scarcely forbear laughing at these ridiculous manoeuvres, but his attention was chiefly attracted towards 3 individuals, who were evidently the leaders of this warlike expedition. In the thin, tall figure of the first of these he recognized Ranulph Rookwood. With the features and person of the second of the group he was not entirely unacquainted, nor incorrectly fancied that his military bearing, or, as he would have expressed it, the soldier-like cut of his jib, could belong to no other than Major Mowbray, whom he had once eased of a purse on Finchley Common. In the round, rosy countenance and robustious person of the last of the trio he discovered his ancient ally, Titus Tyrconnel. "Ah, Titus, my jewel, are you there?" exclaimed Dick, as he distinguished the Irishman. "Come, I have one friend among them whom I may welcome. So they see me now. Off they come, pell-mell. Back, Bess, back. Slowly, wench, slowly. There, stand." And Bess again remained motionless. The report of Turpin's pistol reached the ears of the troop, and as all were upon the alert, he had scarcely presented himself at the gateway when a loud shout was raised, and the whole cavalcade galloped towards him, creating, as may be imagined, the wildest disorder, each horseman yelling as he neared the arch, and got involved in the press occasioned by the unexpected concentration of forces at that point, while oaths and blows, kicks and cuffs, were reciprocated with such hearty goodwill that, had Turpin ever read Ariosto or Cervantes, or heard of the discord of King Agramente's camp, this melee must have struck him as its realization. As it was, entertaining little apprehension of the result, he shouted encouragement to them. Scarcely, however, had the foremost horseman disentangled himself from the crowd, and, struggling to the door, was in the act of levelling his pistol at Turpin's head, when a well-directed ball pierced the brain of his charger, and horse and man rolled to the ground. Vowing vengeance, a second succeeded, and was in like manner compelled to bite the dust. "That will let old Peter know that Ranulph Rookwood is at hand," exclaimed Dick. "I shan't throw away another shot." The scene at the archway was now one of complete confusion. Terrified by the shots, some of the boors would have drawn back, while others, in mid-career, advanced and propelled them forwards. It was like the meeting of 2 tides. Here and there, regardless of the bit, and scared by the firing, a wild colt broke all bounds, and hurling his rider in the air, darted off into the green, or, in another case, rushed forward, and encountering the prostrate cattle cumbering the entrance to the Priory Hall, stumbled, and precipitated his master neck over heels at the very feet of his enemy. During all this tumult, a few shots were fired at the highwayman, which, without doing him a jot of mischief, tended materially to increase their own confusion. The voice of Turpin was now heard above the din and turmoil to sound a parley, and as he appeared disposed to offer no opposition, some of his antagonists ventured to raise themselves from the ground and to approach him. "I demand to be led to Sir Ranulph Rookwood," said Turpin. "He is here," said Ranulph, riding up. "Villain, you are my prisoner." "As you list, Sir Ranulph," returned Dick, coolly. "But let me have a word in private with you, ere you do aught you may repent hereafter." "No words, sir. Deliver up your arms, or—" "My pistols are at your service," replied Dick. "I have just discharged them." "You may have others. We must search you." "Hold!" cried Dick. "If you will not listen to me, read that paper." And he handed Ranulph his mother's letter to Mr. Coates. It was without the superscription, which he had thrown aside. "My mother's hand!" exclaimed Ranulph, reddening with anger, as he hastily perused its contents. "And she sent this to you? You lie, villain. 'Tis a forgery." "Let this speak for me," returned Dick, holding out the finger upon which Lady Rookwood's ring was placed. "Know you that cipher?" "You have stolen it," retorted Ranulph. "My mother," added he, in a deep, stern whisper, articulated only for Turpin's hearing, "would never have entrusted her honor to a highwayman's keeping." "She has entrusted more her life," replied Dick, in a careless tone. "She would have bribed me to do murder." "Murder!" echoed Ranulph, aghast. "Ay, to murder your brother," returned Dick. "But let that pass. You have read that note. I have acted solely upon your mother's responsibility. Lady Rookwood's honor is pledged for my safety. Of course, her son will set me free." "Never." "Well, as you please. Your mother is in my power. Betray me, and you betray her." "No more," returned Ranulph, sternly. "Go your ways. You are free." "Pledge me your word of honor I am safe." Ranulph had scarcely given his pledge, when Major Mowbray rode furiously up. A deep flush of anger burnt upon his cheeks. His sword was drawn in his hand. He glanced at Turpin, as if he would have felled him from his saddle. "This is the ruffian," cried the major, fiercely, "by whom I was attacked some months ago, and for whose apprehension the reward of £300 is offered by his Majesty's proclamation, with a free pardon to his accomplices. This is Richard Turpin. He has just added another crime to his many offences. He has robbed my mother and sister. The postboy knew him the moment he came up. Where are they, villain? Whither have they gone? Answer." "I know not," replied Turpin, calmly. "Did not the lad tell you they were rescued?" "Rescued? By whom?" asked Ranulph, with great emotion. "By one who calls himself Sir Luke Rookwood," answered Turpin, with a meaning smile. "By him!" ejaculated Ranulph. "Where are they now?" "I have already answered that question," said Dick. "I repeat, I know not." "You are my prisoner," cried the major, seizing Turpin's bridle. "I have Sir Ranulph's word for my safety," rejoined Turpin. "Let go my rein." "How is this?" asked Major Mowbray, incredulously. "Ask me not. Release him," replied Ranulph. "Ranulph," said the major, "you ask an impossibility. My honor, my duty is implicated in this man's capture." "The honor of all of us is involved in his deliverance," returned Ranulph, in a whisper. "Let him go. I will explain all hereafter. Let us search for them for Eleanor. Surely, after this, you will help us to find them," added he, addressing Turpin. "I wish with all my soul I could do so," replied the highwayman. "I seed the ladies cross the brook and enter these old ruins," interposed the postboy, who had now joined the party. "I seed 'em from where I stood on the hillside, and as I kept a pretty sharp lookout, and have a tolerably bright eye of my own, I don't think as how they ever comed out again." "Some one is hidden within yon fissure in the wall," exclaimed Ranulph. "I see a figure move." And he flung himself from his horse, rushing towards the mouth of the cell. Imitating his example, Major Mowbray followed his friend, sword in hand. "The game begins now in right earnest," said Dick to himself. "The old fox will be soon unearthed.
I must look to my snappers." And he thrust his hand quietly into his pocket in search of a pistol. Just as Ranulph and the Major reached the recess, they were startled by the sudden apparition of the ill-fated attorney. "Mr. Coates!" exclaimed Ranulph in surprise. "What do you here, sir?" That is, Sir Ranulph, you must excuse me, sir. Particular business, can't say," returned the trembling attorney, for at this instant his eye caught that of Turpin, and the ominous reflection of a polished steel barrel held carelessly towards him. He was aware also that on the other hand he was, in like manner, the mark of Rust and Wilder, those polite gentlemen having threatened him with a brace of slugs in his brain if he dared to betray their hiding place. "It is necessary that I should be guarded in my answers," murmured he. "Is there any one within that place besides yourself?" said the Major, making a movement thither. "No, sir, nobody at all," answered Coates, hastily fancying at the same time that he heard the click of a pistol that was to be his death warrant. "How came you here, sir?" demanded Ranulph. "Do you mean in this identical spot?" replied Coates, evasively. "You can have no difficulty in answering that question," said the Major, sternly. "Pardon me, sir, I find considerable difficulty in answering any question, situated as I am." "Have you seen Mrs. Mowbray?" asked Ranulph, eagerly. "Or my mother?" said the Major, in the same breath. "Neither," replied Coates, rather relieved by these questions. "I suspect you are deceiving us, sir," said the Major. "Your manner is confused. I am convinced you know more of this matter than you choose to explain, and if you do not satisfy me at once, fully and explicitly, I vow to heaven—" And the Major's sword described a glittering circle around his head. "Are you privy to their concealment?" asked Ranulph. "Have you seen aught of them, or of Luke Bradley?" "Speak, or this moment is your last," said the Major. "If it is my last, I cannot speak," returned Coates. "I can neither make head nor tail of your questions, gentlemen." "And you positively assure me you have not seen Mrs. Mowbray and her daughter?" said Ranulph. Turpin here winked at Coates. The attorney understood him. "I don't positively assert that," faltered he. "How? You have seen them?" shouted Ranulph. "Where are they? In safety? Speak," added the Major. Another expressive gesture from the highwayman communicated to the attorney the nature of his reply. "Without, sir, without. Yonder," he replied. "I will show you myself. Follow, gentlemen, follow." And away scampered Coates, without once venturing to look behind him. In an instant the ruined hall was deserted, and Turpin alone left behind. In the excitement of the moment his presence had been forgotten. In an instant afterwards the arena was again occupied by a company equally numerous. Rust and Wilder issued from their hiding places, followed by a throng of the gipsy crew. "Where is Sir Luke Rookwood?" asked Turpin. "He remains below," was the answer returned. "And Peter Bradley?" "Stays there likewise." "No matter. Now make ready, pals. Give 'em one shout." "Hurrah! Hurrah!" replied the crowd, at the top of their voices. Ranulph Rookwood and his companions heard this shout. Mr. Coates had already explained the stratagem practised upon them by the wily highwayman, as well as the perilous situation in which he himself had been placed; and they were in the act of returning to make good his capture, when the loud shouts of the crew arrested them. From the clamour, it was evident that considerable reinforcement must have arrived from some unlooked-for quarter, and although burning to be avenged upon the audacious highwayman, the Major felt it would be a task of difficulty, and that extreme caution could alone ensure success. With difficulty restraining the impatience of Ranulph, who could scarcely brook these few minutes of needful delay, Major Mowbray gave particular instructions to each of the men in detail, and caused several of them to dismount. By this arrangement Mr. Coates found himself accommodated with a steed and a pair of pistols, with which latter he vowed to wreak his vengeance upon some of his recent tormentors. After a short space of time occupied in this manner, the troops slowly advanced towards the postern, in much better order than upon the previous occasion.
but the stoutest of them quailed as they caught sight of the numerous gipsy gang drawn out in battle array within the abbey walls. Each party scanned the other's movements in silence and wonder, anxiously waiting, yet in a measure dreading, their leader's signal to begin. That signal was not long delayed. A shot from the ranks of Rookwood did instant and bitter execution. Rob Rust was stretched lifeless upon the ground. Nothing more was needed. The action now became general. Firearms were discharged on both sides, without much damage to either party, but a rush being made by a detachment of horse, headed by Major Mowbray, the conflict soon became more serious. The gipsies, after the first fire, threw aside their pistols and fought with long knives, with which they inflicted desperate gashes both on men and horses. Major Mowbray was slightly wounded in the thigh, and his steed, receiving the blow intended for himself, stumbled and threw his rider. Luckily for the major, Ranulph Rookwood was at hand, and with the butt end of a heavy-handed pistol felled the ruffian to the earth, just as he was upon the point of repeating the thrust. Turpin, meanwhile, had taken comparatively a small share in the conflict. He seemed to content himself with acting upon the defensive, and except in the case of Titus Tyrconnel, whom, espying amidst the crowd, he had considerably alarmed by sending a bullet through his wig, he did not fire a single shot. He also succeeded in unhorsing Coates by hurling with great dexterity the empty pistol at his head. Though apparently unconcerned in the skirmish, he did not flinch from it, but kept his ground unyieldingly. A charmed life he seemed to bear, for amid the shower of bullets, many of which were especially aimed at himself, he came off unhurt.
"He that's born to be hanged will never be drowned, that's certain," said Titus. "It's no use trying to bring him down. But by Jesus, he's spoiled the best hat and wig anyhow. There's a hole in my beaver as big as a crown piece." "Your own crown's safe, and that's some satisfaction," said Coates, "whereas mine has a bump on it as large as a swan's egg. Ah, if we could only get behind him." The strife continued to rage without intermission, and though there were now several ghastly evidences of its fury, in the shape of wounded men and slaughtered or disabled horses, whose gaping wounds flooded the turf with gore, it was still difficult to see upon which side victory would eventually declare itself. The gipsies, though by far the greater sufferers of the two, firmly maintained their ground. Drenched in the blood of the horses they had wounded, and brandishing their long knives, they presented a formidable and terrific appearance, the effect of which was not at all diminished by their wild yells and savage gesticulations. On the other hand, headed by Major Mowbray and Ranulph, the troop of yeomen pressed on undauntedly, and where the sturdy farmers could get a firm grip of their lithe antagonists, or deliver a blow with their ox-like fists, they seldom failed to make good the advantages which superior weight and strength gave them. It will thus be seen that as yet they were pretty well matched. Numbers were in favour of the gipsies, but courage was equally distributed, and perhaps, what is emphatically called bottom, was in favour of the rustics. Be this as it may, from what had already occurred, there was every prospect of a very serious termination to the fray. From time to time, Turpin glanced to the entrance of the cell, in the expectation of seeing Sir Luke Rookwood make his appearance; and as he was constantly disappointed in his expectation, he could not conceal his chagrin. At length he resolved to dispatch a messenger to him, and one of the crew accordingly departed upon this errand. He returned presently with a look of blank dismay. In our hasty narrative of the fight, we have not paused to particularize, neither have we enumerated the list of combatants. Amongst them, however, were Jerry Juniper, the Knight of Malta, and Zoroaster. Excalibur, as may be conceived, had not been idle, but that trenchant blade had been shivered by Ranulph Rookwood in the early stage of the business, and the knight left weaponless. Zoroaster, who was not merely a worshipper of fire, but a thorough milling cove, had engaged to some purpose in a pugilistic encounter with the rustics, and having fought several rounds, now bore his blushing honours thick upon him. Jerry, like Turpin, had remained tolerably quiescent. The proper moment, he said, had not arrived. A fatality seemed to attend Turpin's immediate companions. Rust was the first who fell. Wilder also was now among the slain. Things were precisely in this condition when the messenger returned.
A marked change was instantly perceptible in Turpin's manner. He no longer looked on with indifference. He seemed angry and distrustful. He gnawed his lip, ever a sign with him of vexation. Addressing a few words to those about him, he then spoke more loudly to the rest of the crew. Being in the jargon of the tawny tribe, his words were not intelligible to the opposite party, but their import was soon made known by the almost instant and total relinquishment of the field by the gipsies. They took to their heels at once, to a man, leaving only a few desperately wounded men behind them, and flying along the intricate ruins of the priory, baffled all pursuit, wherever it was attempted. Jerry Juniper was the last in the retreat, but upon receiving a hint from Dick, he vaulted like a roe over the heads of his adversaries and made good his escape. Turpin alone remained. He stood like a lion at bay, quietly regarding the huntsmen hurtling around him. Ranulph Rookwood rode up and bade him surrender. "Detain me not," cried he, in a voice of thunder. "If you would save her who is dear to you, descend into that vault. Off, I say." And Turpin shook away with ease the grasp that Ranulph had laid upon him. "Villain, you do not escape me this time," said Major Mowbray, interposing himself between Turpin and the outlet. "Major Mowbray, I would not have your blood upon my head," said Dick. "Let me pass," and he levelled a pistol. "Fire, if you dare," said the major, raising his sword. "You pass not. I will rather die than allow you to escape. Barricade the door. Strike him down if he attempts to pass. Richard Turpin, I arrest you in the king's name. You hear, my lads, in his majesty's name. I command you to assist me in this highwayman's capture. £200 for his head." 200 devils!" exclaimed Dick, with a laugh of disdain. "Go, seek your mother and sister within yon vault, Major Mowbray. You will find employment enough there." Saying which, he suddenly forced Bess to back a few yards. Then, striking his heels sharply into her sides, ere his purpose could be divined by the spectators, charged, and cleared the lower part of the mouldering priory walls. This feat was apparently accomplished with no great effort by his admirable and unequalled mare. "By the powers!" cried Titus, "and he's given us the slip after all, and just when we thought to make sure of him too. Why, Mr. Coates, that wall must be higher than a 5-barred gate or any stone wall in my country. It's just the most extraordinary lep I ever set eyes on." "The devil's in the fellow, certainly, or in his mare," returned Coates. "But if he escapes me, I'll forgive him. I know whither where he's bound. He's off to London with my bill of exchange. I'll be up with him. I'll track him like a bloodhound, slowly and surely, as my father, the thief-taker, used to follow up a scent. Recollect the hare and the tortoise. The race is not always to the swift. What say you? 'Tis a match for £500, nay, for 5,000, for there is a certain marriage certificate in the way, a glorious golden venture. You shall go halves if we win. We'll have him dead or alive. What say you for London, Mr. Tyrconnel? Shall we start at once?" "With all my soul," replied Titus. "I'm with you." And away this par nobile scoured. Ranulph, meantime, plunged into the vault. The floor was slippery, and he had nigh stumbled. Loud and deep lamentations, and the wailing sound, like that of a lament for the dead, resounded in his ears. A light at the further extremity of the vault attracted his attention. He was filled with terrible forebodings, but the worst reality was not so terrible as suspense. He rushed towards the light. He passed the massive pillars, and there, by the ruddy torch flame, discovered 2 female figures. One was an old woman, fantastically attired, wringing her hands and moaning, or gibbering wild strains in broken, discordant, yet pathetic tones. The other was Mrs. Mowbray. Both were images of despair. Before them lay some motionless object. He noticed not that old woman. He scarcely saw Mrs. Mowbray. He beheld only that object of horror. It was the lifeless body of a female. The light fell imperfectly upon the face. He could not discern the features, but the veil in which it was swathed, that veil was Eleanor's. He asked no more. With a wild cry he rushed forward. "Eleanor, my beloved!" shrieked he. Mrs. Mowbray started at his voice, but appeared stunned and helpless. "She is dead," said Ranulph, stooping towards the body. "Dead! Dead!" "Ay,
echoed the old woman, in accents of equal anguish. Dead! Dead! But this is not Eleanor! Exclaimed he, as he viewed the features more closely. This face, though beautiful, is not hers. This dishevelled hair is black. The long lashes that shade her cheek are of the same hue. She is scarce dead. The hand I clasp is yet warm. The fingers are pliant. Yet she is dead, said the old woman, in a broken voice. She is slain. Who hath slain her? Asked Ranulph. I, her mother, slew her. You? Exclaimed Ranulph, horror-stricken. And where is Eleanor? Asked he. Was she not here? Better she were here now, even though she were as that poor maid, groaned Mrs. Mowbray, than where she is. Where is she, then? Asked Ranulph, with frantic eagerness. Fled, whither I know not. With whom? With Sir Luke Rookwood, with Alan Rookwood. They have borne her hence. Ranulph, you are too late. Gone! Cried Ranulph, fiercely springing to his feet. How escaped they? There appears to be but one entrance to this vault. I will search each nook and cranny. 'Tis vain, replied Mrs. Mowbray. There is another outlet through yon cell. By that passage they escaped. Too true, shouted Ranulph, who flew to examine the cell. And wherefore followed you not? The stone rolled to its mouth, and resisted my efforts. I could not follow. Torture and death! She is lost to me for ever, cried Ranulph, bitterly. No, exclaimed Barbara, clutching his arm. Place your trust in me, and I will find her for you. You? Ejaculated Ranulph. Even I, replied Barbara. Your wrongs shall be righted. My Sybil be avenged. End of chapter 14, book 3. Chapter 1, Book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4. The Ride to York. Then one halloo, boys, one loud cheering halloo, to the swiftest of coursers, the gallant, the true. For the sportsman unborn shall the memory bless of the horse of the highwayman, bonny Black Bess. Richard Turpin. Chapter 1. The Rendezvous at Kilburn. Hind. Drink deep, my brave boys, of the bastinado, of stramazons, tinctures, and slie passatas, of the caricado and rare embracado, of blades and rapier hilts of surest guard, of the Vincentio and Burgundian ward. Have we not bravely tossed this bombast foil button? Win gold and wear gold, boys, 'tis we that merit it. Prince of Prigg's Revels. An excellent comedy, replete with various conceits and Tarltonian mirth. The present straggling suburb at the north-west of the metropolis, known as Kilburn, had scarcely been called into existence a century ago, and an ancient hostel with a few detached farmhouses were the sole inhabitants to be found in the present populous vicinage. The place of refreshment for the ruralising cockney of 1737 was a substantial-looking tenement of the good old stamp, with great bay windows and a balcony in front, bearing as its ensign the jovial visage of the lusty knight Jack Falstaff. Shaded by a spreading elm, a circular bench embraced the aged trunk of the tree, sufficiently tempting, no doubt, to incline the wanderer on those dusty ways to rest and be thankful, and to cry encore to a frothing tankard of the best ale to be obtained within the chimes of Bow Bells. Upon a table, green as the privet and holly that formed the walls of the bower in which it was placed, stood a great china bowl, one of those leviathan memorials of bygone wassailry which we may sometimes espy, reversed in token of its desuetude,
perched on the top of an old japanned closet, but seldom, if ever, encountered in its proper position at the genial board. All the appliances of festivity were at hand. Pipes and rummers strewed the board. Perfume, subtle yet mellow, as of pine and lime, exhaled from out the bowl, and mingling with the scent of a neighbouring bed of mignonette, and the subdued odour of the Indian weed, formed altogether as delectable an atmosphere of sweets as one could wish to inhale on a melting August afternoon. So at least thought the inmates of the Arbor, nor did they by any means confine themselves to the gratification of a single sense. The ambrosial contents of the china bowl proved as delicious to the taste as its bouquet was grateful to the smell, while the eyesight was soothed by reposing on the smooth sward of a bowling green, spread out immediately before it, or in dwelling upon gently undulating meads, terminating at about a mile's distance in the woody spire-crowned heights of Hampstead. At the left of the table was seated, or rather lounged, a slender, elegant-looking young man, with dark, languid eyes, sallow complexion, and features wearing that peculiar, pensive expression often communicated by dissipation, an expression which, we regret to say, is sometimes found more pleasing than it ought to be in the eyes of the gentle sex. Habited in a light summer riding dress, fashioned according to the taste of the time, of plain and unpretending material, and rather under than overdressed, he had perhaps on that very account perfectly the air of a gentleman. There was altogether an absence of pretension about him, which, combined with great apparent self-possession, contrasted very forcibly with the vulgar assurance of his showy companions. The figure of the youth was slight, even to fragility, giving little outward manifestation of the vigour of frame he in reality possessed. This spark was a no less distinguished personage than Tom King, a noted high tobygloak of his time, who obtained, from his appearance and address, the sobriquet of the gentleman highwayman. Tom was, indeed, a pleasant fellow in his day. His career was brief, but brilliant. Your meteors are ever momentary. He was a younger son of a good family, had good blood in his veins, though not a groat in his pockets. According to the old song, when he arrived at man's estate, it was all the estate he had, and all the estate he was ever likely to have. Nevertheless, if he had no income, he contrived, as he said, to live as if he had the mines of Peru at his control, a miracle not solely confined to himself. For a moneyless man, he had rather expensive habits. He kept his 3 nags, and if fame does not belie him, a like number of mistresses. Nay, if we are to place any faith in certain scandalous chronicles to which we have had access, he was for some time the favoured lover of a celebrated actress, who, for the time, supplied him with the means of keeping up his showy establishment. But things could not long hold thus. Tom was a model of infidelity, and that was the only failing his mistress could not overlook. She dismissed him at a moment's notice. Unluckily, too, he had other propensities which contributed to involve him. He had a taste for the turf, a taste for play, was well known in the hundreds of Drury, and cut no mean figure at Howell's and the faro tables there anent. He was the glory of the Smyrna, D'Osindars, and other chocolate houses of the day, and it was at this time he fell into the hands of certain dexterous sharpers, by whom he was at first plucked, and subsequently patronized. Under their tuition he improved wonderfully. He turned his wit and talent to some account. He began to open his eyes. His 9 days' blindness was over. The dog saw. But, in spite of his quickness, he was at length discovered and ejected from Howell's in a manner that left him no alternative. He must either have called out his adversary, or have gone out himself. He preferred the latter, and took to the road, and in his new line he was eminently successful. Fortunately, he had no scruples to get over. Tom had what Sir Walter Scott happily denominates an indistinct notion of meum and tuum, and became confirmed in the opinion that everything he could lay hands upon constituted lawful spoil. And then, even those he robbed admitted that he was the most gentlemanlike highwayman they had ever the fortune to meet with, and trusted they might always be so lucky. So popular did he become upon the road, that it was accounted a distinction to be stopped by him. He made a point of robbing none but gentlemen, and Tom's shade would quarrel with us were we to omit them, ladies. His acquaintance with Turpin was singular, and originated in a rencontre. Struck with his appearance, Dick presented a pistol, and bade King deliver. The latter burst into a laugh, and an explanation immediately ensued. Thenceforward they became sworn brothers, the Pylades and Orestes of the road, and though seldom seen together in public, had many a merry moonlight ride in company. Tom still maintained 3 mistresses, his valet, his groom, Tiger we should have called him, and many a change of clothes besides, says his biographer, with which he appeared more like a lord than a highwayman. And what more, we should like to know, would a lord wish to have? Few younger sons, we believe, can boast so much, and it is chiefly on their account, with some remote view to the benefit of the unemployed youth of all professions, that we have enlarged so much upon Tom King's history. The road, we must beg to repeat, is still open. The chances are greater than they ever were. We fully believe it is their only road to preferment, and we are sadly in want of highwaymen. Fancy Tom lounging at D'Osyndar's, carelessly tapping his boots on the steps. There he stands. Is he not a devilish good-looking, gentleman-like sort of fellow? You could never have taken him for a highwayman but for our information. A waiter appears. Supper is ordered at 12, a broiled chicken, and a bottle of Burgundy. His groom brings his nags to the door. He mounts. It is his custom to ride out on an evening. He is less liable to interruption. At Marylebone Fields, now the Regent's Park, his groom leaves him. He has a mistress in the neighbourhood. He is absent for a couple of hours, and returns gay or dispirited, as his luck may have turned out. At 12 he is at supper, and has the night before him. How very easy all this seems. Can it be possible we have no Tom Kings? To return to Tom as he was in the arbour, judging from his manner, he appeared to be almost insensible to the presence of his companions, and to be scarcely a partaker in their revelry. His back was towards his immediate neighbour, his glass sparkled untouched at his elbow, and one hand, beautifully white and small, a mark of his birth and breeding, crede Byron, rested upon the edge of the table, while his thin, delicate digits, palpably demonstrative of his faculty for adaptation, crede James Hardy Vaux, were employed with a silver toothpick. In other respects, he seemed to be lost in reverie, and was, in all probability, meditating new exploits. Next to King sat our old friend Jerry Juniper, not, however, the Jerry of the gipsies, but a much more showy-looking personage. Jerry was no longer a gentleman of 3 outs. The difficulty would now have been to say that he was without. Snake-like he had cast his slough, and rejoiced in new and brilliant investiture. His were speaking garments, speaking pockets too. His linen was of the finest, his hose of the smartest. Gay rings glittered on his fingers. A crystal snuff-box underwent graceful manipulation. A handsome gold repeater was sometimes drawn from its location, with a monstrous bunch of onions, Anglice seals, depending from its massive chain. Lace adorned his wrists and shoes, of which they had long been unconscious, with buckles nearly as large as themselves confined his feet. A rich powdered peruke and silver-hilted sword completed the gear of the transmogrified Jerry, or, as he now chose to be designated, Count Albert Conyers. The fact was that Jerry, after the fracas, apprehensive that the country would be too hot for him, had, in company with Zoroaster, quitted the ranks of the canting crew, and made the best of his way to town. A lucky spice on the road set them up, and having some acquaintance with Tom King, the party, on their arrival, sought him out at his customary haunt, D'Osyndar's, and enlisted under his banners. Tom received them with open arms, gave them unlimited use of his wardrobe, and only required a little trifling assistance in return. He had a grand scheme in petto, in the execution of which they could mainly assist him. Jerry was a Greek by nature, and could land a flat as well as the best of them. Zoroaster was just the man to lose a fight, or, in the language of the fancy, to play across. No two legs could serve Tom's purposes better. He welcomed them with fraternal affection. We will now proceed to reconnoitre Jerry's opposite neighbour, who was, however, no other than the upright man, the Magus Zoroaster, that great name. Changed as was Juniper, the Magus was yet more whimsically metamorphosed. Some traces of Jerry still remained, but not a vestige was left of the original Dimber Damber. His tawny mother had not known her son. This alteration, however, was not owing to change of dress. It was the result of the punishment he had received at the set to at the priory. Not a feature was in its place. His swollen lip trespassed upon the precincts of his nose trod hard upon his cheek, while his cheek again, not to be behind the rest, rose up like an apple dumpling under his single eye. Single, we say, for alas, there was no speculation in the other. His dexter daylight was utterly darkened, and indeed, the orb that remained was as sanguinary a luminary as ever struggled through a London fog at noonday. To borrow a couplet or so from the laureate of the fancy, one of his peepers was put on the bankruptcy list, with his shop windows shut, while the other made nearly as tag-rag a show, all rimmed round with black like the courier in woe. One black patch decorated his rainbow-coloured cheek, another adorned his chin. A grinder having been dislodged, his pipe took possession of the aperture. His toggery was that of a member of the prize ring. What we now call a belcher bound his throat. A spotted fogle bandaged his jabbernowl and shaded his right peeper, while a white beaver crowned the occiput of the Magus. And though at first sight they would appear to be some incongruity in the association of such a battered character as the upright man with his smart companions, the reader's wonder will rapidly diminish when he reflects that any distinguished P.C. man can ever find a ready passport to the most exclusive society. Viewed in this light, Zoroaster's familiarity with his swell acquaintance occasioned no surprise to old Simon Carr, the bottle-nosed landlord of the Falstaff, who was a man of discernment in his way, and knew a thing or two. Despite such striking evidences to the contrary, the Magus was perfectly at his ease, and sacrificing as usual to the god of flame. His mithra, or pipe, the symbol of his faith, was zealously placed between his lips, and never did his Chaldean, Bactrian, Persian, Pamphylian, Proconnesian, or Babylonian namesake, whichever of the six was the true Zoroaster, vide Baal, respire more fervently at the altar of fire than our Magus at the end of his enkindled tube. In his creed we believe Zoroaster was a duelist, and believed in the coexistence and mystical relation of the principles of good and ill. His pipe being his Yezdan, or benign influence, his empty pouch his Ahriman, or the devil. We shall not pause to examine his tenets. We meddle with no man's religious opinions, and shall leave the Magus to the enjoyment of his own sentiments, be they what they may. One guest alone remains, and him we shall briefly dismiss. The reader, we imagine, will scarcely need to be told who was the owner of those keen grey eyes, those exuberant red whiskers, that airy azure frock. It was our brave co-partner of the roads, skilful surveyor of highways and hedges. In a word, Dick Turpin. Dick had been called upon to act as president of the board, and an excellent president he made, sedulously devoting himself to the due administration of the punch bowl. Not a rummer was allowed to stand empty for an instant. Toast, sentiment, and anacreontic song succeeded each other at speedy intervals, but there was no speechifying, no politics. He left church and state to take care of themselves. Whatever his politics might be, Dick never allowed them to interfere with his pleasures. His maxim was to make the most of the passing moment. Dum vivimus, vivamus, was never out of his mind. A precautionary measure which we recommend to the adoption of all gentlemen of the like, or any other precarious profession. Notwithstanding all Dick's efforts to promote conviviality, seconded by the excellence of the beverage itself, conversation, somehow or other, began to flag. From being general, it became particular. Tom King, who was no punch-bibber, especially at that time of day, fell into a deep reverie. Your gamesters often do so, while the Magus, who had smoked himself drowsy, was composing himself to doze. Turpin seized this opportunity of addressing a few words on matters of business to Jerry Juniper, or, as he now chose to be called, Count Conyers. "My dear Count," said Dick, in a low and confidential tone, "you are aware that my errand to town is accomplished. I have smashed Lawyer Coates's screen, pocketed the dimmock. Here it is," continued he, parenthetically slapping his pockets, "and done t'other trick in prime twig for Tom King. With a cool 1,000 in hand, I might, if I chose, rest a while on my oars. But a quiet life don't suit me. I must be moving. So I shall start to Yorkshire to-night." "Indeed," said the soi-disant count, in a languid tone. "So soon?" "I have nothing to detain me," replied Dick. "And to tell you the truth, I want to see how matters stand with Sir Luke Rookwood. I should be sorry if he went to the wall for want of any assistance I can render him." "True," returned the count. "One would regret such an occurrence, certainly. But I fear your assistance may arrive a little too late. He's pretty well done up, I should imagine, by this time." "That remains to be seen," said Turpin. "His case is a bad one, to be sure, but I trust not utterly hopeless. With all his impetuosity and pride, I like the fellow, and will help him, if I can. It will be a difficult game to set him on his legs, but I think it may be done. That underground marriage was sheer madness, and turned out as ill as such a scheme might ever have been expected to do so. Poor Sybil! If I could pipe an eye for anything, it should be for her. I can't get her out of my head. Give me a pinch of snuff. Such thoughts unman one. As to the priest, that's a totally different affair. If he strangled his daughter, old Alan did right to take the law into his own hands, and throttle him in return. I'd have done the same thing myself. And being a prescribed Jesuit, returned, as I understand, without the king's license for so doing, why, Father Checkley's murder, if it must be so called, I can't abide hard terms, won't lie very heavy at Alan's door. That, however, was nothing to do with Sir Luke. He was neither accessory nor principal. Still, he will be in danger, at least from Lady Rookwood. The whole county of York, I make no doubt, is up in arms by this time." "Then why go thither?" asked the count, somewhat ironically. "For my part, I've a strange fancy for keeping out of harm's way as long as possible." "Every man to his taste," returned Turpin. "I love to confront danger. Run away? Always meet your foe." "True," replied the count. "Half-way, but you go the whole distance. What prudent man would beard the lion in his den?" "I was never a prudent man," rejoined Dick, smiling. "I have no superfluous caution about me. Come what will, I shall try to find out this Luke Rookwood, and offer him my purse, such as it is. And it is now better lined than usual, a hand free to act as he lists, and a head which, imprudent though it be, can often think better for others than for its own master." "Vastly fine!" exclaimed the count, with an ill-disguised sneer. "I hope you don't forget that the marriage certificate which you hold is perfectly valueless now. The estates, you are aware, are no longer Sir Luke's." "I see what you're driving at, Count," returned Dick, coldly. "But he will need it to establish his claim to the title, and he shall have it. While he was Sir Luke, with 10,000 a year, I drove a hard bargain, and would have stood out for the last stiver. Now that he's one of us, a mere knight of the road, he shall have it, and welcome." "Perhaps Lady Rookwood or Mrs. Mowbray might be inclined to treat," maliciously insinuated the count. "The title may be worth something to Ranulph." "It is worth more to Luke. and if it were not, he gets it. Are you satisfied?" "Perfectly," replied the Count, with affected bonhomie. "And I will now let you into a secret respecting Mrs. Mowbray, from which you may gather something for your guidance in this matter, and if the word of a woman is at all to be trusted, though individually I cannot say I have much faith in it, Sir Luke's planetary hour is not yet completely overcast." "That's exactly what I wish to know, my dear fellow," said Turpin, eagerly. "You have already told me you were witness to a singular interview between Miss Mowbray and Sir Luke after my departure from the priory. If I mistook you not, the whole business will hinge upon that. What occurred? Let me have every particular, the whole history and mystery." "You shall have it with pleasure," said the Count, "and I hope it may tend your benefit. After I had quitted the scene of action at the priory, and that your desire left the Rookwood party masters of the field, I fled with the rest of the crew towards the rocks. There we held a council of war for a short time. Some were for returning to the fight, but this was negatived entirely, and in the end it was agreed that those who had wives, daughters, and sisters should join them as speedily as possible at their retreat in the Grange. As I happened to have none of these attractive ties, and had only a troublesome mistress, who I thought could take care of herself, I did not care to follow them, but struck deeper into the wood, and made my way, guided by destiny, I suppose, towards the cave." "The cave!" cried Dick, rubbing his hands. "I delight in a cave. Tom King and I once had a cave of our own at Epping, and I'll have another one of these fine days. A cave is as proper to a highwayman as a castle to a baron. Pray, go on." "The cave I speak of," continued the Count, "was seldom used, except upon great emergencies by any of the Stophole Abbey crew. It was a sort of retiring den of our old lioness Barbara, and like all belonging to her, respected by her dupes. However, the cave is a good cave, for all that. It's well concealed by brushwood, and comfortably lighted from a crevice in the rock above. It lies near the brink of the stream, almost the woods, just above the waterfall, and is somewhat difficult of approach." "I know something of the situation," said Turpin. "Well," returned the Count, "not to lose time, into this den I crept, and expecting to find it vacant, you may imagine my surprise on discovering that it was already occupied, and that Sir Luke Rookwood, his grandad, old Alan, Miss Mowbray, and worst of all, the very person I wish most to avoid, my old flame Handassah, constituted the party. Fortunately, they did not perceive my entrance, and I took especial care not to introduce myself. Retreat, however, was for the moment impracticable, and I was compelled to be a listener. I cannot tell what had passed between the parties before my arrival, but I heard Miss Mowbray implore Sir Luke to conduct her to her mother. He seemed half inclined to comply with her entreaties, but old Alan shook his head. It was then that Handassah put in a word. The minx was ever ready at that. "Fear not," said she, "that she will wed Sir Ranulph. Deliver her to her friends, I beseech you, Sir Luke, and woo her honourably. She will accept you." Sir Luke stared incredulously, and grim old Alan smiled. "She has sworn to be yours," continued Handassah, "sworn it by every hope of heaven, and the oath has been sealed by blood, by Sybil's blood." "Does she speak the truth?" asked Sir Luke, trembling with agitation. Miss Mowbray answered not. "You will not deny it, lady," said Handassah. "I heard that oath proposed. I saw it registered. You cannot deny it." "I do not," replied Miss Mowbray, with much anguish of manner. "If he claim me, I am his." "And he will claim you," said Alan Rookwood, triumphantly. "He has your oath, no matter how extorted. You must fulfill your vow." "I am prepared to do so," said Eleanor. "But if you would not utterly destroy me, let this maid conduct me to my mother, to my friends." "To Ranulph?" asked Sir Luke, bitterly. "No, no," returned Mrs. Mowbray, in accents of deepest despair. "To my mother. I wish not to behold him again." "Be it so," cried Sir Luke. "But remember, in love or hate, you are mine. I shall claim the fulfilment of your oath. Farewell. Handassah will lead you to your mother." Miss Mowbray bowed her head, but returned no answer, while, followed by old Alan, Sir Luke departed from the cavern.
Whither went they? Demanded Turpin. That I know not, replied Jerry. I was about to follow, when I was prevented by the abrupt entrance of another party. Scarcely, I think, could the two Rookwoods have made good their retreat, when shouts were heard without, and young Ranulph and Major Mowbray forced their way, sword in hand, into the cave. Here was a situation! For me, I mean. To the young lady, I make no doubt, it was pleasant enough, but my neck was in jeopardy. However, you know, I'm not deficient in strength, and upon the present occasion I made the best use of the agility with which nature has endowed me. Amidst the joyous confusion, the sobbings and embracings and congratulations that ensued, I contrived, like a wild cat, to climb the rocky sides of the cave, and concealed myself behind a jutting fragment of stone. It was well I did so, for scarcely was I hidden, when in came old Barbara, followed by Mrs. Mowbray and a dozen others. Barbara! ejaculated Dick. Was she a prisoner? No, replied Jerry. The old hell-cat is too deep for that. She had betrayed Sir Luke, and hoped they would seize him and his grandad, but the birds were flown. I'm glad she was balked, said Dick. Was any search made after them? Can't say, replied Jerry. I could only distinctly catch the sounds of their voices from my lofty retreat. Before they left the cavern, I made out that Mrs. Mowbray resolved to go to Rookwood, and to take her daughter thither, a proceeding to which the latter demurred. To Rookwood? said Dick, musingly. Will she keep her oath, I wonder? That's more than I can say, said Jerry, sipping his punch. 'Tis a deceitful sex. 'Tis a deceitful sex, indeed, echoed Dick, tossing off a tumbler. For one Sybil, we meet with 20 handasses, Count? 20? Say rather 100, replied Jerry. 'Tis a vile sex. End of Chapter 1, Book 4. Chapter 2, Book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 2. Tom King. Grim. How gloriously the sun sets tonight. Moore. When I was a boy, my favourite thought was that I should live and die like yonder glorious orb. It was a boyish thought. Grim. True, Captain. The Robbers. Peace, based calumniators, exclaimed Tom King, aroused from his toothpick reverie by these aspersions of the best part of creation. Peace, I say. None shall dare abuse that dear devoted sex in the hearing of their champion, without pricking a lance with him in their behalf. What do you, either of you, who abuse woman in that wholesale style, know of her? Nothing. Less than nothing. And yet you venture, upon your paltry experience, to lift up your voices and decry the sex. Now, I do know her, and upon my own experience avouch that, as a sex, woman, compared with man, is as angel to a devil. As a sex, woman is faithful, loving, self-sacrificing. We 'tis that make her otherwise. We, selfish, exacting, neglectful men, we teach her indifference, and then blame her apt scholarship. We spoil our own hand, and then blame the cards. No abuse of women in my hearing. Give me a glass of grog, Dick. The sex, 3 times 3, and here's a song for you in the bargain. Saying which, in a mellow, plaintive tone, Tom gave the following: Pledge of the Highwayman. Come, fill up a bumpers to Eve's fairest daughters, who have lavished their smiles on the brave and the free. Toast the sweethearts of Dudley, Hind, Wilmot, and Waters, whate'er their attraction, whate'er their degree. Pledge, pledge in a bumper, each kind-hearted maiden, whose bright eyes were dimmed at the highwayman's fall, who stood by the gallows with sorrow o'erladen, bemoaning the fate of the gallant Duval. Here's to each lovely lass chance of war bringeth near one, whom with manner impassioned we tenderly stop, and to whom, like the lover addressing his dear one, in terms of entreaty the question we pop:
How oft, in such case, rosy lips have proved sweeter than the rosiest book, bright eyes saved a bright ring, while that one other kiss has brought off a repeater, and the bead as a favour, the favourite string. With our hearts readily rifled, each pocket we rifle, with the pure flame of chivalry stirring our breasts. Life's risk for our mistress's praise is a trifle, and each purse as a trophy our homage attests. Then toss off your glasses to all girls of spirit, ne'er with names or with number your memories vex. Our toast, boys, embraces each woman of merit, and for fear of omission we'll drink the whole sex.
Well, replied Dick, replenishing King's rummer while he laughed heartily at his ditty, I shan't refuse your toast, though my heart don't respond to your sentiments. Ah, Tom, the sex you praise so much will, I fear, prove your undoing. Do as you please, but curse me if I ever pin my life to a petticoat. I'd as soon think of neglecting the 4 cautions.
The 4 cautions, said King. What are they?
Did you never hear them? Replied Dick. Attend then, and be edified.
The 4 cautions. Pay attention to these cautions 4, and through life you will need little more. Should you dole out your days to 60, beware of a pistol before, beware of a pistol before.
And when backward his ears are inclined, and his tail with his ham is combined, caution to you will bear in your mind, beware of a prancer behind, behind, beware of a prancer behind. Thirdly, when in the park you may ride, on your best bit of blood, sir, astride, chatting gay to your old friend's young bride, beware of a coach at the side, beware of a coach at the side. Lastly, whether in purple or grey, canter, ranter, grave, solemn, or gay, whate'er he may do or may say, beware of a priest every way, beware of a priest every way.
Well, said Tom King, all you can sing or say don't alter my good opinion of the women. Not a secret have I from the girl of my heart. She could have sold me over and over again if she had chosen, but my sweet Sue is not the wench to do that.
It is not too late, said Dick. Your Delilah may yet hand you over to the Philistines.
Then I shall die in a good cause, said King. But the Tyburn tree has no terrors for me. Let better men swing, I'm at liberty. I shall never come to the scragging post, unless you turn topsman Dick Turpin. My nativity has been cast, and the stars have declared I am to die by the hand of my best friend, and that's you, eh, Dick?
It sounds like it, replied Turpin, but I advise you not to become too intimate with Jack Ketch. He may prove your best friend after all.
Why, faith, that's true, replied King, laughing. And if I must ride backwards up Holborn Hill, I'll do the thing in style, and honest Jack Ketch shall never want his dues. A man should always die game. We none of us know how soon our turn may come, but come when it will, I shall never flinch from it. As the highwayman's life is the fullest of zest, so the highwayman's death is the briefest and best. He dies not as other men die, by degrees, but at once, without flinching, and quite at his ease. As the song you are so fond of says, when I die, it will not be of consumption, and if the surgeon's knife must come near me, it will be after death. There's some comfort in that reflection, at all events.
True, replied Turpin, and, with a little alteration, my song would suit you capitally. There is not a king, should you search the world round, so blithe as the king's king, Tom King, to be found. Dear woman's his empire, each girl is his own, and he'd have a long reign if he'd let 'em alone.
Ha, 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 laughed Tom. And now, Dick, to change the subject, you are off, I understand, to Yorkshire tonight. Upon my soul, you are a wonderful fellow, an alibi personified, here and everywhere at the same time.
No wonder you are called the Flying Highwayman. Today in town, tomorrow at York, the day after at Chester.
The devil only knows where you will pitch your quarters a week hence. There are rumours of you in all counties at the same moment. This man swears you robbed him at Hounslow, that on Salisbury Plain, while another avers you monopolised Cheshire and Yorkshire, and that it isn't safe even to hunt without pops in your pocket. I heard some devilish good stories of you at D'Cindar's t'other day. The fellow who told them to me little thought I was a brother blade." "You flatter me," said Dick, smiling complacently, "but it's no merit of mine. Black Bess alone enables me to do it, and hers be the credit. Talking of being everywhere at the same time, you shall hear what she once did for me in Cheshire. Meantime, a glass to the best mare in England. You won't refuse that toast, Tom. Ah, if your mistress is only as true to you as my nag to me, you might set at naught the tightest hempen cravat that was ever twisted, and defy your best friend to hurt you. Black Bess, and God bless her. And now for the song." Saying which, with much emotion, Turpin chanted the following rhymes: Black Bess. Let the lover his mistress's beauty rehearse, and laud her attractions in languishing verse. Be it mine in rude strains, but with truth to express the love I bear to my bonny Black Bess. From the west was her dam, from the east was her sire. From the one came her swiftness, the other her fire. No peer of the realm better blood can possess than flows in the veins of my bonny Black Bess. Look, look, how that eyeball grows bright as a brand, that neck proudly arches, those nostrils expand. Mark that wide flowing mane, of which each silky tress might adorn prouder beauties, though none like Black Bess. Mark that skin sleek as velvet and dusky as night, with its jet undisfigured by one lock of white. That throat branched with veins, prompt to charge or caress. Now is she not beautiful, bonny Black Bess? Over highway and byway, in rough and smooth weather, some thousands of miles have we journeyed together, our coach the same straw, and our meal the same mess, no couple more constant than I and Black Bess. By moonlight, in darkness, by night or by day, her headlong career there is nothing can stay. She cares not for distance, she knows not distress. Can you show me a courser to match with Black Bess? "Egad, I should think not," exclaimed King. "You are as sentimental on the subject of your mare as I am when I think of my darling Susan. But pardon my interruption. Pray proceed." "Let me first clear my throat," returned Dick. "And now to resume. Once it happened in Cheshire, near Dunham, I popped on a horseman alone, whom I speedily stopped. That I lightened his pockets you'll readily guess. Quick work makes Dick Turpin when mounted on Bess. Now it seems the man knew me. 'Dick Turpin,' said he, 'you shall swing for this job, as you live, do you see?' I laughed at his threats and his vows of redress. I was sure of an alibi then with Black Bess. The road was a hollow, a sunken ravine, overshadowed completely by wood like a screen. I clambered the bank, and I needs must confess that one touch of the spur grazed the side of Black Bess. Brake brook, meadow, and ploughed field Bess fleetly bestrode. As the crow wings her flight, we selected our road. We arrived at Hoff Green in 5 minutes or less. My neck it was saved by the speed of Black Bess. Stepping carelessly forward, I lounged on the green, taking excellent care that by all I am seen. Some remarks on time's flight to the squires I address, but I say not a word of the flight of Black Bess. I mention the hour, it was just about 4. Play a rubber at bowls, think the danger is o'er, when athwart my next game, like a checkmate at chess, comes the horseman in search of the rider of Bess. What matter details? Off with triumph I came. He swears to the hour, and the squires swear the same. I had robbed him at 4, while at 4, they profess, I was quietly bowling. All thanks to Black Bess. Then one halloo, boys, one loud cheering halloo, to the swiftest of coursers, the gallant, the true. For the sportsman unborn shall the memory bless of the horse of the highwayman, bonny Black Bess. Loud acclamations rewarded Dick's performance. Awakened from his doze, Zoroaster beat time to the melody, the only thing, Jerry said, he was capable of beating in his present shattered condition. After some little persuasion, the magus was prevailed upon to enliven the company with a strain, which he trolled forth after a maudlin manner. The double cross. Though all of us have heard of crossed fights, and certain gains by certain lost fights, I rather fancies that it's news how in a mill both men should lose. For where the odds are thus made even, it plays the Dickens with the Stephen. Besides, against all rule they're sinning, where neither has no chance of winning. To milling coves, each wide awake, they're back to fight for heavy stake. But in the meantime, so it was, both kids agreed to play across.
Bold came each buffer to the scratch, to make it look a tightest match. They peeled in style, and bets were making, 'twas 6-4, but few were taking. Quite cautiously the mill began, for neither knew the other's plan. Each culled completely in the dark, if what might be his neighbour's mark. Resolve his fibbing not to mind, nor yet to pay him back in kind. So on each other kept they tout, and sparred a bit, and dodged about. With mauleys raised, Tom bent his back, as if to plant a heavy thwack. Vile Jem, with neat left-handed stopper, straight threatened Tommy with a topper. 'Tis all my eye, no claret flows, no faces sound, no smashing blows. 5 minutes pass, yet not a hit. How can it end, pals? Wait a bit. Each cove was teased with double duty, to please his backers, yet play booty. Then, luckily for Jem, a teller was planted right upon his smeller. Down dropped he stunned, when time was called. Seconds in vain, the seconds bawled. The mill is o'er, the cross are crossed. The losers won, the winners lost. The party assumed once more a lively air, and the glass was circulated so freely that at last a final charge drained the ample bowl of its contents. "The best of friends must part," said Dick, "and I would willingly order another whiff of punch, but I think we have all had enough to satisfy us, as you milling coves have it, Zory. Your one eye has got a drop in it already, old fellow, and to speak the truth, I must be getting into the saddle without more delay, for I have a long ride before me. And now, friend Jerry, before I start, suppose you tip us one of your merry staves. We haven't heard your pipe to-day, and never a cross cove of us can throw off so prime a chant as yourself. A song! A song!" "Ay, a song!" reiterated King and the Magus. "You do me too much honour, gemmen," said Jerry, modestly taking a pinch of snuff. "I am sure I shall be most happy. My chants are all of a sort. You must make all due allowances." And clearing his throat, he forthwith warbled the Modern Greek. Ahem! "Come, gemmen, name, and make your game. See, round the ball is spinning. Black, red, or blue, the colours view. Un, deux, cinq, 'tis beginning. Then make your game, the colour name. While round the ball is spinning, this sleight of hand my flat shall land, while covered in my bonnet. I plant my ball, and boldly call, come make your game upon it. Thus rat-a-tat, I land my flat. 'Tis black, not red, is winning. At gay roulette was never met a lance like mine for bleeding. I'm ne'er at fault, at nothing halt, all other legs preceding. To all awake, I never shake a mag unless I nip it. Blind hookey sees how well I sneeze the well-packed cards in shuffling. Ecarte whist I never missed, and nick the broads while ruffling. Mogul or loo, the same I do. I am down to trumps as trip it. French hazard ta'en, I nick the main, was ne'er so prime a caster. No crabs for me, I'm fly, d'ye see? The bank shall change its master. 7, quatre, trois, the stakes are high. 10 mains are mine, pals. At rouge et noir, you hell it quire. I make no bones of stripping. One glorious coup for me shall do, while they may deal each pippin. Trontoun après, ne'er clogs my way. The game's divine, pals. At billiards set, I make my bet. I'll score and win the rub, pals. I'll miss my cue, my hazard too, but yet my foe I'll drub, pals. That cannon twist I ne'er had missed, unless to suit my views, pals. To make all right, the match look tight. This trick, you know, is done, pals. But now be gay, I'll show my play. Hurrah! The game is won, pals. No hand so fine, no wrist like mine. No odds I e'er refuse, pals. Then choose your game, whate'er you name. To me, I like all offers. Chic hazard whist, whate'er you list. Replenish quick your coffers. Thus rat-a-tat, I land my flat. To every purse I speak, pals. Cramped boxes where all's right and fair. Barred balls I bar when goaded. The deuce is ace, is out of place. The deuce a die is loaded. Then make your game, your colour name. Success attend the Greek, pals. "Bravo, Jerry, bravissimo!" chorused the party. "And now, pals, farewell, a long farewell," said Dick, in a tone of theatrical valediction. "As I said before, the best friends must separate.
May we soon meet again, or we now may part forever. We cannot command our luck, but we may make the best of the span allotted to us. You have your game to play, I have mine. May each of us meet with the success he deserves." "Egad, I hope not," said King. "I'm afraid, in that case, the chances would be against us." "Well, then, the success we anticipate, if you prefer it," rejoined Dick. "I have only to observe one thing more, namely, that I must insist upon standing Sam upon the present occupation. Not a word, I won't hear a syllable. Landlord, I say, what o?" continued Dick, stepping out of the arbour. "Here, my old admiral of the white, what's the reckoning? What's to pay, I say?"
"Let ye know directly, sir,"
replied mine host of the Falstaff. "Order my horse, the black mare," added Dick. "And mine," said King, "the sorrel colt. I'll ride with you a mile or two on the road, Dick. Perhaps we may stumble upon something." "Very likely." "We meet at 12, at D'Osyndar's, Jerry," said King, "if nothing happens." "Agreed," responded Juniper.
"What say you to a rubber of bulls in the meantime?" said the Magus, taking his everlasting pipe from his lips.
Jerry nodded acquiescence, and while they went in search of the implements of the game, Turpin and King sauntered gently on the green. It was a delicious evening. The sun was slowly declining, and glowed like a ball of fire amid the thick foliage of a neighbouring elm. Whether, like the robber Moor, Tom King was touched by this glorious sunset, we pretend not to determine. Certain it was that a shade of inexpressible melancholy passed across his handsome countenance, as he gazed in the direction of Harrow on the Hill, which, lying to the west of the green upon which they walked, stood out with its pointed spire and lofty college against the ruddy sky. He spoke not, but Dick noticed the passing emotion. "What ails you, Tom?" said he, with much kindness of manner. "Are you not well, lad?" "Yes, I am well enough," said King. "I know not what came over me, but looking at Harrow, I thought of my school days, and what I was then, and that bright prospect reminded me of my boyish hopes." "Tut, tut," said Dick, "this is idle. You're a man now." "I know I am," replied Tom, "but I have been a boy. Had I any faith in presentiments, I should say this is the last sunset I shall ever see." "Here comes our host," said Dick, smiling. "I've no presentiment that this is the last bill I shall ever pay." The bill was brought and settled. As Turpin paid it, the man's conduct was singular, and awakened his suspicions. "Are our horses ready?" asked Dick, quickly.
"They are, sir,"
said the landlord. "Let us be gone," whispered Dick to King. "I don't like this fellow's manner. I thought I heard a carriage draw up at the inn door just now. There may be danger. Be fly," added he to Jerry and the Magus. "Now, sir," he said to the landlord, "lead the way. Keep on the alert, Tom." Dick's hint was not lost upon the two bowlers. They watched their comrades and listened intently for any manifestation of alarm. End of Chapter 2, Book 4. Chapter 3, Book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 3, A Surprise. Was this well done, Jenny? Captain Macheath. While Turpin and King are walking across the bowling green, we will see what has taken place outside the inn. Tom's presentiments of danger were not, it appeared, without foundation. Scarcely had the ostler brought forth our two highwaymen's steeds, when a post-chaise, escorted by 2 or 3 horsemen, drove furiously up to the door. The sole occupant of the carriage was a lady, whose slight and pretty figure was all that could be distinguished, her face being closely veiled. The landlord, who was busied in casting up Turpin's account, rushed forth at the summons. A word or two passed between him and the horseman, upon which the former's countenance fell. He posted in the direction of the garden, and the horseman instantly dismounted. "We have him now, sure enough," said one of them, a very small man, who looked, in his boots, like buckle equipped for the oaks. "By the powers, I begin to think so," replied the other horseman. "But don't spoil all, Mr. Coates, by being too precipitate."
Never fear that, Mr. Tyrconnel, said Coates, for it was the gallant attorney. He's sure to come for his mare. That's a trap certain to catch him, eh, Mr. Patterson? With the Chief Constable of Westminster to back us, the devil's in it if we are not a match for him. And for Tom King, too, replied the Chief Constable. Since his blowen's beached, the game's up with him, too. We've long had an eye upon him, and now we'll have a finger. He's one of your dashing trouts to whom we always give a long line. But we'll land him this time, anyhow. If you look after Dick Turpin, gentlemen, I'll make sure of Tom. I'd rather you would help us, Mr. Patterson, said Coates. Never mind Tom King. Another time will do for him. No such thing, said Patterson. One way's just as much, for that matter, as t'other. I'll take Tom to myself, and surely you two, with the landlord and ostler, can manage Turpin amongst you. I don't know that, said Coates doubtfully. He's a devil of a fellow to deal with. Take him quietly, said Patterson. Draw the chaise out of the way, lad. Take our tits to one side, and place their nags near the door, ostler. Shall you be able to see him, ma'am, where you are? Asked the Chief Constable, walking to the carriage, and touching his hat to the lady within. Having received a satisfactory nod from the bonnet and veil, he returned to his companions. And now, gemmen, added he, let's step aside a little. Don't use your firearms too soon. As if conscious of what was passing around her, and of the danger that awaited her master, Black Bess exhibited so much impatience, and plunged so violently, that it was with difficulty the ostler could hold her. The devil's in the mare, said he. What's the matter with her? She was quiet enough a few minutes since, so lass, stand. Turpin and King, meanwhile, walked quickly through the house, preceded by the host, who conducted them, and not without some inward trepidation, towards the door. Arrived there, each man rushed swiftly to his horse. Dick was in the saddle in an instant, and stamping her foot on the ostler's leg, Black Bess compelled the man, yelling with pain, to quit his hold of the bridle. Tom King was not equally fortunate. Before he could mount his horse, a loud shout was raised, which startled the animal, and caused him to swerve, so that Tom lost his footing in the stirrup and fell to the ground. He was instantly seized by Patterson, and a struggle commenced, King endeavouring, but in vain, to draw a pistol. Flip him, Dick! Fire, or I'm taken! cried King. Fire, damn you! Why won't you fire? Shouted he, in desperation, still struggling vehemently with Patterson, who was a strong man, and more than a match for a lightweight like King. I can't, cried Dick. I shall hit you if I fire. Take your chance, shouted King. Is this your friendship? Thus urged, Turpin fired. The ball ripped up the sleeve of Patterson's coat, but did not wound him. Again, cried King. Shoot him, I say. Don't you hear me? Fire again. Pressed as he was by foes on every side, himself their mark, for both Coates and Tyrconnel had fired upon him, and were now mounting their steeds to give chase, it was impossible that Turpin could take sure aim, added to which, in the struggle, Patterson and King were each moment changing their relative positions. He, however, would no longer hesitate, but again, at his friend's request, fired. The ball lodged itself in King's breast. He fell at once. At this instant, a shriek was heard from the chaise. The window was thrown open, and her thick veil being drawn aside, the features of a very pretty female, now impressed with terror and contrition, were suddenly exhibited. King fixed his glazing eyes upon her. Susan, sighed he, is it you that I behold? Yes, 'tis she, sure enough, said Patterson. You see, ma'am, what you and such like have brought him to. However, you'll lose your reward. He's going fast enough. Reward? Gasped King. Reward? Did she betray me? Aye, sir, said Patterson. She blowed the gaff, if it's any consolation to you to know it. Consolation? Repeated the dying man. Perfidious! Oh, the prophecy! My best friend! Turpin! I die by his hand! And vainly striving to raise himself, he fell backwards and expired. Alas, poor Tom! Mr. Patterson, cried Coates, leave the landlord to look after the body of that dying ruffian, and mount with us in the pursuit of the living rascal. Come, sir, quick, mount, dispatch. You see, he is yonder. He seems to hesitate. We shall have him now. Well, gemmen, I'm ready, said Patterson. But how the devil came you to let him escape?" "St. Patrick only knows," said Titus. "He's as slippery as an eel, and like a cat, turn him which way you will, he's always sure to alight upon his legs. I wouldn't wonder but we lose him now, after all, though he has such a small start. That mare flies like the wind." "He shall have a tight run for it, at all events," said Paterson, putting spurs into his horse. "I've a good nag under me, and you are neither of you badly mounted. He's only 300 yards before us, and the devil's in it if we can't run him down. It's a £300 job, Mr. Coates, and well worth a race." "You shall have another 100 from me, sir, if you take him," said Coates, urging his steed forward. "Thank you, sir, thank you. Follow my directions, and we'll make sure of him," said the constable. "Gently, gently, not so fast upon the hill. You see he's breathing his horse. All in good time, Mr. Coates, all in good time, sir." And maintaining an equal distance, both parties cantered leisurely up the ascent now called Windmill Hill. We shall now return to Turpin. Aghast at the deed he had accidentally committed, Dick remained for a few moments irresolute. He perceived that King was mortally wounded, and that all attempts at rescue would be fruitless. He perceived, likewise, that Jerry and the Magus had effected their escape from the bowling green, as he could detect their figures stealing along the hedge side. He hesitated no longer. Turning his horse, he galloped slowly off, little heeding the pursuit with which he was threatened. "Every bullet has its billet," said Dick, "but little did I think that I really should turn poor Tom's executioner. To the devil with this rascally snapper," cried he, throwing the pistol over the hedge. "I could never have used it again. 'Tis strange, too, that he should have foretold his own fate. Devilish strange. And then that he should have been betrayed by the very blowen he trusted. That's a lesson, if I wanted any. But trust a woman, not I, the length of my little finger." End of Chapter 3, Book 4. Chapter 4, Book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 4. The Hue and Cry. 6 gentlemen upon the road, thus seeing Gilpin fly, with postboys scampering in the rear, they raised the hue and cry. "Stop thief! Stop thief! A highwayman!" Not one of them was mute, and all and each that passed that way did join in the pursuit. John Gilpin. Arrived at the brow of the hill, whence such a beautiful view of the country surrounding the metropolis is obtained, Turpin turned for an instant to reconnoitre his pursuers. Coates and Titus he utterly disregarded, but Paterson was a more formidable foe, and he knew well that he had to deal with a man of experience and resolution. It was then, for the first time, that the thoughts of executing his extraordinary ride to York first flashed across him. His bosom throbbed high with rapture, and he involuntarily exclaimed aloud, as he raised himself in the saddle, "By God, I will do it!" He took one last look at the great Babel that lay buried in a world of trees beneath him, and as his quick eye ranged over the magnificent prospect, lit up by that gorgeous sunset, he could not help thinking of Tom King's last words. "Poor fellow," thought Dick, "he said truly, he will never see another sunset." Aroused by the approaching clatter of his pursuers, Dick struck into a lane which lies on the right of the road, now called Shoot Up Hill Lane, and set off at a good pace in the direction of Hampstead. "Now," cried Paterson, "put your tits to it, my boys. We must not lose sight of him for a second in these lanes." Accordingly, as Turpin was by no means desirous of inconveniencing his mare in this early stage of the business, and as the ground was still upon an ascent, the parties preserved their relative distances. At length, after various twistings and turnings in that deep and devious lane, after scaring 1 or 2 farmers, and riding over a brood or 2 of ducks, dipping into the verdant valley of West End, and descending up another hill, Turpin burst upon the gorsy, sandy, and beautiful heath of Hampstead. Shaping his course to the left, Dick then made for the lower part of the heath,
and skirted a path that leads towards North End, passing the furze-crowned summit which is now crested by a clump of lofty pines. It was here that the chase first assumed a character of interest. Being open ground, the pursued and the pursuers were in full view of each other, and as Dick rode swiftly across the heath, with the shouting trio hard at his heels, the scene had a very animated appearance. He crossed the hill, the Hendon Road, passed the Crackskull Common, and dashed along the cross-road to Highgate. Hitherto no advantage had been gained by the pursuers. They had not lost ground, but still they had not gained an inch, and much spurring was required to maintain their position. As they approached Highgate, Dick slackened his pace, and the other party redoubled their efforts. To avoid the town, Dick struck into a narrow path at the right, and rode easily down the hill. His pursuers were now within 100 yards, and shouted to him to stand. Pointing to a gate, which seemed to bar their further progress, Dick unhesitatingly charged it, clearing it in beautiful style. Not so with Coates's party, and the time they lost in unfastening the gate, which none of them chose to leap, enabled Dick to put additional space betwixt them. It did not, however, appear to be his intention altogether to outstrip his pursuers. The chase seemed to give him excitement, which he was willing to prolong as much as was consistent with his safety. Scudding rapidly past Highgate, like a swift sailing schooner, with 3 lumbering Indiamen in her wake, Dick now took the lead along a narrow lane that threads in the fields in the direction of Hornsey. The shouts of his followers had brought others to join them, and as he neared Crouch End, traversing the lane which takes its name from Duval, and in which a house frequented by the gayest of robbers stands, or stood, "A highwayman! A highwayman!" rang in his ears in a discordant chorus of many voices. The whole neighbourhood was alarmed by the cries, and by the tramp of horses. The men of Hornsey rushed into the road to seize the fugitive, and the women held up their babes to catch a glimpse of the flying cavalcade, which seemed to gain number and animation as it advanced. Suddenly 3 horsemen appear in the road. They hear the uproar and the din. "A highwayman! A highwayman!" cried the voices. "Stop him! Stop him!" But it is no such easy matter. With a pistol in each hand, and his bridle in his teeth, Turpin passed boldly on. His fierce looks, his furious steed, the impetus with which he pressed forward, bore down all before him. The horsemen gave way, and only served to swell the list of his pursuers. "We have him now! We have him now!" cried Patterson, exultingly. "Shout for your lives! The turnpike man will hear us. Shout again! Again! The fellow has heard us. The gate is shut. We shall have him! Ha ha!" The old Hornsey toll bar was a high gate, with chevaux de frise on the upper rail. It may be so still. The gate was swung into its lock, and like a tiger in his lair, the prompt custodian of the turnpike trusts, ensconced within his doorway, held himself in readiness to spring upon the runaway. But Dick kept steadily on. He coolly calculated the height of the gate. He looked to the right and to the left. Nothing better offered. He spoke a few words of encouragement to Bess, gently patted her neck, then struck his spurs into her sides, and cleared the spikes by an inch. Out rushed the amazed turnpike man, thus unmercifully bilked, and was nearly trampled to death under the feet of Patterson's horse. "Open the gate, fellow, and be expeditious!" shouted the chief constable. "Not I," said the man sturdily, "unless I gets my dues. I've been done once already, but strike me stupid if I'm done a second time." "Don't you perceive that's a highwayman? Don't you know that I'm the chief constable of Westminster?" said Patterson, showing his staff. "How dare you oppose me in the discharge of my duty?" "That may be, or it may not be," said the man doggedly, "but don't ye pass, unless I gets the blunt, and that's the long and the short on it." Amidst the storm of oaths, Coates flung down a crown piece, and the gate was thrown open. Turpin took advantage of this delay to breathe his mare, and striking into a by-lane at Duckett's Green, cantered easily along in the direction of Tottenham. Little repose was allowed him. Yelling like a pack of hounds in full cry, his pursuers were again at his heels. He had now to run the gauntlet of the long straggling town of Tottenham, and various were the devices of the populace to entrap him. The whole place was up in arms, shouting, screaming, running, dancing, and hurling every possible description of missile at the horse and her rider. Dick merrily responded to their clamour as he flew past, and laughed at the brickbats that were showered thick as hail, and quite as harmlessly, around him. A few more miles' hard riding tired the volunteers, and before the chase reached Edmonton, most of them were nowhere. Here fresh relays were gathered, and a strong field was again mustered. John Gilpin himself could not have excited more astonishment amongst the good folks of Edmonton than did our highwayman as he galloped through their town. Unlike the men of Tottenham, the mob received him with acclamations, thinking, no doubt, that like the citizens of famous London town, he rode for a wager. Presently, however, borne on the wings of the blast, came the cries of "Turpin! Dick Turpin!" and the hurrahs were changed to hootings, but such was the rate at which our highwayman rode that no serious opposition could be offered to him. A man in a donkey cart, unable to get out of the way, drew himself up in the middle of the road. Turpin treated him as he had done at the Dub and at the Napping Jigger, and cleared the driver and his little wain with ease. This was a capital stroke, and well adapted to please the multitude, who are ever taken with a brilliant action. "Hark away, Dick!" resounded all on hands, while hisses were as liberally bestowed upon his pursuers. End of Chapter 4, Book 4. Chapter 5, Book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 5, The Short Pipe. The peons are capital horsemen, and several times we saw them, at a gallop, throw the rein on the horse's neck, take from one pocket a bag of loose tobacco, and with a piece of paper or a leaf of Indian corn, make a cigar, and then take out a flint and steel and light it. Heed's Rough Notes. Away they fly past scattered cottages swiftly and skimmingly, like eagles on the wing, along the Enfield highway. All were well mounted, and the horses, now thoroughly warmed, had got into their paces, and did their work beautifully. None of Coates's party lost ground, but they maintained it at the expense of their steeds, which were streaming like water carts, while Black Bess had scarcely turned a hair. Turpin, the reader already knows, was a crack rider. He was the crack rider of England of this time, and perhaps of any time. The craft and mystery of jockeyship was not so well understood in the 18th as it is in the 19th century. Men treated their horses differently, and few rode them as well as many ride now, when every youngster takes to the field as naturally as if he had been bred a gaucho. Dick Turpin was a glorious exception to this rule, and anticipated a later age. He rode wonderfully lightly, yet sat in his saddle to perfection, distributing the weight so exquisitely that his horse scarcely felt his pressure. He yielded to every movement made by the animal, and became, as it were, part and parcel of itself. He took care Bess should neither be strained nor wrung. Freely, and as lightly as a feather, she was borne along. Beautiful it was to see her in action, to watch her style and temper of covering the ground, and many a first-rate Meltonian might have got a wrinkle from Turpin's seat and conduct. We have before stated that it was not Dick's object to ride away from his pursuers. He could have done that at any moment. He liked the fun of the chase, and would have been sorry to put a period to his own excitement. Confident in his mare, he just kept her at such a speed as should his pursuers completely to it, without in the slightest degree inconveniencing himself. Some judgment of the speed at which they went may be formed, when we state that little better than an hour had elapsed, and nearly 20 miles had been ridden over. Not bad travelling, that, methinks we hear the reader exclaim. "By the mother that bore me," said Titus, as they went along in this slapping style. Titus, by the by, rode a big, Roman-nosed, powerful horse, well adapted to his weight, but which required a plentiful exercise both of leg and arm to call forth all his action, and keep his rider alongside his companions. "By the mother that bore me," said he, almost thumping the wind out of his flea-bitten Bucephalus with his calves, after the Irish fashion, "if the fellow isn't lighting his pipe! I saw the sparks fly on each side of him,
And there he goes like a smoky chimney on a frosty morning. See, he turns his impudent phiz with the pipe in his mouth. Are we to stand that, Mr. Coates?" "Wait a while, sir, wait a while," said Coates. "We'll smoke him by and by." Paeans have been sung in honour of the peons of the Pampas by the headlong Sir Francis, but what the gallant major extols so loudly in the South American horseman, viz., the lighting of a cigar when in mid-career, was accomplished with equal ease by our English highwayman 100 years ago, nor was it esteemed by him any extravagant feat either. Flint, steel, and tinder were bestowed within Dick's ample pouch, the short pipe was at hand, and within a few seconds there was a stream of vapour exhaling from his lips, like the smoke from a steamboat shooting down the river, and tracking his still rapid course through the air. "I'll let 'em see what I think of 'em," said Dick, coolly, as he turned his head. It was now grey twilight. The mists of coming night were weaving a thin curtain over the rich surrounding landscape. All the sounds and hum of that delicious hour were heard, broken only by the regular clatter of the horses' hoofs. Tired of shouting, the chasers now kept on their way in deep silence. Each man held his breath, and plunged his spurs, rowel deep, into his horse. But the animals were already at the top of their speed, and incapable of greater exertion. Paterson, who was a hard rider, and perhaps a thought better mounted, kept the lead. The rest followed as they might. Had it been undisturbed by the rush of the cavalcade, the scene would have been still and soothing. Overhead, a cloud of rooks were winging their garrulous flight to the ancestral avenue of an ancient mansion to the right. The bat was on the wing. The distant lowing of a herd of kine saluted the ear at intervals. The blithe whistle of the rustic herdsman, and the merry chime of waggon bells, rang pleasantly from afar; but these cheerful sounds, which make the still twilight hour delightful, were lost in the tramp of the horsemen, now 3 abreast. The hind fled to the hedge for shelter, and the waggoner pricked up his ears and fancied he heard the distant rumbling of an earthquake. On rushed the pack, whipping, spurring, tugging for every life. Again they gave voice, in hopes the waggoner might succeed in stopping the fugitive, but Dick was already by his side. "Hark ye, my tulip," cried he, taking the pipe from his mouth as they passed. "Tell my friends behind, they will hear of me at York." "What did he say?" asked Paterson, coming up the next moment. "That you'll find him at York," replied the waggoner. "At York!" echoed Coates, in amaze. Turpin was now out of sight, and although our trio flogged with might and main, they could never catch a glimpse of him until, within a short distance of Ware, they beheld him at the door of a little public house, standing with his bridle in his hand, coolly quaffing a tankard of ale. No sooner were they in sight than Dick vaulted into the saddle and rode off. "Devil seize you, sir! Why did you not stop him?" exclaimed Paterson, as he rode up. "My horse is dead lame. I can't go any further. Do you know what a prize you have missed? Do you know who that was?" "No, sir, I don't," said the publican. "But I know he gave me his mare more ale than he took himself, and he has given me a guinea instead of a shilling. He's a regular good un." "A good un?" said Paterson. "It was Turpin, the notorious highwayman. We are in pursuit of him. Have you any horses? Our cattle are all blown." "You'll find the post down in the town, gentlemen. I'm sorry I can't accommodate you, but I keeps no stabling. I wish you a very good evening, sir." Saying which, the publican retreated to his domicile. "That's a flash crib, I'll be bound," said Paterson. "I'll chalk you down, my friend. You may rely upon it. Thus far we're done, Mr. Coates. But curse me if I give it in. I'll follow him to the world's end first." "Right, sir, right," said the attorney. "A very proper spirit, Mr. Constable. You would be guilty of neglecting your duty were you to act otherwise. You must recollect my father, Mr. Paterson, Christopher, or Kit Coates, a name as well known at the Old Bailey as Jonathan Wilds. You recollect him, eh?" "Perfectly well, sir," replied the chief constable. "The greatest thief-taker, though I say it," continued Coates, "on record. I inherit all his zeal, all his ardour. Come along, sir. We shall have a fine moon in an hour, bright as day. To the post-house, to the post-house."
Accordingly to the post-house they went, and, with as little delay as circumstances admitted, fresh hacks being procured, accompanied by a postilion, the party again pursued their onward course, encouraged to believe they were still in the right scent. Night had now spread her mantle over the earth, still it was not wholly dark. A few stars were twinkling in the deep, cloudless heavens, and a pearly radiance in the eastern horizon heralded the rising of the orb of night. A gentle breeze was stirring. The dews of evening had already fallen, and the air felt bland and dry. It was just the night one would have chosen for a ride, if one ever rode by choice at such an hour, and to Turpin, whose chief excursions were conducted by night, it appeared little less than heavenly. Full of ardour and excitement, determined to execute what he had mentally undertaken, Turpin held on his solitary course. Everything was favourable to his project. The roads were in admirable condition. His mare was in like order. She was inured to hard work, had rested sufficiently in town to recover from the fatigue of her recent journey, and had never been in more perfect training. "She has now got the wind in her," said Dick. "I'll see what she can do. Hark away, lass, hark away. I wish they could see her now," added he, as he felt her almost fly away with him. Encouraged by her master's voice and hand, Black Bess started forward, at a pace which few horses could have equalled, and scarcely any have sustained so long. Even Dick, accustomed as he was to her magnificent action, felt electrified at the speed with which he was borne along. "Bravo! Bravo!" shouted he. "Hark away, Bess!" The deep and solemn woods through which they were rushing rang with his shouts, and the sharp rattle of Bess's hoofs, and thus he held his way, while, in the words of the ballad, fled past on right and left, how fast, each forest, grove, and bower, on right and left fled past, how fast, each city, town, and tower. End of chapter 5, book 4. Chapter 6, Book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 6, Black Bess. Dauphin. I will not change my horse with any that treads but on 4 pasterns. Saha! He bounds from the earth as if his entrails were hares, le cheval volant, the Pegasus qui a les narines de feu. When I bestride him, I soar. I'm a hawk. He trots the air. The earth sings when he touches it. The basest horn of his hoof is more musical than the pipe of Hermes. Shakespeare. Henry V, Act 3. Black Bess being undoubtedly the heroine of the 4th book of this romance, we may perhaps be pardoned for expatiating a little in this place upon her birth, parentage, breeding, appearance, and attractions. And first as to her pedigree, for in the horse, unlike the human species, nature has strongly impressed the noble or ignoble caste. He is the real aristocrat, and the pure blood that flows in the veins of the gallant steed will infallibly transmitted, if his mate be suitable, throughout all his line. Bess was no cocktail. She was a thoroughbred. She boasted blood in every bright and branching vein. If blood can give nobility, a noble steed was she. Her sire was blood, and blood her dam, and all her pedigree. As to her pedigree, her sire was a desert Arab, renowned in his day, and brought to this country by a wealthy traveller. Her dam was an English racer, coal-black as her child. Bess united all the fire and gentleness, the strength and hardihood, the abstinence and endurance of fatigue of the one, with the spirit and extraordinary fleetness of the other. How Turpin became possessed of her is of little consequence. We never heard that he paid a heavy price for her, though we doubt if any sum would have induced him to part with her. In colour, she was perfectly black, with a smooth skin on the surface as polished jet. Not a single white hair could be detected in her satin coat. In make, she was magnificent. Every point was perfect, beautiful, compact, modelled in little for strength and speed. arched was her neck, as that of the swan, clean and fine were her lower limbs, as those of the gazelle, round and sound as a drum was her carcass, and as broad as a cloth-yard shaft her width of chest. Hers were the pulchra clun, blave caput, adwac cevix, of the Roman bard. There was no redundancy of flesh, 'tis true. Her flanks might, to please some tastes, have been rounder, and her shoulders fuller, but look at the nerve and sinew, palpable through the veined limbs. She was built more for strength than beauty, and yet she was beautiful. Look at that elegant little head, those thin tapering ears closely placed together, that broad snorting nostril, which seems to snuff the gale with disdain, that eye, glowing and large as the diamond of Giamschid. Is she not beautiful? Behold her paces. How gracefully she moves. She's off. No eagle on the wing could skim the air more swiftly. Is she not superb? As to her temper, the lamb is not more gentle. A child might guide her. But hark back to Dick Turpin. We left him rattling along in superb style, and in the highest possible glee. He could not, in fact, be otherwise than exhilarated, nothing being so wildly intoxicating as a mad gallop. We seem to start out of ourselves, to be endued for the time with new energies. Our thoughts take wings rapid as our steed. We feel as if his fleetless and boundless impulses were for the moment our own. We laugh, we exult, we shout for very joy. We cry out with Mephistopheles, but in anything but a sardonic mood. What I enjoy with spirit, is it the less my own on that account? If I can pay for 6 horses, and not their powers mine, I drive along, and am a proper man, as if I had 24 legs. These were Turpin's sentiments precisely. Give him 4 legs, and a wide plain, and he needed no Mephistopheles to bid him ride to perdition as fast as his nag could carry him. Away! Away! The road is level, the path is clear. Press on, thou gallant steed, no obstacle is in thy way. And lo, the moon breaks forth. Her silvery light is thrown over the woody landscape. Dark shadows are cast athwart the road, and the flying figures of thy rider and thyself are traced, like giant phantoms in the dust. Away! Away! Our breath is gone in keeping up with this tremendous run, yet Dick Turpin has not lost his wind, for we hear his cheering cry. Hark, he sings. The reader will bear in mind that Oliver means the moon. To whittle is to blab. Oliver Whittles, the tattler old, telling what best had been left untold. Oliver ne'er was a friend of mine. All glims I hate that so brightly shine. Give me a night black as hell, and then see what I'll show you, my merry men. Oliver Whittles, who cares, who cares, if down upon us he peers and stares? Mind him who will, with his great white face, boldly I'll ride by his glim to the chase. Give him a Roland, and loudly as ever, shout as I show myself, stand and deliver. Egad, soliloquized Dick, as he concluded his song, looking up at the moon, old Noel's no bad fellow either. I wouldn't be without his white face tonight for a trifle. He's as good as a lamb to guide one, and let Bess only hold on as she goes now, and I'll do it with ease. Softly, wench, softly. Dost not see it's a hill we're rising? The devil's in the mare, she cares for nothing. And as they ascended the hill, Dick's voice once more awoke the echoes of night. Will Davis and Dick Turpin, hodie mihi cras tibi. Saint Augustine. One night when mounted on my mare, to Bagshot Heath I did repair, and saw Will Davis hanging there, upon the gibbet bleak and bare, with a rustified, fustified, mustified air. Within his chains bold Will looked blue. Gone were his sword and snappers too, which served their master well and true. Says I, Will Davis, how are you, with your rustified, fustified, mustified air? Says he, Dick Turpin, here I be, upon the gibbet, as you see. I take the matter easily. You'll have your turn as well as me, with your whistle me, pistol me, cut my throat air. Says I, that's very true, my lad. Meantime, with pistol and with prad, I'm quite content as I am, and heed the gibbet not a damn, with its rustified, fustified, mustified air. Poor Will Davis, sighed Dick. Bagshot ought never to forget him.
For nevermore shall Bagshot see a highwayman of such degree, appearance, and gentility, as Will, who hangs upon the tree, with his rustified, fustified, mustified air. Well, mused Turpin, I suppose one day it will be with me like all the rest of 'em, and that I shall dance a long lavolta to the music of the four whistling winds, as my betters have done before me. But I trust, whenever the chanter culls and last speech scribblers get hold of me, they'll at least put no cursed nonsense into my mouth, but make me speak, as I have ever felt, like a man who never either feared death, nor turned his back upon his friend. In the meantime, I'll give them something to talk about. This ride of mine shall ring in their ears long after I'm done for, put to bed with a mattock, and tucked up with a spade. And when I'm gone, boys, each huntsman shall say, none rode like Dick Turpin so far in a day. And thou too, brave Bess, thy name shall be linked with mine, and we'll go down to posterity together. And what, added he, despondingly, if it should be too much for thee? What if? But no matter. Better die now while I am with thee, than fall into the knacker's hands. Better die with all thy honours upon thy head, than drag out thy old age at the sand-cart. Hark forward, lass, hark forward. By what peculiar instinct is it that this noble animal, the horse, will at once perceive the slightest change in his rider's physical temperament, and allow himself to be so influenced by it, that, according as his master's spirits fluctuate, will his own energies rise and fall, wavering from walk to trot, from canter to full speed? How is it, we ask of those more intimately acquainted with the metaphysics of the Houyhnhnm than we pretend to be, do the saddle or the rein convey, like metallic tractors, vibrations of the spirit betwixt the two? We know not, but this much is certain, that no servant partakes so much of the character of his master as the horse. The steed we are wont to ride becomes a portion of ourselves. He thinks and feels with us. As we are lively, he is sprightly. As we are depressed, his courage droops. In proof of this, let the reader see what horses some men make. Make, we say, because in such hands their character is wholly altered. Partaking, in a measure, of the courage and the firmness of the hand that guides them, and of the resolution of the frame that sways them, what their rider wills, they do, or strive to do. When that governing power is relaxed, their energies are relaxed likewise, and their fine sensibilities supply them with an instant knowledge of the disposition and capacity of the rider. A gift of the gods is the gallant steed, which, like any other faculty we possess to use or abuse, to command or neglect, rests within ourselves. He is the best general test of our own self-government. Black Bess's action amply verified what we have just asserted. For Turpin's momentary despondency, her pace was perceptibly diminished, and her force retarded. But as she revived, she rallied instantly, and seized apparently with a kindred enthusiasm, snorted joyously as she recovered her speed. Now was it that the child of the desert showed herself the undoubted offspring of the hardy loins from whence she sprung. Full 50 miles had she sped, yet she showed no symptoms of distress. If possible, she appeared fresher than when she started. She had breathed, her limbs were suppler, her action was freer, easier, lighter. Her sire, who, upon his trackless wilds, could have outstripped the pestilent simoom, and with throat unslaked, and hunger unappeased, could thrice have seen the scorching sun go down, had not greater powers of endurance. His vigour was her heritage. Her dam, who upon the velvet sod was of almost unapproachable swiftness, and who had often brought her owner golden assurances of her worth, could scarce have kept pace with her, and would have sunk under a third of her fatigue. But Bess was a paragon. We ne'er shall look upon her like again, unless we can prevail upon some Bedouin chief to present us with a brood mare, and then the racing world shall see what a breed we will introduce to this country. Eclipse, Childers, or Hambletonian shall be nothing to our colts, and even the railroad's slow travelling compared with the speed of our new nags. But to return to Bess, or rather to go along with her, for there is no halting now. We are going at the rate of 20 knots an hour, sailing before the wind, and the reader must either keep pace with us or drop astern. Bess is now in her speed, and Dick happy. Happy! He is enraptured, maddened, furious.
intoxicated as with wine. Pshaw! Wine could never throw him into such a burning delirium. Its choicest juices have no inspiration like this. Its fumes are slow and heady. This is ethereal, transporting. His blood spins through his veins, winds round his heart, mounts to his brain. Away! Away! He is wild with joy. Hall, cot, tree, tower, glade, mead, waste, or woodland are seen, passed, left behind, and vanish as in a dream. Motion is scarcely perceptible. It is impetus, volition. The horse and her rider are driven forward, as it were, by self-accelerated speed. A hamlet is visible in the moonlight. It is scarcely discovered ere the flints sparkle beneath the mare's hoofs. A moment's clatter upon the stones, and it is left behind. Again it is the silent, smiling country. Now they are buried in the darkness of the woods, now sweeping along on the wide plain, now clearing the unopened toll bar, now trampling over the hollow-sounding bridge, their shadows momentarily reflected in the placid mirror of the stream. Now scaling the hillside, a thought more slowly, now plunging, as the horses of Phoebus, into the ocean down its precipitous sides. The limits of 2 shires are already passed. They are within the confines of a third. They have entered the merry county of Huntingdon. They have surmounted the gentle hill that slips into Godmanchester. They are by the banks of the rapid Ouse. The bridge is passed, and as Turpin rode through the deserted streets of Huntingdon, he heard the 11th hour given from the iron tongue of St. Mary's spire. In 4 hours, it was about 7 when he started, Dick had accomplished full 60 miles. A few reeling topers in the street saw the horseman flit past, and 1 or 2 windows were thrown open. But peeping Tom of Coventry would have had small chance of beholding the unveiled beauties of Queen Godiva had she ridden at the rate of Dick Turpin. He was gone, like a meteor, almost as soon as he appeared. Huntingdon is left behind, and he is once more surrounded by dew-gemmed hedges and silent slumbering trees. Broad meadows, or pasture land with drowsy cattle, or low bleating sheep, lie on either side. But what to Turpin at that moment is nature, animate or inanimate? He thinks only of his mare, his future fame. None are by to see him ride, no stimulating plaudits ring in his ears, no 1,000 hands are clapping, no 1,000 voices huzzaing, no handkerchiefs are waved, no necks strained, no bright eyes rain influence upon him, no eagle orbs watch his motions, no bells are rung, no cup awaits his achievement, no sweepstakes, no plate, but his will be renown, everlasting renown. His will be fame which will not die with him, which will keep his reputation, albeit a tarnished one, still in the mouths of men. He wants all these adventitious excitements, but he has that within which is a greater excitement than all these. He is conscious that he is doing a deed to live by. If not riding for life, he is riding for immortality. And as the hero may perchance feel, for even a highwayman may feel like a hero, when he willingly throws away his existence in the hope of earning a glorious name, Turpin cared not what might befall himself, so he could proudly signalize himself as the first of his land, and witch the world with noble horsemanship. What need had he of spectators? The eye of posterity was upon him. He felt the influence of that Argus glance, which has made many a poor wight spur on his Pegasus, with not half so good a chance of reaching the goal as Dick Turpin. Multitudes, yet unborn, he knew would hear and laud his deeds. He trembled with excitement, and Bess trembled under him, but the emotion was transient. On they fly, the torrent leaping from the crag, the bolt from the bow, the air cleaving eagle, thoughts themselves are scarce more winged in their flight. End of chapter 6, book 4. Chapter 7, book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 7, The York Stage. York, 4 days. Stagecoach begins on Friday, the 18th of April, 1706. All that are desirous to pass from London to York, or from York to London, or any other place on that road, let them repair to the Black Swan in Holborn, in London, or to the Black Swan in Coney Street, in York, at both which places they may be received in a stage-coach, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, which performs the journey in 4 days, if God permits, and sets forth at 5 in the morning, and returns from York to Stamford in 2 days, and from Stamford by Huntingdon in 2 days more, and like the stages in their return, allowing each passenger 14 pounds weight, and all above 3d. per pound, performed by Benjamin Kingman, Henry Harrison, and Waller Baines. Placard preserved in the coffee room of the Black Swan Inn at York. The night had hitherto been balmy and beautiful, with a bright array of stars and a golden harvest moon, which seemed to diffuse even warmth with its radiance. But now Turpin was approaching the region of fog and fen, and he began to feel the influence of that dank atmosphere. The intersecting dykes, yawners, gullies, or whatever they are called, began to send forth their steaming vapours, and chilled the soft and wholesome air, obscuring the void, and in some instances, as it were, choking up the road itself with vapour. But fog or fen was the same to Bess. Her hoofs rattled merrily along the road, and she burst from a cloud, like Eos at the break of dawn. It chanced, as he issued from a fog of this kind, that Turpin burst upon the York stage-coach. It was no uncommon thing for the coach to be stopped, and so furious was the career of our highwayman that the man involuntarily drew up his horses. Turpin had also to draw in the rein, a task of no little difficulty, as charging a huge lumbering coach with its full complement of passengers was more than even Bess could accomplish. The moon shone brightly on Turpin and his mare. He was unmasked, and his features were distinctly visible. An exclamation was uttered by a gentleman on the box, who, it appeared, instantly recognised him. "Pull up! Draw your horses across the road!" cried the gentleman. "That's Dick Turpin, the highwayman. His capture would be worth £300 to you," added he, addressing the coachman, "and is of equal importance to me. Stand!" shouted he, presenting a cocked pistol. The resolution of the gentleman was not apparently agreeable either to the coachman or the majority of the passengers, the name of Turpin acting like magic upon them. One man jumped off behind, and was with difficulty afterwards recovered, having tumbled into a deep ditch at the roadside. An old gentleman with a cotton nightcap, who had popped out his head to swear at the coachman, drew it suddenly back. A faint scream in a female key issued from within, and there was a considerable hubbub on the roof. Amongst other ominous sounds, the guard was heard to click his long horse pistols. "Stop the 4-day stage," said he, forcing his smoky voice through a world of throat-embracing shawl. "The fastest coach in the kingdom. Was ever such atrocity heard of? I say, Joe, keep them air leaders steady. We shall all be in the ditch. Don't you see where the hind wheels are? Whoop, whoop, I say." The gentleman on the box now discharged his pistol, and the confusion within was redoubled. The white nightcap was popped out like a rabbit's head, and as quickly popped back on hearing the highwayman's voice. Owing to the plunging of the horses, the gentleman had missed his aim. Prepared for such emergencies as the present, and seldom at any time taken aback, Dick received the fire without flinching. He then lashed the horses out of his course, and rode up, pistol in hand, to the gentleman who had fired. "Major Mowbray," said he, in a stern tone, "I know you. I meant not either to assault you or these gentlemen, yet you have attempted my life, sir, for a second time. But you are now in my power, and by hell, if you do not answer the questions I put to you, nothing earthly shall save you." "If you ask naught I may not answer, fire!" said the major. "I will never ask life from such as you." "Have you seen aught of Sir Luke Rookwood?" asked Dick. "The villain you mean is not yet secured," replied the major, "but we have traces of him. 'Tis with a view of procuring more efficient assistance as I ride to town." "They have not met, then, since?" said Dick, carelessly. "Met? Whom do you mean?" "Your sister and Sir Luke." said Dick. "My sister meet him!" cried the Major, angrily. "Think you he dares to show himself at Rookwood?" "Ha, ha, ha, ha!" laughed Dick. "She is at Rookwood, then. 1,000 thanks, Major. Good night to you, gentlemen."
"Take that with you, and remember the guard,"
cried the fellow, who, unable to take aim from where he sat, had crept along the coach roof, and discharged thence one of his large horse pistols at what he took to be the highwayman's head, but which, luckily for Dick, was his hat, which he had raised to salute the passengers. "Remember you," said Dick, coolly replacing his perforated beaver on his brow, "you may rely upon it, my fine fellow, I'll not forget you the next time we meet." And off he went like the breath of the whirlwind. End of chapter 7, book 4. Chapter 8, book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 8. Roadside Inn. Moore. Take my horse, and dash a bottle of wine over him. 'Twas hot work. Schiller, The Robbers. We will now make inquiries after Mr. Coates and his party, of whom both we and Dick Turpin have for some time lost sight. With unabated ardour, the vindictive man of law and his myrmidons pressed forward. A tacit compact seemed to have been entered into between the highwayman and his pursuers, that he was to fly off, while they were to follow. Like bloodhounds, they kept steadily upon his trail, nor were they so far behind as Dick imagined. At each post house they passed they obtained fresh horses, and while these were saddling, a postboy was dispatched en courrier to order relays at the next station. In this manner they proceeded after the first stoppage, without interruption. Horses were in waiting for them, as they, bloody with spurring, fiery hot with haste, and their jaded hacks arrived. Turpin had been heard or seen in all quarters. Turnpikemen, waggoners, carters, trampers, all had seen him. Besides, strange as it may sound, they placed some faith in his word. York, they believed, would be his destination. At length, the coach which Dick had encountered hove in sight. There was another stoppage, and another hubbub. The old gentleman's nightcap was again manifested, and suffered a sudden occultation as upon the further occasion. The postboy, who was in advance, had halted, and given up his horse to Major Mowbray, who exchanged his seat on the box for one on the saddle, deeming it more expedient, after his interview with Turpin, to return to Rookwood rather than proceed to town. The postboy was placed behind Coates, as being the lightest weight, and thus reinforced, the party pushed forward as rapidly as heretofore. 80 and odd miles had now been traversed, the boundary of another county, Northampton, passed. Yet no rest nor respite had Dick Turpin or his unflinching mare enjoyed. But here he deemed it fitting to make a brief halt. Bordering the beautiful domains of Burley House stood a little retired hostelry of some antiquity, which bore the great Lord Treasurer's arms. With this house Dick was not altogether unacquainted. The lad who acted as ostler was known to him. It was now midnight, but a bright and beaming night. To the door of the stable then did he ride, and knocked in a peculiar manner. Reconnoitering Dick through a broken pane of glass in the lintel, and apparently satisfied with his scrutiny, the lad thrust forth a head of hair as full of straw as Mad Tom's is represented to be upon the stage. A chuckle of welcome followed his sleepy salutation.
"Glad to see you, Captain Turpin," said he. "Can I do anything for you?"
"Get me a couple of bottles of brandy and a beefsteak," said Dick.
"As to the brandy, you can have that in a jiffy, but the steak, Lord love you, the old woman won't stand for it at this time. But there's a coal round. Mayhap a slice of that might do, or a knuckle of ham."
"A pest on your knuckles, Ralph," cried Dick. "Have you any raw meat in the house?"
"Raw meat?" echoed Ralph in surprise. "Oh, yeah, there's a spare rump of beef. You can have a cut of that if you like."
"That's the thing I want," said Dick, ungirthing his mare. give me the scraper. There, I can get a wisp of straw from your head. Now run and get the brandy. Better bring 3 bottles, uncork 'em, and let me have half a pail of water to mix with the spirit. A pail full of brandy and water to wash down a raw steak? My eyes! Exclaimed Ralph, opening his sleepy peepers, adding, as he went about the execution of his task, I always thought them ram-padders, as they call themselves, ram fellows, but now I'm sartin sure on it. The most sedulous groom could not have bestowed more attention upon the horse of his heart than Dick Turpin now paid to his mare. He scraped, chafed, and dried her, sounded each muscle, traced each sinew, pulled her ears, examined the state of her feet, and ascertaining that her withers were unwrung, finally washed her from head to foot in the diluted spirit, not, however, before he had conveyed a thimbleful of the liquid to his own parched throat, and replenished what Falstaff calls a pocket pistol, which he had about him. While Ralph was engaged in rubbing her down after her bath, Dick occupied himself, not in dressing the raw steak in the manner the stable boy had anticipated, but in rolling it round the bit of his bridle. She will go now as long as there's breath in her body, said he, putting the flesh-coloured iron within her mouth. The saddle being once more replaced, after champing a moment or two at the bit, Bess began to snort and paw the earth, as if impatient of delay, and acquainted as he was with her indomitable spirit and power, her condition was a surprise even to Dick himself. Her vigour seemed inexhaustible, her vivacity was not a whit diminished, but, as she was led into the open space, her step became as light and free as when she started on her ride, and her sense of sound as quick as ever. Suddenly she pricked her ears, and uttered a low neigh. A dull tramp was audible. Ha! exclaimed Dick, springing into his saddle. They come! Who come, captain? asked Ralph. The road takes a turn here, don't it? asked Dick. Sweeps around to the right by the plantations in the hollow. Ay, ay, captain, answered Ralph. It's plain you knows the ground. What lies behind yon shed? A stiff fence, captain, a regular asper. Beyond that, a hillside steep as a house. No horses as ever shoe can go down it. Indeed, laughed Dick. A loud halloo from Major Mowbray, who seemed advancing upon the wings of the wind, told Dick that he was discovered. The Major was a superb horseman, and took the lead of his party. Striking his spurs deeply into his horse, and giving him bridle enough, the Major seemed to shoot forward like a shell through the air. The Burley Arms retired some 100 yards from the road, the space in front being occupied by a neat garden, with low, clipped edges. No tall timber intervened between Dick and his pursuers, so that the motions of both parties were visible to each other. Dick saw in an instant that if he now started he should come into collision with the Major exactly at the angle of the road, and he was by no means desirous of hazarding such a rencontre. He looked wistfully back at the double fence. "Come into the stable! Quick, captain, quick!" exclaimed Ralph. "The stable?" echoed Dick, hesitating. "Ay, the stable! It's your only chance. Don't you see he's turning a corner? And they're all coming. Quick, sir, quick!" Dick, lowering his head, rode into the tenement, the door of which was unceremoniously slapped in the Major's face, and bolted on the other side. "Villain!" cried Major Mowbray, thundering at the door. "Come forth! You are now fairly trapped at last. Caught like the woodcock in your own springe. We have you. Open the door, I say, and save us the trouble of forcing it. You cannot escape us. We will burn the building down, but we will have you." "What dan you want, master?" cried Ralph from the lintel, whence he reconnoitered the Major, and kept the door fast. "You're clean mistaken. There be none here." "We'll soon see that," said Patterson, who had now arrived, and leaping from his horse, the chief constable took a short run to give himself impetus, and with his foot burst open the door. This being accomplished, in dashed the Major and Patterson, but the stable was vacant. A door was open at the back. They rushed to it. The sharply sloping sides of a hill slipped abruptly downwards, within a yard of the door. It was a perilous descent to the horsemen, yet the print of a horse's heels were visible in the dislodged turf and scattered soil. "Confusion!" cried the Major. "He has escaped us." "He is yonder," said Patterson, pointing out Turpin moving swiftly through the steaming meadow. "See,
He makes again for the road. He clears the fence. A regular throw he's given us, by the Lord." "Nobly done, by heaven!" cried the Major. "With all his faults, I honour the fellow's courage and admire his prowess. He's already ridden tonight as I believe never man rode before. I would not have ventured to slide down that wall, for it's nothing else, with the enemy at my heels. What say you, gentlemen? Have you had enough? Shall we let him go, or—" "As far as chase goes, I don't care if we bring the matter to a conclusion," said Titus. "I don't think, as it is, that I shall have a seat to sit on this week to come. I've lost leather most confoundedly."
"What says Mr. Coates?" asked Patterson. "I look to him."
"Then mount and off," cried Coates. "Public duty requires that we should take him."
"And private pique," returned the Major. "No matter, the end is the same. Justice shall be satisfied. To your steeds, my merry men all. Hark and away." Once more upon the move, Titus forgot his distress, and addressed himself to the attorney by whose side he rode.
"What place is that we're coming to?"
asked he, pointing to a cluster of moonlit spires belonging to a town they were rapidly approaching. "Stamford," replied Coates.
"Stamford!" exclaimed Titus. "By the powers, then, we've ridden a matter of 90 miles. Why, the great deeds of Redmond O'Hanlon were nothing to this. I'll remember it to my dying day, and with reason," added he, uneasily shifting his position on the saddle. End of Chapter 8, Book 4. Chapter 9, Book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 9. Excitement. How fled what moonshine faintly showed, how fled what darkness hid, how fled the earth beneath their feet, the heaven above their head. William and Helen. Dick Turpin, meanwhile, held bravely on his course. Bess was neither strained by her gliding passage down the slippery hillside, nor shaken by larking the fence in the meadow. As Dick said, it took a devilish deal to take it out of her. On regaining the high road, she resumed her old pace, and once more they were distancing time's swift chariot in its whirling passage o'er the earth. Stamford, and the tongue of Lincoln's fenny shire, upon which it is situated, were passed almost in a breath. Rutland is won and passed, and Lincolnshire once more entered. The road now verged within a bowshot of that sporting Athens, Corinth, perhaps we should say, Melton Mowbray. Melton was then unknown to fame, but, as if inspired by that furor venaticus which now inspires all who come within 20 miles of this Charybdis of the chase, Bess here let out, in a style with which it would have puzzled the best Leicestershire squire's best prad to have kept pace. The spirit she imbibed through the pores of her skin, and the juices of the meat she had champed, seemed to have communicated preternatural excitement to her. Her pace was absolutely terrific. Her eyeballs were dilated, and glowed like flaming carbuncles, while her widely distended nostrils seemed, in the cold moonshine, to snort forth smoke, as from a hidden fire. Fain would Turpin have controlled her, but, without bringing into play all his tremendous nerve, no check could be given her headlong course, and for once, and the only time in her submissive career, Bess resolved to have her own way. And she had it. Like a sensible fellow, Dick conceded the point. There was something even of conjugal philosophy in his self-communion upon the occasion. E'en let her take her own way, and be hanged to her, for an obstinate, self-willed jade as she is, said he. Now her back is up, there'll be no stopping her, I'm sure. She rattles away like a woman's tongue, and when that once begins, we all know what chance the curb has. Best to let her have it out, or rather to lend her a lift. 'Twill be over the sooner. Tantivy, lass, tantivy. I know which of us will tire first. We have before said that the vehement excitement of continued swift riding produces a paroxysm in the sensorium amounting to delirium. Dick's blood was on fire again. He was first giddy, as after a deep draught of kindling spirit. This passed off,
but the spirit was still in his veins, the estro was working in his brain. All his ardour, his eagerness, his fury returned. He rode like one insane, and his courser partook of his frenzy. She bounded, she leapt, she tore up the ground beneath her, while Dick gave vent to his exultation in one wild, prolonged halloo. More than half his race is run. He has triumphed over every difficulty. He will have no further occasion to halt. Bess carries her forage along with her. The course is straightforward. Success seems certain. The goal already reached. The path of glory won. Another wild halloo, to which the echoing woods reply, and away! 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 Thou matchless steed! Yet brace fast thy sinews. Hold thy breath, for alas, the goal is not yet attained. But forward on they go. High snorts the straining steed. Thick pants the rider's labouring breath, as headlong on they speed. End of Chapter 9, Book 4. Chapter 10, Book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 10, The Gibbet. See there, what yonder swings, and creaks mid whistling rain. Gibbet and steel, the accursed wheel, a murderer in his chain. William and Helen. As the eddying currents sweep over its plains in howling bleak December, the horse and her rider passed over what remained of Lincolnshire. Grantham is gone, and they are now more slowly looking up the ascent of Gonaby Hill, a path well known to Turpin, where often, in bygone nights, many a purse had changed its owner. With that feeling of independence and exhilaration which every one feels, we believe, on having climbed the hillside, Turpin turned to gaze around. There was triumph in his eye, but the triumph was checked as his glance fell upon a gibbet near him to the right, on the round point of a hill which is a landmark to the wide vale of Belvoir. Pressed as he was for time, Dick immediately struck out of the road, and approached the spot where it stood. Two scarecrow objects, covered with rags and rusty links of chains, depended from the tree. A night crow screaming around the carcasses added to the hideous effect of the scene. Nothing but the living highwayman and his skeleton brethren was visible upon the solitary spot. Around him was the lonesome waste of hill, o'erlooking the moonlit valley. Beneath his feet, a patch of bare and lightning-blasted sod. Above, the wan, declining moon and skies, flaked with ghostly clouds. Before him, the bleached bodies of the murderers, for such they were. "Will this be my lot, I marvel?" said Dick, looking upwards with an involuntary shudder. "Ay, marry will it," rejoined the crouching figure, suddenly springing from beside a tuft of briars that skirted the blasted ground. Dick started in his saddle, while Bess reared and plunged at the sight of this unexpected apparition. "What ho! The devil's dam, Barbara! Is it thou?" exclaimed Dick, reassured upon discovering it was the gipsy queen, and no spectre whom he beheld. "Stand still, Bess, stand, lass. What dost thou there, mother of darkness? Art gathering mandrakes for thy poisonous messes, or pilfering flesh from the dead? Meddle not with their bones, or I will drive thee hence. What dost thou here, I say, old dam of the gibbet?" "I came to die here," replied Barbara, in a feeble tone, and throwing back her hood, she displayed features well nigh as ghastly as those of the skeletons above her. "Indeed," replied Dick, "you've made a choice of a pleasant spot, it must be owned. But you'll not die yet." "Do you know whose bodies these are?" asked Barbara, pointing upwards. "Two of your race," replied Dick, "right brethren of the blade." "Two of my sons," returned Barbara, "my twin children. I am come to lay my bones beneath their bones. My sepulchre shall be their sepulchre. My body shall feed the fowls of the air as theirs have fed them. And if ghosts can walk, we'll scour this heath together. I tell you what, Dick Turpin," said the hag, drawing as near to the highwayman as Bess would permit her.
dead men walk and ride. Aye, ride. There's a comfort for you. I've seen these do it. I have seen them fling off their chains and dance. Aye, dance with me, with their mother. No revels like dead men's revels, Dick. I shall soon join 'em."
"You will not lay violent hands upon yourself, mother?" said Dick, with difficulty mastering his terror.
"No,"
replied Barbara, in an altered tone.
"but I will let nature do her task. Would she could do it more quickly. Such a life as mine won't go out with a long struggle. What have I to live for now? All are gone, she and her child. But what is this to you? You have no child, and if you had, you could not feel like a father. No matter. I rave. Listen to me. I have crawled hither to die. 'Tis 5 days since I beheld you, and during that time food has not passed these lips, nor aught of moisture, save heaven's dew, cooled this parched throat, nor shall they do to the last. That time cannot be far off, and now can you not guess how I mean to die? Begone and leave me. Your presence troubles me. I will breathe my last breath alone, with none to witness the parting pang."
"I will trouble you no longer, mother," said Dick, turning his mare. "Nor will I ask your blessing."
"My blessing!" scornfully ejaculated Barbara. "You shall have it if you will, but you will find it a curse. Stay, a thought strikes me. Whither are you going?"
"To see Sir Luke Rookwood," replied Dick. "Know you aught of him?"
"Sir Luke Rookwood! You seek him, and would find him!" screamed Barbara.
"I would," said Dick.
"And you will find him," said Barbara, "and that ere long. I shall ne'er again behold him, would I could. I have a message for him, one of life and death. Will you convey to him?"
"I will," said the highwayman.
"Swear by those bones to do so,"
cried Barbara, pointing with her skinny fingers to the gibbet,
"that you will do my bidding."
"I swear," cried Dick.
"Fail not, or we will haunt thee to thy life's end,"
cried Barbara, adding, as she handed a sealed package to the highwayman,
"Give this to Sir Luke, to him alone. I would have sent it to him by other hands ere this, but my people have deserted me, have pillaged my stores, have rifled me of all save this. Give this, I say, to Sir Luke with your own hands. You have sworn it, and will obey. Give it to him, and bid him think of Sybil as he opens it. But this must not be till Eleanor is in his power, and she must be present when the seal is broken. It relates to both. Dare not to tamper with it, or my curse shall pursue you. That packet is guarded with a triple spell, which to you were fatal. Obey me, and my dying breath shall bless thee."
"Never fear," said Dick, taking the packet. "I'll not disappoint you, mother, depend on it."
"Hence!"
cried the crone; and as she watched Dick's figure lessening upon the waste, and at length beheld him finally disappear down the hillside, she sank to the ground, her frail strength being entirely exhausted.
"Body and soul may now part in peace," gasped she. "All I live for is accomplished."
And ere 1 hour had elapsed, the night crow was perched upon her still breathing frame. Long pondering upon this singular interview, Dick pursued his way. At length, he thought fit to examine the packet with which the old gipsy had entrusted him. "It feels like a casket," thought he. "It can't be gold, but then it may be jewels, though they don't rattle, and it ain't quite heavy enough. What can it be? I should like to know. There is some mystery, that's certain about it. But I will not break the seal, not I. As to her spell, that I don't value a rush, but I've sworn to give it to Sir Luke and deliver her message, and I'll keep my word if I can. He shall have it." So saying, he replaced it in his pocket. End of chapter 10, book 4. Chapter 11, book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 11, The Phantom Steed. I'll speak to thee, though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace. Hamlet. Time presses. We may not linger in our course. We must fly on before our flying highwayman. Full 40 miles shall we pass over in a breath. 2 more hours have elapsed, and he still urges his headlong career, with heart resolute as ever, and purpose yet unchanged. Fair Newark and the dashing Trent, most loved of England's streams, are gathered to his laurels. Broad Notts, and its heavy paths and sweeping glades, its waste, forest no more, of Sherwood past, bold Robin Hood and his merry men, his Marion and his moonlight rides, recalled, forgotten, left behind. Hurrah! Hurrah! That wild halloo, that waving arm, that enlivening shout, what means it? He is once more upon Yorkshire ground. His horse's hoof beats once more the soil of that noble shire. So transported was Dick, that he could almost have flung himself from the saddle to kiss the dust beneath his feet. Thrice 50 miles has he run, nor has the morn yet dawned upon his labours. Hurrah! The end draws nigh, the goal is in view. Halloo! Halloo! On. Bawtry is past. He takes the lower road by Thorn and Selby. He is skirting the waters of the deep-channeled Don. Bess now began to manifest some slight symptoms of distress. There was a strain in the carriage of her throat, a dullness in her eye, a laxity in her ear, and a slight stagger in her gait, which Turpin noticed with apprehension. Still she went on, though not at the same gallant pace as heretofore. But, as the tired bird still battles with the blast upon the ocean, as the swimmer still stems the stream, though spent, on went she. Nor did Turpin dare to check her, fearing that, if she stopped, she might lose her force, or, if she fell, she would rise no more. It was now that grey and grimly hour, ere one flicker of orange or rose has gemmed the east, and when unwearying nature herself seems to snatch brief repose. In the roar of restless cities, this is the only time when their strife is hushed. Midnight is awake, alive, the streets ring with laughter and with rattling wheels. At the third hour, a dead, deep silence prevails. The loud-voiced streets grow dumb. They are deserted of all, save the few guardians of the night and the skulking robber. But even far removed from the haunts of men and hum of towns, it is the same. Nature's best nurse seems to weigh nature down, and stillness reigns throughout. Our feelings are, in a great measure, influenced by the hour, exposed to the raw, crude atmosphere, which has neither the nipping, wholesome shrewdness of morn, nor the profound chillness of night. The frame vainly struggles against the dull, miserable sensations engendered by the damps, and at once communicates them to the spirits. Hope forsakes us. We are weary, exhausted. Our energy is dispirited. Sleep does not weigh our eyelids down. We stare upon the vacancy. We conjure up 1,000 restless, disheartening images. We abandon projects we have formed, and which, viewed through this medium, appear fantastical, chimerical, absurd. We want rest, refreshment, energy. We will not say that Turpin had all these misgivings, but he had to struggle hard with himself to set sleep and exhaustion at defiance. The moon had set. The stars, pinnacled deep in the intense main, had all, save one, the herald of the dawn, withdrawn their lustre. A dull mist lay on the stream, and the air became piercing cold. Turpin's chilled fingers could scarcely grasp the slackening rein, while his eyes, irritated by the keen atmosphere, hardly enabled him to distinguish surrounding objects, or even to guide his steed. It was owing, probably, to this latter circumstance, that Bess suddenly floundered and fell, throwing her master over her head. Turpin instantly recovered himself. His first thought was for his horse, but Bess was instantly upon her legs, covered with dust and foam, sides and cheeks, and with her large eyes glaring wildly, almost piteously, upon her master. "Art hurt, lass?" asked Dick, as she shook herself and slightly shivered, and he proceeded to the horseman's scrutiny. "Nothing but a shake, though that dull eye, those quivering flanks," added he, looking earnestly at her. "She won't go much further, and I must give up." "What? Give up the race when it's won? No, that can't be. Well thought on. I've a bottle of liquid, given me by an old fellow,
who was a knowing cove and famous jockey in his day, which he swore would make a horse go as long as he'd a leg to carry him, and bade me keep it for some great occasion. I've never used it, but I'll try it now. It should be in this pocket. Ah, Bess, wench, I fear I'm using thee after all, as Sir Luke did his mistress, that I thought so like thee. No matter, it will be a glorious end." Raising her head upon his shoulder, Dick poured the contents of the bottle down the throat of his mare. Nor had he to wait long before its invigorating effects were instantaneous. The fire was kindled in the glassy orb, the crest was once more erected, her flanks ceased to quiver, and she neighed loud and joyously. "Egad, the old fellow was right," cried Dick. "The drink has worked wonders. What the devil could it have been? It smells like spirit," added he, examining the bottle. "I wish I'd left a taste for myself, but here's that will do as well." And he drained his flask of the last drop of brandy. Dick's limbs were now become so excessively stiff that it was with difficulty he could remount his horse. But this necessary preliminary being achieved by the help of a stile, he found no difficulty in resuming his accustomed position upon the saddle. We know not whether there was any likeness between our Turpin and that modern Hercules of the sporting world, Mr. Osbaldeston. Far be it from us to institute any comparison, though we cannot help thinking that, in one particular, he resembled that famous copper-bottomed squire. This we will leave to our readers' discrimination. Dick bore his fatigues wonderfully. He suffered somewhat of that martyrdom which, according to Tom Moore, occurs to weavers and MPs from sitting too long. But again on his courser's back he cared not for anything. Once more, at a gallant pace, he traversed the banks of the Don, skirting the fields of flax that bound its sides, and hurried far more swiftly than its current to its confluence with the Aire. Snaith was past. He was on the road to Selby when dawn first began to break. Here and there a twitter was heard in the hedge. A hare ran across his path, grey-looking as the morning's self, and the mists began to rise from the earth. A bar of gold was drawn against the east, like the roof of a gorgeous palace, but the mists were heavy in this world of rivers and their tributary streams. The Ouse was before him, the Trent and Aire behind, the Don and Derwent on either hand, all in their way to commingle their currents ere they formed the giant Humber. Amid a region so prodigal of water, no wonder the dews fell thick as rain. Here and there the ground was clear, but then again came a volley of vapour, dim and palpable as smoke. While involved in one of these fogs, Turpin became aware of another horseman by his side. It was impossible to discern the features of the rider, but his figure in the mist seemed gigantic. Neither was the colour of his steed distinguishable. Nothing was visible, except the meagre-looking, phantom-like outline of a horse and his rider, and as the unknown rode upon the turf that edged the way, even the sound of the horse's hoofs was scarcely audible. Turpin gazed, not without superstitious awe. Once or twice he essayed to address the strange horseman, but his tongue clave to the roof of his mouth. He fancied he discovered in the mist-exaggerated lineaments of the stranger a wild and fantastic resemblance to his friend, Tom King. "It must be Tom," thought Turpin. "He's come to warn me of my approaching end. I will speak to him." But terror o'ermastered his speech. He could not force out a word, and thus side by side they rode in silence. Quaking with fears he would scarcely acknowledge to himself, Dick watched every motion of his companion. He was still, stern, spectre-like, erect, and looked for all the world like a demon on his phantom steed. His courser seemed, in the indistinct outline, to be huge and bony, and as he snorted furiously in the fog, Dick's heated imagination supplied his breath with a due proportion of flame. Not a word was spoken, not a sound heard, save the sullen dead beat of his hoofs upon the grass. It was intolerable to ride thus cheek by jowl with a goblin. Dick could stand it no longer. He put spurs to his horse and endeavoured to escape, but it might not be. The stranger, apparently without effort, was still by his side, and Bessie's feet, in her master's apprehensions, were nailed to the ground. By and by, however, the atmosphere became clearer,
Bright, quivering beams burst through the vaporous shroud, and then it was that Dick discovered that the apparition of Tom King was no other than Luke Rookwood. He was mounted on his old horse Rook, and looked grim and haggard as a ghost, vanishing at the crowing of the cock. "Sir Luke Rookwood, by this light!" exclaimed Dick in astonishment. "Why, I took you for—" "The devil, no doubt," returned Luke, smiling sternly, "and was sorry to find yourself so hard pressed. Don't disquiet yourself. I am still flesh and blood." "Had I taken you for one of mortal mould," said Dick, "you should have soon seen where I'd have put you in the race. That confounded fog deceived me, and Bess acted the fool as well as myself. However, now I know you, Sir Luke, you must spur alongside, for the hawks are on the wing, and though I've much to say, I've not a second to lose." And Dick briefly detailed the particulars of his ride, concluding with his rencontre with Barbara. "Here's the packet," said he, "just as I got it. You must keep it till the proper moment. And here," added he, fumbling in his pocket for another paper, "is the marriage document. You are now your father's lawful son, let who will say you nay. Take it and welcome. If you are ever master of Miss Mowbray's hand, you will not forget Dick Turpin." "I will not," said Luke, eagerly grasping the certificate. "But she may never be mine." "You have her oath." "I have." "What more is needed?" "Her hand." "That will follow." "It shall follow," replied Sir Luke, wildly. "You are right. She is my affianced bride. Affianced before hell, if not before heaven. I have sealed the contract with blood, with Sybil's blood, and it shall be fulfilled. I have her oath. Her oath! Ah! Though I perish in the attempt, I will wrest her from Ranulph's grasp. She will never be his. I would stab her first. Twice have I failed in my endeavours to bear her off. I am from Rookwood even now. Tomorrow night I shall renew the attack. Will you assist me?" "Tomorrow night?" interrupted Dick. "Nay, I should say tonight. A new day has already dawned," replied Luke. "I will. She's at Rookwood?" "She languishes there at present, attended by her mother and her lover. The hall is watched and guarded. Ranulph is ever on the alert. But we will storm their garrison. I have a spy within its walls, a gipsy girl, faithful to my interests. From her I have learnt there is a plot to wed Eleanor to Ranulph, and that the marriage is to take place privately tomorrow. This must be prevented." "It must. But why not boldly appear in person at the hall and claim her?" "Why not? I am a proscribed felon. A price is set upon my head. I am hunted through the country, driven to concealment, and dare not show myself for fear of capture. What could I do now? They would load me with fetters, bury me in a dungeon, and wed Eleanor to Ranulph. What would my rights avail? What would her oath signify to them? No, she must be mine by force. His she never shall be. Again, I ask you, will you aid me?" "I have said, I will. Where is Alan Rookwood?" "Concealed within the hut on Thorn Waste. You know it. It was one of your haunts." "I know it well," said Dick, "and Conky Jem its keeper into the bargain. He is a knowing file. I'll join you at the hut at midnight, if all goes well. We'll bring off the wench in spite of them all. Just the thing I like. But in case of a breakdown on my part, suppose you take charge of my purse in the meantime." Luke would have declined this offer. "Pshaw," said Dick, "who knows what may happen? And it's not ill lined either. You'll find an odd 100 or so in that silken bag. It's not often your highwayman gives away a purse. Take it, man. We'll settle all tonight, and if I don't come, keep it. It will help you to your bride. And now off with you to the hut, for you are only hindering me. Adieu. My love to old Alan will do the trick tonight. Away with you to the hut. Keep yourself snug there till midnight, and we'll ride over to Rookwood." "At midnight," replied Sir Luke, wheeling off. "I shall expect you." "Where hawks?" hallooed Dick. But Luke had vanished. In another instant Dick was scouring the plain as rapidly as ever. In the meantime, as Dick had casually alluded to the hawks, it may not be amiss to inquire how they had flown throughout the night, and whether they were still in chase of their quarry. With the exception of Titus, who was completely done up at Grantham, having got, as he said, a complete bellyful of it, they were still on the wing, and resolved sooner or later to pounce upon their prey, pursuing the same system as heretofore in regard to the post horses. Major Mowbray and Paterson took the lead, but the irascible and invincible attorney was not far in their rear, his wrath having been by no means allayed by the fatigue he had undergone. At Bawtrey they held a council of war for a few minutes, being doubtful which course he had taken. Their incertitude was relieved by a foot traveller, who had heard Dick's loud halloo on passing the boundary of Nottinghamshire, and had seen him take the lower road. They struck, therefore, into the path at Thorn at a hazard, and were soon satisfied they were right. Furiously did they now spur on. They reached Selby, changing horses at the inn in front of the venerable cathedral church, and learnt from the postboy that a toil-worn horseman on a jaded steed had ridden through the town about 5 minutes before them, and could not be more than a quarter of a mile in advance. "His horse was so dead beat," said the lad, "that I'm sure he cannot have gone far. If you look sharp, I'll be bound you'll overtake him before he reaches Corwood Ferry." Mr. Coates was transported. "We'll lodge him snug in York Castle before an hour, Patterson," cried he, rubbing his hands. "I hope so, sir," said the chief constable, "but I begin to have some qualms." "Now, gentlemen," shouted the postboy, "come along, I'll soon bring you to him." End of chapter 11, book 4. Chapter 12, book 4 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 4, Chapter 12, Corwood Ferry. The sight renewed my courser's feet. A moment, staggering feebly fleet. A moment, with a faint low neigh, he answered, and then fell. With gasps and glazing eyes he lay, and reeking limbs immovable. His first and last career was done. Mazeppa. The sun had just o'ertopped the high eastern hill as Turpin reached the ferry of Corwood, and his beams were reflected upon the deep and sluggish waters of the Ouse. Wearily had he dragged his course thither, wearily and slow. The powers of his gallant steed were spent, and he could scarcely keep her from sinking. It was now midway twixt the hours of 5 and 6. 9 miles only lay before him, and that thought again revived him. He reached the water's edge, and hailed the ferry boat, which was then on the other side of the river. At that instant a loud shout smote his ear. It was the halloo of his pursuers. Despair was in his look. He shouted to the boatman and bade him pull fast. The man obeyed, but he had to breast a strong stream, and had a lazy bark and heavy sculls to contend with. He had scarcely left the shore when another shout was raised from the pursuers. The tramp of their steeds grew louder and louder. The boat had scarcely reached the middle of the stream. His captors were at hand. Quietly did he walk down the bank, and as cautiously enter the water. There was a plunge, and steed and rider were swimming down the river. Major Mowbray was at the brink of the stream. He hesitated an instant, and stemmed the tide. Seized, as it were, by a mania for equestrian distinction, Mr. Coates braved the torrent. Not so Patterson. He very coolly took out his bulldogs, and watching Turpin, cast up in his own mind the pros and cons of shooting him as he was crossing. "I could certainly hit him," thought or said the constable. "But what of that? A dead highwayman is worth nothing. Alive, he weighs 300. I won't shoot him, but I'll make a pretence." And he fired accordingly. The shot skimmed over the water, but did not, as it was intended, do much mischief. It, however, occasioned a mishap, which had nearly proved fatal to our aquatic attorney. Alarmed at the report of the pistol, in the nervous agitation of the moment, Coates drew in his reins so tightly that his steed instantly sank. A moment or two afterwards he rose, shaking his ears, and floundering heavily towards the shore. And such was the chilling effect of this sudden immersion, that Mr. Coates now thought much more of saving himself than of capturing Turpin. Dick, meanwhile, had reached the opposite bank, and, refreshed by her bath, Bess scrambled up the sides of the stream, and speedily regained the road. "I shall do it yet," shouted Dick. "That stream has saved her. Hark away, lass, hark away." Bess heard the cheering cry, and she answered to the call. She roused all her energies, strained every sinew, and put forth all her remaining strength. Once more, on the wings of swiftness, she bore him away from his pursuers, and Major Mowbray, who had now gained the shore, and made certain of securing him, beheld him spring, like a wounded hare, from beneath his very hand. "It cannot hold out," said the Major. "It is but an expiring flash. That gallant steed must soon drop." "She be regularly booked, that's certain," said the postboy. "We shall find her on the road." Contrary to all expectation, however, Bess held on, and set pursuit at defiance. Her pace was swift as when she started, but it was unconscious and mechanical action. It wanted the ease, the lightness, the life of her former riding. She seemed screwed up to a task which she must execute. There was no flogging, no gory heel, but the heart was throbbing, tugging at the sides within. Her spirit spurred her onwards. Her eyes were glazing, her chest heaving, her flank quivering, her crest again fallen. Yet she held on. "She's dying," said Dick. I feel it." No, she held on. Fulford is past. The towers and pinnacles of York burst upon him in all the freshness, the beauty, and the glory of a bright, clear autumnal morn. The ancient city seemed to smile a welcome, a greeting. The noble minster and its serene and massive pinnacles, crocketed, lantern-like, and beautiful, St. Mary's lofty spire, All Hallows Tower, the massive mouldering walls of the adjacent postern, the grim castle, and Clifford's neighbouring keep, all beamed upon him like a bright-eyed face that laughs out openly. "It is done! It is won!" cried Dick. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" And the sunny air was cleft with his shouts. Bess was not insensible to her master's exultation. She neighed feebly in answer to his call, and reeled forwards. It was a piteous sight to see her, to mark her staring, protruding eyeball, her shaking flanks. But, while life and limb held together, she held on. Another mile is past. York is near. "Hurrah!" shouted Dick. But his voice was hushed. Bess tottered. Fell. There was a dreadful gasp, a parting moan, a snort. Her eye gazed, for an instant, upon her master with a dying glare, then grew glassy, rayless, fixed. A shiver ran through her frame. Her heart had burst. Dick's eyes were blinded, as with rain. His triumph, though achieved, was forgotten. His own safety was disregarded. He stood weeping and swearing like one beside himself. "And art thou gone, Bess?" cried he, in a voice of agony, lifting up his courser's head and kissing her lips, covered with blood-flecked foam. "Gone, gone, and I've killed the best steed that was ever crossed." "And for what?" added Dick, beating his brow with his clenched hand. "For what? For what?" At this moment, the deep bell of the Minster clock tolled out the hour of 6. "I am answered," gasped Dick. "It was to hear those strokes." Turpin was roused from the state of stupefaction into which he had fallen by a smart slap on the shoulder. Recalled to himself by the blow, he started at once to his feet, while his hands sought his pistols, but he was spared the necessity of using them by discovering in the intruder the bearded visage of the gipsy Balthazar. The patrico was habited in mendicant weeds, and sustained a large wallet upon his shoulders. "So, it is all over with the best mare in England, I see," said Balthazar. "I can guess how it has happened. You are pursued." "I am," said Dick, roughly. "Your pursuers are at hand?" "Within a few 100 yards." "Then why stay here? Fly while you can." "Never, never," cried Turpin. "I'll fight it out here by Bess's side. Poor lass, I've killed her, but she has done it. Ha! We have won. What?" And his utterance was again choked. "Hark! I hear the tramp of horse and shouts," cried the patrico. "Take this wallet. You will find a change of dress within it. Dart into that thick copse. Save yourself." "But Bess,
I cannot leave her," exclaimed Dick, with an agonizing look at his horse. "And what did Bess die for, but to save you?" rejoined the patrico. "True, true," said Dick. "But take care of her. Don't let those dogs of hell meddle with her carcass." "Away!" cried the patrico. "Leave Bess to me." Possessing himself of the wallet, Dick disappeared into the adjoining copse. He had not been gone many seconds when Major Mowbray rode up. "Who is this?" exclaimed the major, flinging himself from his horse and seizing the patrico. "This is not Turpin." "Certainly not," replied Balthazar, coolly. "I am not exactly the figure for a highwayman." "Where is he? What has become of him?" asked Coates in despair, as he and Paterson joined the major. "Escaped, I fear," replied the major. "Have you seen any one, fellow?" added he, addressing the patrico. "I have seen no one," replied Balthazar. "I am only this instant arrived. This dead horse lying in the road attracted my attention." "Ha!" exclaimed Paterson, leaping from his steed. "This may be Turpin after all. He has as many disguises as the devil himself, and may have carried that goat's hair in his pocket." Saying which, he seized the patrico by the beard, and shook it with as little reverence as the Gaul handled the hirsute chin of the Roman senator. "The devil! Hands off!" roared Balthazar. "By Salamon, I won't stand such usage. Do you think a beard like mine is the growth of a few minutes? Hands off, I say." "Regularly done," said Paterson, removing his hold of the patrico's chin, and looking as blank as a cartridge. "Ay," exclaimed Coates, "all owing to this worthless piece of carrion. If it were not that I hope to see him dangling from those walls," pointing towards the castle, "I should wish her master were by her side now. To the dogs with her." And he was about to spurn the breathless carcass of poor Bess, when a sudden blow, dealt by the patrico's staff, felled him to the ground. "I'll teach you to molest me," said Balthazar, about to attack Paterson. "Come, come," said the discomfited chief constable, "no more of this. It's plain we're in the wrong box. Every bone in my body aches sufficiently without the aid of your cudgel, old fellow. Come, Mr. Coates, take my arm, and let's be moving. We've had an infernal long ride for nothing." "Not so," replied Coates. "I've paid pretty dearly for it. However, let us see if we can get any breakfast at the bowling green yonder, though I've already had my morning draught," added the facetious man of law, looking at his dripping apparel. "Poor Black Bess," said Major Mowbray, wistfully regarding the body of the mare as it lay stretched at his feet. "Thou deservest a better fate, and a better master. In thee Dick Turpin has lost his best friend. His exploits will, henceforth, want the colouring of romance, which thy unfailing energies threw over them. Light lie the ground over thee, thou matchless mare." To the bowling green the party proceeded, leaving the patrico in undisturbed possession of the lifeless body of Black Bess. Major Mowbray ordered a substantial repast, to be prepared with all possible expedition. A countryman in a smock frock was busily engaged at his morning's meal. "To see that fellow bolt down his breakfast, one would think he had fasted for a month," said Coates. "See the wholesome effects of an honest, industrious life, Paterson. I envy him his appetite. I should fall to with more zest were Dick Turpin in his place." The countryman looked up. He was an odd-looking fellow, with a terrible squint, and a strange, contorted countenance. "An ugly dog!" exclaimed Paterson. "What a devil of a twist he has got!"
"What's that you says about Dick Turpin, mister?"
asked the countryman, with his mouth half full of bread. "Have you seen aught of him?" asked Coates.
"Not I," mumbled the rustic, "but I hears all the folks hereabouts talk on him. They say as how he sets all the lawyers and constables at defiance, and laughs in his sleeve at their efforts to cotch him. Ah, he gets over more ground in a day than they do in a week. Ho, 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 ho!"
"That's all over now," said Coates, peevishly. "He has cut his own throat, ridden his famous mare to death." The countryman almost choked himself in the attempt to bolt a huge mouthful.
"Ay, indeed, measter. How happened that?"
asked he, so soon as he recovered speech. "The fool rode her from London to York last night," returned Coates. "Such a feat was never performed before. What horse could be expected to live through such work as that?"
"Ay, it were a fool to attempt that," observed the countryman. But you followed belike? We did. And took him after all, I reckon? Asked the rustic, squinting more horribly than ever. No, returned Coates, I can't say we did. But we'll have him yet. I'm pretty sure he can't be far off. We may be nearer him than we imagine. May be so, mister, returned the countryman. But I might be so bold as to ask how many horses you used in the chase. Some half dozen, maybe. Half a dozen, growled Patterson. We had 20 at the least. And I, 1, mentally ejaculated Turpin, for he was the countryman. End of chapter 12, book 4. Chapter 1, Book 5 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 5, The Oath. It was an ill oath, better broke than kept. The laws of nature and of nations do dispense with matters of divinity in such a case. Tatum. Chapter 1. The Hut on Thorn Waste. Hind. Are all our horses and our arms in safety? Furbo. They feed, like Pluto's palfreys, underground. Our pistols, swords, and other furniture are safely locked up at our rendezvous. Prince of Prigg's Revels. The hut on Thorn Waste, to which we have before incidentally alluded, and whither we are now about to repair, was a low, lone hovel, situate on the banks of the deep and oozy Don, at the eastern extremity of that extensive moor. Ostensibly, its owner fulfilled the duties of ferryman to that part of the river, but as the road which skirted his tenement was little frequented, his craft was, for the most part, allowed to sleep undisturbed in her moorings. In reality, however, he was the inland agent of a horde of smugglers who infested the neighbouring coast. His cabin was their rendezvous, and not unfrequently, it was said, the depository of their contraband goods. Conky Jem, so was he called by his associates, on account of the Slaukenbergian promontory which decorated his countenance, had been an old hand at the same trade, but having returned from a 7 years' leave of absence from his own country, procured by his lawless life, now managed matters with more circumspection and prudence, and had never since been detected in his former illicit traffic. Nor, though so marvellously gifted in that particular himself, was he ever known to nose upon any of his accomplices, or, in other words, to betray them. On the contrary, his hut was a sort of asylum for all fugitives from justice, and although the sanctity of his walls would, in all probability, have been little regarded, had any one been detected within them, yet, strange to say, even if a robber had been tracked, as it often chanced, to Jem's immediate neighbourhood, all traces of him were sure to be lost at the ferryman's hut, and further search was useless. Within, the hut presented such an appearance as might be expected from its owner's pursuits and its own unpromising exterior. Consisting of little more than a couple of rooms, the rude, whitewashed walls exhibited, in lieu of prints of more pretension, a gallery of choicely illustrated ballads, celebrating the exploits of various highwaymen, renowned in song, amongst which our friend Dick Turpin figured conspicuously upon his sable steed, Bess being represented by a huge rampant black patch, and Dick with a pistol considerably longer than the arm that sustained it. Next to this curious collection was a drum net, a fishing rod, a landing net, an eel spear, and other piscatorial apparatus, with a couple of sculls and a boat hook, indicative of Jem's ferryman's office, suspended by various hooks, the whole blackened and begrimed by peat smoke, there being no legitimate means of exit permitted to the vapour generated by the turf-covered hearthstone. The only window, indeed, in the hut was to the front. The back apartment, which served Jem for dormitory, had no aperture whatever for the admission of light, except such as was afforded through the door of the communication between the rooms. A few broken rush-bottomed chairs, with a couple of dirty tables, formed the sum total of the ferryman's furniture. Notwithstanding the grotesque effect of his exaggerated nasal organ,
Jem's aspect was at once savage and repulsive. His lank black hair hung about his inflamed visage in wild elf locks, the animal predominating throughout. His eyes were small, red, and wolfish, and glared suspiciously from beneath his scarred and tufted eyebrows, while certain of his teeth projected, like the tusks of a boar, from out his coarse-lipped, sensual mouth. Dwarfish in stature and deformed in person, Jem was built for strength, and what with his width of shoulder and shortness of neck, his figure looked as square and as solid as a cube. His throat and hirsute chest, constantly exposed to the weather, had acquired a glowing tan, while his arms, uncovered to the shoulders, and clothed with fur like a bear's hide, down almost to the tips of his fingers, presented a knot of folded muscles, the concentrated force of which few would have desired to encounter in action. It was now on the stroke of midnight, and Jem, who had been lying extended upon the floor of his hovel, suddenly aroused by that warning impulse which never fails to awaken one of his calling, at the exact moment when they require to be upon the alert, now set about fanning into flame the expiring fuel upon his hearth. Having succeeded in igniting further portions of the turf, Jem proceeded to examine the security of his door and window, and satisfied that the lock and bolt were shot, and that the shutter was carefully closed, he kindled a light at his fire, and walked towards his bedroom. But it was not to retire for the night that the ferryman entered his dormitory. Beside his crazy couch stood a litter of empty bottles and a beer cask, crowding the chamber. The latter he rolled aside, and pressing his foot upon the plank beneath it, the board gave way, and the trap-door opening discovered a ladder, conducting, apparently, into the bowels of the earth. Jem leaned over the abyss, and called in hoarse accents to someone below. An answer was immediately returned, and a light became soon afterwards visible at the foot of the ladder. 2 figures next ascended. The first who set foot within the ferryman's chamber was Alan Rookwood. The other, as the reader may perhaps conjecture, was his grandson. "Is it the hour?" asked Luke, as he sprang from out the trap-door.
"Ay," replied Jem, with a coarse laugh, "or I had not disturbed you myself to call you. But maybe," added he, softening his manner a little, "you like some refreshments before you start. A stoup of Nance will put you in cue for the job, ha?"
"Not I," replied Luke, who could ill tolerate his companion's familiarity.
"Give me to drink,"
said Alan, walking feebly towards the fire, and extending his skinny fingers before it.
"I'm chilled by the damps of that swampy cave. The natural heat within me is nigh extinguished." "Here is that shall put fresh marrow into your old bones," returned Jem, handing him a tumbler of brandy. "Never stint it. I'll be sworn you'll be the better on't, for you look desperate queer, man, about the mazzard."
Alan was, in sooth, a ghastly spectacle. The events of the last few days had wrought a fearful change. His countenance was almost exanimate, and when, with shaking hand and trembling lips, he had drained the fiery potion to the dregs, a terrible grimace was excited upon his features, such as is produced upon the corpse by the action of the galvanic machine. Even Jem regarded him with a sort of apprehension. After he had taken a breath for a moment, Alan broke out into a fit of wild and immoderate laughter.
"Why, aye," said he, "this is indeed to grow young again, and to feel fresh fire within one's veins. Who would have thought so much of life and energy could reside in this little vessel? I am myself once more, and not the same soulless, pulseless lump of clay I was a moment or two back. The damps of that den had destroyed me, and the solitude, the waking dreams I've had, the visions, horrible. I will not think of them. I'm better now, ready to execute my plans. Your plans, I should say, grandson Luke. Are our horses in readiness? Why do we tarry? The hour is arrived, and I would not that my new-blown courage should evaporate me ere the great work for which I live be accomplished. That done, I ask no further stimulant. Let us away."
"We tarry but for Turpin," said Luke. "I am as impatient as yourself. I fear some mischance must have befallen him, or he would have been true to his appointment. Do you not think so?" he added, addressing the ferryman.
"Why," replied Jem, reluctantly, "since you put it home to me, I can't conceal it no longer. I'll tell you what I didn't tell afore. for fear you should be down in the mouth about it. Dick Turpin can do nothing for you. He's grabbed."
"Turpin apprehended?" ejaculated Luke.
"Ay," returned Jem. "I learnt from a farmer who crossed the ferry at nightfall that he were grabbed this morning at York, after having ridden his famous cherry-coloured prad to death. That's what hurts me more, not all the rest, though I fear Dick will scarce cheat the nubbing cheat this go. His time's up, I calculate."
"Will you supply his place and accompany us?" asked Luke of the ferryman.
"No, no," replied Jem, shaking his head. "There's too much risk, and too little profit in the business for me. It won't pay."
"And what might tempt you to undertake the enterprise?" asked Alan.
"More than you have to offer, Master Peter,"
replied Jem, who had not been enlightened upon the subject of Alan's real name or condition.
"How do you know that?"
demanded Alan.
"Name your demand." "Well, then, I'll not say but £100, if you had it, might bribe me."
"To your part with your soul to the devil, I doubt not," said Luke, fiercely stamping the ground. "Let us be gone. We need not this mercenary aid. We'll do without him."
"Stay," said Alan. "You shall have the 100, provided you will assure us of your services." "Cut no more blarney wids, Master Sexton," replied Jem in a gruff tone. "If I'm to go, I must have the chink down, and that's more nor either of you can do, I'm thinking." "Give me your purse," whispered Alan to his grandson. "Pshaw," continued he, "do you hesitate? This man can do much for us. Think upon Eleanor and be prudent. You cannot accomplish your task unaided."
Taking the amount from the purse, he gave it to the ferryman, adding,
"If we succeed, the sum shall be doubled, and now let us set out."
During Alan's speech, Jem's sharp eyes had been fastened upon the purse, while he mechanically clutched the banknotes which were given to him. He could not remove his gaze, but continued staring at the treasure before him, as if he would willingly, by force, have made it all his own. Alan saw the error he had committed in exposing the contents of the purse to the avaricious ferryman, and was about to restore it to Luke, when the bag was suddenly snatched from his grasp, and himself levelled by a blow upon the floor. Conky Jem found the temptation irresistible. Knowing himself to be a match for both his companions, and imagining he was secure from interruption, he conceived the idea of making away with them, and possessing himself of their wealth. No sooner had he disposed of Alan than he assailed Luke, who met his charge halfway. With the vigour and alacrity of the latter the reader is already acquainted, but he was no match for the Herculean strength of the double-jointed ferryman, who, with the ferocity of the boar he so much resembled, thus furiously attacked him. Nevertheless, as may be imagined, he was not disposed to yield up his life tamely. He saw at once the villain's murderous intentions, and, well aware of his prodigious power, would not have risked a close struggle could he have avoided it. Snatching the eel spear from the wall, he had hurled it at the head of his adversary, but without effect. In the next instant he was locked in a clasp terrible as that of a polar bear. In spite of all his struggles, Luke was speedily hurled to the ground, and Jem, who had thrown himself upon him, was apparently searching about for some weapon to put a bloody termination to the conflict, when the trampling of a horse was heard at the door. 3 taps were repeated slowly, one after the other, and the call resounded from a whistle. "Damnation!" ejaculated Jem, gruffly. "Interrupted!" And he seemed irresolute, slightly altering his position on Luke's body. The moment was fortunate for Luke, and, in all probability, saved his life. He extricated himself from the ferryman's grasp, regained his feet, and, what was more of importance, the weapon he had thrown away. "Villain!" cried he, about to plunge the spear with all his force into his enemy's side. "You shall—" The whistle was again heard without. "Don't you hear that?" cried Jem. "'Tis Turpin's call." "Turpin!" echoed Luke, dropping the point of his weapon. "Unbar the door, you treacherous rascal, and admit him." "Well, say no more about it, Sir Luke," said Jem, fawningly. "I knows I owes you my life, and I thank you for it. Take back the lure. He should not have shown it me. It was that as did all the mischief." "Unbar the door, and parley not," said Luke, contemptuously. Jem complied with pretended alacrity, but real reluctance, casting suspicious glances at Luke as he withdrew the bolts. The door at length being opened, haggard,
Exhausted and covered with dust, Dick Turpin staggered into the hut. "Well, I'm here," said he, with a hollow laugh. "I've kept my word. I've been damnably put to it, but here I am. Ha ha ha!" And he sank upon one of the stools. "We heard you were apprehended," said Luke. "I'm glad to find the information was false," added he, glancing angrily at the ferryman. "Whoever told you that, told you a lie, Sir Luke," replied Dick. "But what are you scowling at, old Charon? And you, Sir Luke, why do you glower at each other? Make fast the door. Bolt it, Cerberus. Right. Now give me a glass of brandy, and then I'll talk. A bumper. So, another. What's that I see? A dead man? Old Peter? Alan, I mean. Has anything happened to him, that he has taken his measure there so quietly?" "Nothing, I trust," said Luke, stooping to raise up his grandsire. "The blow has stunned him." "The blow?" repeated Turpin. "What? There has been a quarrel, then? I thought as much from your amiable looks at each other. Come, we must have no differences. Give the old earthworm a taste of this. I'll engage it will bring him to fast enough. Ay, rub his temples with it if you'd rather. But it's a better remedy down the gullet, the natural course. And hark ye, Jem, search your crib quickly, and see if you have any grub within it, and any more bub in the cellar. I'm as hungry as a hunter, and as thirsty as a camel." End of Chapter 1, Book 5. Chapter 2, Book 5 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 5, Chapter 2, Major Mowbray. Mephistopheles. "Out with your toasting iron! Thrust away!" Hayward's translation of Faust. Conky Jem went in search of such provisions as his hovel afforded. Turpin, meantime, lent his assistance towards the revival of Alan Rookwood, and it was not long before his efforts, united with those of Luke, were successful, and Alan restored to consciousness. He was greatly surprised to find the highwayman had joined them, and expressed an earnest desire to quit the hut as speedily as possible. "That shall be done forthwith, my dear fellow," said Dick. "But if you had fasted as long as I had done, and gone through a few of my fatigues into the bargain, you would perceive, without difficulty, the propriety of supping before you started. Here comes old Nosey with a flitch of bacon and a loaf. Egad, I can scarce wait for the toasting. In my present mood, I could almost devour a grunter in the sty." Whereupon he applied himself to the loaf, and to a bottle of stout March ale, which Jem placed upon the table, quaffing copious draughts of the latter, while the ferryman employed himself in toasting certain rashers of the flitch upon the hissing embers. Luke, meanwhile, stalked impatiently about the room. He had laid aside his tridental spear, having first, however, placed a pistol within his breast to be ready for instant service, should occasion demand it, as he could now put little reliance upon the ferryman's fidelity. He glanced with impatience at Turpin, who pursued his meal with steady voracity, worthy of a half-famished soldier. But the highwayman returned no answer to his looks, except such as was conveyed by the incessant clatter of his masticating jaws, during the progress of his, apparently, interminable repast. "Ready for you in a second, Sir Luke," said Dick. "All right now. Capital ale, Charon. Strong as sticks. One other rasher, and I've done. Sorry to keep you. Can't conceive how cleverly I put the winkers upon 'em at York, in the dress of a countryman. All owing to old Bolty the Patrico, an old pal. My old pals never nose upon me, Nosey? Always help one out of the water. Always staunch. Here's health to you, old crony." Jem returned a sulky response, as he placed the last rasher on the table, which was speedily discussed. "Poor Bess," muttered Dick, as he quaffed off the final glass of ale. "Poor lass. We buried her by the roadside, beneath the trees. Deep, deep. Her remains shall never be disturbed. Alas! Alas, my bonny Black Bess! But no matter, her name is yet alive. Her deeds will survive her. The trial is over. And now, continued he, rising from his seat, I'm with you. Where are the tits?
In the stable, underground,
growled Jem. Alan Rookwood, in the meantime, had joined his grandson, and they conversed an instant or two apart.
My strength will not bear me through the night, said he. That fellow has thoroughly disabled me. You must go without me to the hall. Here is the key of the secret passage. You know the entrance. I will await you in the tomb.
The tomb? Echoed Luke.
Ay, our family vault, returned Alan with a ghastly grin. It is the only place of security for me now. Let me see her there. Let me know that my vengeance is complete, that I triumph in my death over him, the accursed brother, through you, my grandson. You have a rival brother, a successful one. You now know what hatred is.
I do, returned Luke, fiercely.
But not such hate as mine, which, through a long life, hath endured, intense as when 'twas first engendered in my bosom, which from one hath spread o'er all my race, o'er all save you, and which even now, when death stares me in the face, when the spirit pants to fly from its prison house, burns fiercely as ever. You cannot know what hate like that may be. You must have wrongs, such wrongs as mine, first.
My hate to Ranulph is bitter as your own to Sir Reginald.
Name him not,
shrieked Alan.
But oh, to think upon the bride he robbed me of, the young, the beautiful, whom I love to madness, whose memory is a barbed shaft, yet rankling keen as ever at my heart. God of justice, how is it that I've thus long survived? But some men die by inches. My dying lips shall name him once again, and then 'twill be but to blend his name with curses.
I speak of him no more, said Luke. I will meet you in the vault.
Remember, tomorrow is her wedding day with Ranulph.
Think you I forget it?
Bear it constantly in mind. Tomorrow's dawn must see her yours or his. You have her oath. To you or to death she is affianced. If she would hesitate in her election, do not you hesitate. Woman's will is fickle. Her scruples of conscience will be readily overcome. She will not heed her vows, but let her not escape you. Cast off all your weakness. You are young, and not as I am, age enfeebled. Be firm, and, added he, with a look of terrible meaning, if all else should fail, if you are surrounded, if you cannot bear her off, use this. And he placed a dagger in Luke's hands. It has avenged me ere now on a perjured wife. It will avenge you of a forsworn mistress, and remove all obstacle to Rookwood.
Luke took the weapon. Would you have me kill her? Demanded he.
Sooner than she should be Ranulph's.
Ay, aught sooner than that, but I would not murder both.
Both?
Echoed Alan.
I understand you not.
Sybil and Eleanor, replied Luke. For, as surely as I live, Sybil's death will lie at my door.
How so?
asked Alan.
The poison was self-ministered.
True, replied Luke, with terrible emphasis. But I spoke daggers. Hearken to me, said he, hollowly whispering in his grandsire's ears. Methinks I am not long for this world. I have seen her since her death.
Tut, tut, replied Alan. 'Tis not for you, a man, to talk thus. A truce to these womanish fancies.
Womanish or not, returned Luke, either my fancy has deceived me, or I beheld her, distinctly as I now behold you, within yon cave while you were sleeping at my side.
It is disordered fancy, said Alan Rookwood. You will live to inherit Rookwood, live to see them fall crushed beneath your feet. For myself, if I but see you master of Eleanor's hand, or know that she no longer lives to bless your rival, or to mar your prospects, I care not how soon I brave my threatened doom.
Of one or other you shall see resolved to-night, said Luke,
placing the dagger within his vest. At this moment, a trampling of a horse was heard before the hovel, and, in another instant, a loud knocking resounded from the door. The ferryman instantly extinguished the light, motioning his companions to remain silent. "What ho!" shouted a voice. "Ferry wanted." "Gadzooks!" exclaimed Dick. "As I live, 'tis Major Mowbray." "Major Mowbray!" echoed Alan, in amazement. "What doth he here?" "He must be on his way from York to Rookwood, I conclude," said Dick. "If he's here, I'll engage the others are not far off." Scarcely were the words out of Dick's mouth, when further clatter was heard at the door, and the tones of Coates were heard, in altissimo key, demanding admittance. "Let us retire into the next room," whispered Turpin, "and then admit them by all means, Conky, and, hark ye, manage to detain them a few seconds."
"I'll do it," said Jem. "There's a bit of a hole you can peep through."
Another loud rat-tat was heard at the door, threatening to burst it from its hinges.
"Well, I'll be coming,"
said Jem, seeing the coast was clear, in a drowsy, yawning tone, as if just awakened from sleep.
"You'll cross the river none the faster for making so much noise."
With these words he unbarred the door, and Coates and Patterson, who, it appeared, were proceeding to Rookwood, entered the hovel. Major Mowbray remained on horseback at the door. "Can you find a glass of brandy to keep out the fog?" said Coates, who knew something of our ferryman's vocations. "I know you are a lad of amazing spirit."
"Maybe I can, master, if I choose. But won't the other gemmen walk indoors likewise?"
"No, no," said Coates. "Major Mowbray don't choose to dismount."
"Well, as you please," said Jem. "It'll take me a minute or two to get the punt in order for all them prads."
"The brandy in the first place," said Coates. "What's here?" added the loquacious attorney, noticing the remnants of Turpin's repast. "But that we're hurried, I should like a little frizzled bacon myself." Jem opened the door of his dormitory with the greatest caution, though apparent indifference, and almost instantly returned with the brandy. Coates filled a glass for Patterson, and then another for himself. The ferryman left the house apparently to prepare his boat, half closing the door after him. "By my faith, this is the right thing, Patterson," said the attorney. "We may be sure the strength of this was never tasted by a gauger's proof. Take another thimbleful. We've 12 miles, and a heavy pull to go through ere we reach Rookwood. After all, we made but a poor night's work of it, Master Constable. Cursed stupid in us to let him escape. I only wish we had such another chance. Ah, if we had him within reach now, how we would spring upon him, secure him in an instant. I should glory in the encounter. I tell you what, Patterson, if ever he is taken, I shall make a point of attending his execution, and see whether he dies game. Ha! You think he's sure to swing, Patterson, eh?" "Why, yes," replied the chief constable. "I wish I was as certain of my reward as that Turpin will eventually figure at the scragging post." "Your reward?" replied Coates. "Make yourself easy on that score, my boy. You shall have your dues, depend upon it. Nay, for the matter of that, I'll give you the money now, if you think proper." "Nothing like time present," said Patterson. "We'll make all square at once." "Well, then," said Coates, taking out a pocket-book, "you shall have the 100 I promised. You won't get Turpin's reward, the £300, but that can't be helped. You shall have mine. Always a man of my word, Patterson," continued the attorney, counting out the money. "My father, the thief-taker, was a man of his word before me." "No doubt," said the chief constable. "I shall always be happy to serve you." "And then there's that other affair," said the attorney, mysteriously, still occupied in doling out his bank notes. "That Luke Bradley's case. The fellow, I mean, who calls himself Sir Luke Rookwood. Ha! A rank impostor. 2 5s, that makes 50. You want another 50, Patterson? As I was saying, we may make a good job of that. We must ferret him out. I know who will come down properly for that. And if we could only tuck him up with his brother Blade, why, it would be worth double. He's all along been a thorn in my Lady Rookwood's side. He's an artful scoundrel." "Leave him to me," said Patterson.
I'll have him in less than a week. What's your charge against him? Felony, burglary, murder, every description of crime under the heavens, said Coates. He's a very devil incarnate. Dick Turpin is as mild as milk compared with him. By the by, now I think of it, this Jem, Conky Jem, as folks call him, may know something about him. He's a keen file. I'll sound him. 30, 40, 50. There's the exact amount. So much for Dick Turpin. Dick Turpin thanks you for it in person, said Dick, suddenly snatching the whole sum from Patterson's hands, and felling the chief constable with a blow of one of his pistols. I wish I was as sure of escaping the gallows as I am certain that Patterson has got his reward. You stare, sir. You are once more in the hands of the Philistines. See who is at your elbow. Coates, who was terrified almost out of his senses by the sight of Turpin, scarcely ventured to turn his head. But when he did so, he was perfectly horror-stricken at the threatening aspect of Luke, who held a cutlass in his hand, which he had picked up in the ferryman's bedroom. So you would condemn me for crimes I've never committed, said Luke. I'm tempted, I own, to add the destruction of your worthless existence to their number. Mercy! For God's sake, mercy! cried Coates, throwing himself at Luke's feet. I meant not what I said. Hence, reptile, said Luke, pushing him aside. I leave you to be dealt upon by others. At this juncture, the door of the hut was flung open, and in rushed Major Mowbray, sword in hand, followed by Conky Jem. There he stands, sir, cried the latter. Upon him! What? Conky Jem turned snitch upon his pals? cried Dick. I scarce believe my own ears. Make yourself scarce, Dick, growled Jem. The jigger's open, and the boat loose. Leave Luke to his fate. He's sold. Never, vile traitor, shouted Dick. 'Tis thou art sold, not he. And, almost ere the words were spoken, a ball was lodged in the brain of the treacherous ferryman. Major Mowbray, meanwhile, had rushed furiously upon Luke, who met his assault with determined calmness. The strife was sharp, and threatened a speedy and fatal issue. On the Major's side it was a desperate attack of cut and thrust, which Luke had some difficulty in parrying, but as yet no wounds were inflicted. Soldier as was the Major, Luke was not a whit inferior to him in his knowledge of the science of defence, and in the exercise of the broadsword he was perhaps the more skilful of the two. Upon the present occasion his coolness stood him in admirable stead. Seeing him hard pressed, Turpin would have come to his assistance, but Luke shouted to him to stand aside, and all that Dick could do amid the terrific clash of steel was to kick the tables out of the way of the combatants. Luke's aim was now slightly grazed by a cut made by the Major, which he had parried. The smart of the wound roused his ire. He attacked his adversary in his turn with so much vigour and goodwill that, driven backwards by the irresistible assault, Major Mowbray stumbled over the ferryman's body, which happened to lie in his way, and his sword being struck from his grasp, his life became at once at his assailant's disposal. Luke sheathed his sword. Major Mowbray, said he sternly, your life is in my power. I spare it for the blood that is between us. For your sister's sake, I would not raise my hand against her brother. I disclaim your kindred with me, villain, wrathfully exclaimed the Major. I hold you no otherwise than as a wretched impostor, who has set up claims he cannot justify, and as to my sister, if you dare to couple her name. And the Major made an ineffectual attempt to raise himself, and to regain his sword, which Turpin, however, removed. Dare? Echoed Luke scornfully. Hereafter you may learn to fear my threats, and acknowledge the extent of my daring, and in that confidence I give you life. Listen to me, sir. I am bound for Rookwood. I have private access to the house, to your sister's chamber. Her chamber. Mark you that. I shall go armed, attended. This night she shall be mine. From you, from Ranulph, from Lady Rookwood. From all will I bear her off. She shall be mine, and you before the dawn my brother, or... And Luke paused. What further villainy remains untold? Inquired the Major fiercely. You shall bewail your sister's memory, replied Luke gloomily. I embrace the latter alternative with rapture, replied the Major. God grant her firmness to resist you. but I tremble for her." And the stern soldier groaned aloud in his agony. "Here's a cord to bind him," said Turpin. "He must remain a prisoner here."
"Right," said Alan Rookwood, "unless but enough blood has been shed already."
"Ay, marry has there," said Dick, "and I had rather not have given Conky Jem a taste of blue plum. Had there been any other mode of silencing the snitching scoundrel, which there was not. As to the Major, he's a gallant enemy, and shall have fair play as long as Dick Turpin stands by. Come, sir," added he to the Major, as he bound him hand and foot with the rope, "I'll do it gently as I can. You had better submit with good grace. There's no help for it. And now for my friend Patterson, who was so anxious to furnish me with a hempen cravat before my neck was in order. He shall have an extra twist of the rope himself, to teach him the inconvenience of a tight neckcloth when he recovers." Saying which, he bound Patterson in such a manner that any attempt at liberation on the chief constable's part would infallibly strangle him. "As to you, Mr. Coates," said he, addressing the trembling man of law, "you shall proceed to Rookwood with us. You may yet be useful, and I'll accommodate you with a seat behind my own saddle, a distinction I never yet conferred upon any of your tribe. Recollect the countryman at the bowling green at York? Come along, sir." And having kicked out the turf fire, Dick prepared to depart. It would be vain to describe the feelings of rage and despair which agitated the Major's bosom, as he saw the party quit the hovel, accompanied by Coates. Aware as he was of their destination, after one or two desperate but ineffectual attempts to liberate himself, by which he only increased the painful constriction of his bonds, without in the slightest degree ameliorating his condition, he resigned himself, with bitterest forebodings, to his fate. There was no one even to sympathize with his sufferings. Beside him lay the gory corpse of the ferryman, and, at a little distance, the scarcely more animate frame of the chief constable. And here we must leave him, to follow, for a short space, the course of Luke and his companions. Concerning themselves little about their own steeds, the party took those which first offered, and embarking man and horse in the boat, soon pushed across the waters of the luculent Don. Arrived at the opposite banks of the river, they mounted, and guided by Luke, after half an hour's sharp riding, arrived at the skirts of Rookwood Park. Entering this beautiful sylvan domain, they rode for some time silently among the trees, till they reached the knoll whence Luke had beheld the hall on the eventful night of the discovery of his mother's wedding ring. A few days only had elapsed, but during that brief space what storms had swept over his bosom, what ravages had they not made! He was then all ardour, all impetuosity, all independence. The future presented a bright, unclouded prospect. Wealth, honours, and happiness apparently awaited him. It was still the same exquisite scene, hushed, holy, tranquil, even solemn, as upon that glorious night. The moon was out, silvering wood and water, and shining on the white walls of the tranquil mansion. Nature was calm, serene, peaceful as ever. Beneath the trees he saw the bounding deer, upon the water the misty wreaths of vapour. All was dreamy, delightful, soothing. All save his heart. There was the conflict. There the change. Was it a troubled dream, with the dark oppression of which he was struggling, or was it stern, waking, actual life? That moment's review of his wild career was terrible. He saw to what extremes his ungovernable passions had hurried him. He saw their inevitable consequences. He also saw his own fate. But he rushed madly on. He swept round the park, keeping under the covert of the wood, till he arrived at the avenue leading to the mansion. The stems of the aged limes gleamed silvery white in the moonshine. Luke drew in the rein beneath one of the largest of the trees. "A branch has fallen," said he, as his grandsire joined him. "Ha!" exclaimed Alan. "A branch from that tree?" "It bodes ill to Ranulph," whispered Luke. "Does it not?" "Perchance," muttered Alan. "'Tis a vast bough." "We meet within an hour," said Luke, abruptly. "Within the tomb of our ancestry," replied Alan. "I will await you there." And as he rode away, Alan murmured to himself the following verse from one of his own ballads:
But whether gale or calm prevail, or threatening cloud hath fled, by hand of fate predestinate, a limb that tree will shed. A verdant bough, untouched, I trow, by axe or tempest's breath. To Rookwood's head, an omen dread of fast approaching death.
End of Chapter 2, Book 5. Chapter 3, Book 5 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 5, Chapter 3, Handassa. I've heard it rumoured for these many years, none of our family dies but there is seen the shape of an old woman, which is given by tradition to us to have been murdered by her nephews for her riches. Such a figure one night, as the prince sat up late at's book, appeared to him, when crying out for help, the gentleman of his chamber found his grace, all in a cold sweat, altered much in face and language, since which apparition he hath grown worse and worse, and much I fear he cannot live. Duchess of Malfi. In one of those large antique rooms, belonging to the suite of apartments constituting the eastern wing of Rookwood Place, upon the same night as that in which the events just detailed took place, and it might be about the same time, sat Eleanor and her new attendant, the gipsy Handassa. The eyes of the former were fixed, with a mixture of tenderness and pity, upon the lineaments of another lovely female countenance, bearing a striking resemblance to her own, though evidently, from its attire and bygone costume, not intended for her, depicted upon a tablet, and placed upon a raised frame. It was nigh the witching hour of night. The room was sombre and dusky, partially dismantled of its once flowing arras, and the lights set upon the table feebly illumined its dreary extent. Tradition marked it out as the chamber in which many of the hapless dames of Rookwood had expired, and hence superstition claimed it as her peculiar domain. The room was reputed to be haunted, and had for a long space shared the fate of haunted rooms, complete desertion. It was now tenanted by one too young, too pure, to fear aught unearthly. Eleanor seemed, nevertheless, affected by the profound melancholy of the picture upon which she gazed. At length, Handassa observed her start, and avert her eyes shudderingly from the picture. "Take it hence," exclaimed Eleanor. "I have looked at that image of my ancestors, till it has seemed endowed with life, till its eyes have appeared to return my gaze and weep. Remove it, Handassa." Handassa silently withdrew the tablet, placing it against the wall of the chamber. "Not there, not there," cried Eleanor. "Turn it with its face to the wall. I cannot bear those eyes. And now come hither, girl. Draw nearer, for I know not what of sudden dread has crossed thee. This was her room, Handassa, the chamber of my ancestress, of all the ladies Rookwood, where they say, ha! Did you not hear a noise? A rustle in the tapestry, a footstep near the wall? Why, you look as startled as I look, wench. Stay by me. I will not have you stir from my side. 'Twas mere fancy." "No doubt, lady," said Handassa, with her eyes fixed upon the arras. "Hist!" exclaimed Eleanor. "There 'tis again." "'Tis nothing," replied Handassa, but her looks belied her words. "Well, I will command myself," said Eleanor, endeavoring to regain her calmness. "But the thoughts of the Lady Eleanor, for she was an Eleanor like to me, Handassa, and even more ill-fated and unhappy, have brought a whole train of melancholy fancies into my mind. I cannot banish them. Nay, though painful to me, I recur to these images of dread with a species of fascination, as if in their fate I contemplated mine own. Not one who hath wedded a Rookwood, but hath rued it." "Yet you will wed one," said Handassa. "He is not like the rest," said Eleanor. "How know you that, lady?" asked Handassa. "His time may not yet be come, See what tomorrow will bring forth. You are averse to my marriage with Ranulph, Handassah?" "I was Sybil's handmaid ere I was yours, lady. I bear in mind a solemn compact with the dead, which this marriage will violate. You are plighted by oath to another if he should demand your hand." "But he has not demanded it." "Would you accept him were he to do so?" asked Handassah suddenly. "I meant not that," replied Eleanor. "My oath is annulled." "Say not so, lady," cried Handassah. "'Twas not for this that Sybil spared your life. I love you, but I loved Sybil, and I would see her dying behests complied with." "It may not be, Handassah," replied Eleanor. "Why, from a phantom sense of honour, am I to sacrifice my whole existence to one who neither can love me, nor whom I myself could love? Am I to wed this man because, in her blind idolatry of him, Sybil enforced an oath upon me which I had no power to resist, and which was mentally cancelled while taken? Recall not the horrors of that dreadful cell. Urge not the subject more. 'Tis in the hope that I may be freed from ever from this persecution that I have consented thus early to wed with Ranulph. This will set Luke's fancied claims at rest for ever." Handassah answered not, but bent her head as if in acquiescence. Steps were now heard near the door, and a servant ushered in Dr. Small and Mrs. Mowbray. "I am come to take leave of you for the night, my dear young lady," said the doctor. "But before I start for the vicarage, I have a word or two to say, in addition to the advice you were so obliging as to receive from me this morning. Suppose you allow your attendant to retire for a few minutes. What I have got to say concerns yourself solely. Your mother will bear us company. There," continued the doctor, as Handassah was dismissed. "I am glad that dark-faced gipsy has taken her departure. I can't say I like her sharp, suspicious manner, and the first exercise I should make at my powers, were I to be your husband, should be to discharge the handmaiden. To the point of my visit. We are alone, I think. This is a queer old house, Miss Mowbray, and this is the queerest part of it. Walls have ears, they say, and there are so many holes and corners in this mansion that one ought never to talk secrets above one's breath." "I am yet to learn, sir," said Eleanor, "that there is any secret to be communicated." "Why, not much, I own," replied the doctor. "At least, what has occurred is no secret in the house by this time. What do you think has happened?" "It is impossible for me to conjecture. Nothing to Ranulph, I hope." "Nothing of consequence, I trust, though he is part concerned with it." "What is it?" asked Eleanor. "Pray satisfy her curiosity, doctor," interposed Mrs. Mowbray. "Well, then," said Small, rather more gravely, "the fact of the matter stands thus. Lady Rookwood, who, as you know, was not the meekest wife in the world, now turns out by no means the gentlest mother, and has within this hour found out that she has some objection to your union with her son." "You alarm me, doctor." "Don't alarm yourself at all. It will be got over without difficulty, and only requires a little management. Ranulph is with her now, and I doubt not will arrange all to her satisfaction." "What was her objection?" asked Eleanor. "Was it any one founded upon my obligation to Luke? My oath?" "Tut, tut. Dismiss that subject from your mind entirely," said the doctor. "That oath is no more binding on your conscience than would have been the ties of marriage had you been wedded by yon recusant Romish priest, Father Checkley, upon whose guilty head the Lord be merciful. Bestow not a thought upon it. My anxiety, together with that of your mother, is to see you now, as speedily as may be, wedded to Ranulph, and then that idle question is set at rest for ever, and therefore, even if such a thing were to occur as that Lady Rookwood should not yield her consent to your marriage, as that consent is totally unnecessary, we must go through the ceremonial without it." "The grounds of Lady Rookwood's objections," said Mrs. Mowbray. "Ay, the grounds of her ladyship's objections," interposed Small, who, when he had once got the lead, liked nobody to talk but himself, "are simply these, and exactly the sort of objections one would expect her to raise. She cannot bear the idea of abandoning the control of the house and estates to other hands. She cannot, and will not, relinquish her station as head of the establishment, which Ranulph has insisted upon as your right.
I thought, when I conversed with her on this subject, that she was changed, but naturam expellas furca tamen usque recurret. I beg your pardon, she is, and always will be, the same. Why did not Ranulph concede the point to her? I wish not to dwell here. I care not for these domains, for this mansion. They have no charms for me. I could be happy with Ranulph anywhere, happier anywhere than here. The kind-hearted doctor squeezed her hand in reply, brushing a tear from his eyes. Why did he not concede it? Said Mrs. Mowbray, proudly. Because the choice remained not with him. It was not his to concede. This house, these lands, all are yours. And it were poor requital indeed, if, after they had so long been wrongfully withheld from us, you should be a dependent upon Lady Rookwood. Without going quite so far as that, madam, said the doctor, it is but justice to your daughter that she should be put in full possession of her rights, nor should I for one instant advise, or even allow her to inhabit the same house with Lady Rookwood. Her ladyship's peculiarities of temper are such as to preclude all possibility of happiness. At the same time, I trust by management, always by management, madam, that her ladyship's quiet departure may be ensured. I understand that all such legal arrangements, in the way of settlements as could be entered into between your daughter and her future husband, are completed. I have only to regret the absence of my friend, Mr. Coates, at this momentous conjuncture. It will be a loss to him, but he inherits from his father a taste for thief-taking, which he is at present indulging, to the manifest injury of his legitimate practice. Hark! I hear Ranulph's step in the gallery. He will tell us the result of his final interview. I came to give you advice, my dear, added the doctor, in a low tone to Eleanor, but I find you need it not. Whoso humbleth himself shall be exalted. I am glad you do not split upon the rock which has stranded half your generation. At this moment Ranulph Rookwood entered the room, followed by Handassah, who took her station at the back of the room, unperceived by the rest of the party, whose attention was attracted by Ranulph's agitated manner. What has happened? Asked Dr. Small and Mrs. Mowbray in the same breath. Ranulph hesitated for a moment in his answer, during which space he regarded Eleanor with the deepest anxiety, and seemed revolving within himself how he could frame his reply in such a way as should be least painful to her feelings, while, with instinctive apprehension of coming misfortune, Miss Mowbray eagerly seconded the inquiries of her friends. "It is with great pain," said he, at length, in a tone of despondency not unmingled with displeasure, "that I am obliged to descant upon the infirmities of a parent, and to censure her conduct as severely as I may do now. I feel the impropriety of such a step, and I would willingly avoid it, could I do so in justice to my own feelings, and especially at a moment like the present, when every hope of my life is fixed upon uniting myself to you, dear Eleanor, by ties as near as my own to that parent. But the interview which I have just had with Lady Rookwood, bitter and heart-breaking as it has been, compels me to reprobate her conduct in the strongest terms, as harsh, unjust, and dishonourable, and if I could wholly throw off the son, as she avows she has thrown off the mother, I should unhesitatingly pronounce it a little short of—" "Dear Ranulph," said Eleanor, palpitating with apprehension, "I never saw you so much moved." "Nor with so much reason," rejoined Ranulph. "For myself, if I could endure anything, but for you—" "And does your dispute relate to me?" asked Eleanor. "Is it for my sake you have braved your mother's displeasure? Is it because Lady Rookwood is unwilling to resign the control of this house and these lands to me, that you have parted in anger with her? Was this the cause of your quarrel?" "It was the origin of it," replied Ranulph. "Mother," said Eleanor firmly to Mrs. Mowbray, "go with me to Lady Rookwood's chamber." "Wherefore?" demanded Mrs. Mowbray. "Question me not, dear mother, or let me go alone." "Daughter, I guess your meaning," said Mrs. Mowbray sternly. "You would relinquish your claims in favour of Lady Rookwood. Is it not so?" "Since you oblige me to answer you, mother," said Eleanor, crimsoning, "I must admit that you have guessed my meaning.
To Lady Rookwood, as to yourself, I would be a daughter as far as consistent with my duty," added she, blushing still more deeply. "But my first consideration shall be my husband; and if Lady Rookwood can be content but pray question me not further. Accompany me to her chamber."
"Eleanor," interposed Ranulph, "dearest Eleanor, the sacrifice you make is unnecessary, uncalled for. You do not know my mother. She would not, I grieve to say, appreciate the generosity of your motives. She would not give you credit for your feelings. She would only resent your visit as an intrusion."
"My daughter comprehends you, sir," said Mrs. Mowbray haughtily. "I will take care that, in her own house, Miss Mowbray shall remain free from insult." "Mother, dear mother," said Eleanor, "do not wilfully misunderstand him."
"You can be little aware, madam," said Ranulph, calmly, yet sadly, "how much I have recently endured, how much of parental anger, how much of parental malediction I have incurred, to save you and your daughter from the indignity you apprehend. As I before said, you do not know my mother, nor could it enter into any well regulated imagination to conceive the extremities to which the violence of her passion will, when the schemes are thwarted, hurry her. The terms upon which you met together will not escape your recollection. Nor shall I need to recall to your mind her haughtiness, her coldness. That coldness has since ripened into distrust, and the match which she was at first all anxiety to promote, she would now utterly set aside, were it in her power to do so. Whence this alteration in her views has arisen, I have no means of ascertaining. It is not my mother's custom to give a reason for her actions, or her wishes. It is all sufficient to express them. I have perceived, as the time has drawn nigh for the fulfilment of my dearest hopes, that her unwillingness has increased. Until to-day, what had hitherto been confined to hints has been openly expressed, and absolute objections raised. Such, however, is the peculiarity of her temper, that I trusted, even at the 11th hour, I should be able to work a change. Alas, our last meeting was decisive. She commanded me to break off the match. At once, and peremptorily, I refused. Pardon me, madam, pardon me. Dearest Eleanor, if I thus enter into particulars, it is absolutely necessary I should be explicit. Enraged at my opposition to her wishes, her fury became ungovernable. With appalling imprecations upon the memory of my poor father, and upon your father, madam, whose chief offence in her eyes was, it seems, the disposition of his property to Eleanor, she bade me begone, and take her curses as my wedding portion. Beneath this roof, beneath her roof, she added, no marriage of mine should e'er take place. I might go hence, or might stay, as I thought fitting, but you and your daughter, whom she characterized as intruders, should not remain another hour within her house. To this wild raving I answered, with as much composure as I could command, that she entirely mistook her own position, and that, so far from the odium of intrusion resting within you, if applicable to any one, the term must necessarily affix itself on those who, through ignorance, had for years unjustly deprived the rightful owners of this place of their inheritance. Upon this her wrath was boundless. She disowned me as her son, disclaimed all maternal regard, and heaped upon my head a frightful malediction, at the recollection of which I still tremble. I will spare you further details of this dreadful scene. To me it is most distressing, for, however firmly resolved I may be to pursue a line of conduct which every sound principle within me dictates as the correct one, yet I cannot be insensible to the awful responsibility I shall incur in bringing down a mother's curse upon my head, nor to the jeopardy in which her own excessive violence may place her.
Mrs. Mowbray listened to Ranulph's explanation in haughty displeasure. Eleanor with throbbing, tearful interest. Dr. Small with mixed feelings of anger and astonishment.
Lady Rookwood's conduct, said the doctor, is, you must forgive me, my dear Sir Ranulph, for using strong expressions, outrageous beyond all precedent, and only excusable on the ground of insanity, to which I wish it were possible we could attribute it. There is, however, too much method in her madness to allow us to indulge any such notion. She's shrewd, dangerous, and designing, and since she has resolved to oppose this match, she will leave no means untried to do so. I scarcely know how to advise you under the circumstances, that is, if my advice were asked." "Which I scarcely think it likely to be, sir," said Mrs. Mowbray, coldly. "After what has occurred, I shall think it my duty to break off this alliance, which I have never considered to be so desirable, that its rupture will occasion me an instant's uneasiness." "A plague on all these Rookwoods!" muttered Small. "One would think all the pride of the Prince of Darkness were centred in their bosoms. But, madam," continued the benevolent doctor, "have you no consideration for the feelings of your daughter, or for those of one who is no distant relation to you, your nephew? Your son, Major Mowbray, is, if I mistake not, most eager for this union to take place between his sister and his friend." "My children have been accustomed to yield implicit obedience to my wishes," said Mrs. Mowbray, "and Major Mowbray, I am sure, will see the propriety of the step I am about to take. I am content, at least, to abide by his opinion." "Snubbed again," mentally ejaculated the doctor, with a shrug of despair. "It is useless attempting to work upon such impracticable material." Ranulph remained mute, in an attitude of profound melancholy. An eloquent interchange of glances had passed between him and Eleanor, communicating to each the anxious state of the other's feelings. At this crisis the door was suddenly opened, and old Agnes, Lady Rookwood's aged attendant, rushed into the room, and sank upon her knees on the floor, her limbs shaking, her teeth chattering, and every feature expressive of intense terror. Ranulph went instantly towards her to demand the cause of her alarm. "No, let me pray," cried Agnes, as he took her hand in the attempt to raise her. "Let me pray while there is yet time. Let the worthy doctor pray beside me. Pray for an overladen soul, sir. Pray heartily, as you would hope for mercy yourself. Ah, little know the righteous of the terrors of those that are beyond the pale of mercy. The Lord pardon my iniquities, and absolve her." "Whom do you mean?" asked Ranulph, in agitation. "You do not allude to my mother." "You have no longer a mother, young man," said Agnes, solemnly. "What!" exclaimed Ranulph, terror-stricken. "Is she dead?" "She is gone." "Gone? How? Whither?" exclaimed all, their amazement increasing each instant at the terror of the old woman, and the apparently terrible occasion of it. "Speak!" exclaimed Ranulph. "But why do I loiter? My mother, perchance, is dying. Let me go." The old woman maintained her clutching grasp, which was strong and convulsive as that of one struggling betwixt life and death. "It's of no use, I tell you. It's all over," said she. "The dead are come. The dead are come, and she is gone." "Whither? Whither?" "To the grave, to the tomb," said Agnes, in a deep and hollow tone, and with a look that froze Ranulph's soul. "Listen to me, Ranulph Rookwood, my child, my nursling. Listen while I can speak. We were alone, your mother and I, after that scene between you, after the dark denunciation she had heaped upon the dead, when I heard a low and gasping kind of sob, and there I saw your mother staring wildly upon the vacancy, as if she saw that of which I dare not think." "What do you think she beheld?" asked Ranulph, quaking with apprehension. "That which had been your father," returned Agnes, in a hollow tone. "Don't doubt me, sir. You'll find the truth of what I say anon. I'm sure he was there. There was a thrilling, speechless horror in the very sight of her countenance that froze my blood to ice, to the ice in which 'tis now. Oh, oh! Well, at length she rose, with her eyes still fixed, and passed through the panelled door without a word. She is gone." "What madness is this?" cried Ranulph. "Let me go, woman. 'Tis that ruffian in disguise. She may be murdered." "No, no," shrieked Agnes. "It was no disguise. She is gone, I tell you. The room was empty. All the rooms were empty. The passage was void. Through the door they went together. Silently, silently, ghost-like, slow. Ah, that tomb! They are together now. He has her in his arms. See, they are here. They glide through the door. Do you not see them now? Did I not speak the truth? She is dead! Ah!"
And with a frantic and bewildering laugh, the old woman fell upon her face. Ranulph raised her from the floor, but the shock of what she had beheld had been too much for her. She was dead. End of Chapter 3, Book 5. Chapter 4, Book 5 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 5, Chapter 4. The Dower of Sybil. Card. Now thou art come. Thou look'st ghastly. There sits in thy face some great determination, mixed with some fear. Boss. Thus it lightens into action. I am come to kill thee. Duchess of Malfi. Ranulph Rookwood was for some moments so much stunned by the ghastly fate of Agnes, connected, as it appeared to be, with a supernatural summons similar to that which he imagined he had received himself, that he was incapable of stirring from the spot, or removing his gaze from the rigid features of the corpse, which, even in death, wore the strong impress of horror and despair. Through life he knew that Agnes, his own nurse, had been his mother's constant and faithful attendant, the unhesitating agent of her schemes, and, it was to be feared, from the remorse she had exhibited, the participator of her crimes. And Ranulph felt, he knew not why, that in having witnessed her terrible end, he beheld the ultimate condition of his own parent. Conquering, not without great effort, the horror which had riveted him to the spot, he turned to look towards Eleanor. She had sunk upon a chair, a silent witness of the scene. Mrs. Mowbray and Dr. Small having, upon the first alarm given by Agnes respecting Lady Rookwood's departure from the house, quitted the room to ascertain the truth of her statement. Ranulph immediately flew to Eleanor. "Ranulph," said she, though almost overcome by her alarm, "stay not an instant here with me. I am sure, from that poor woman's dreadful death, that something terrible has occurred, perhaps to Lady Rookwood. Go to her chamber. Tarry not, I entreat of you." "But can you remain here alone with that body?" asked Ranulph. "I shall not be alone. Handassah is within call. Nay, she is here. Oh, what an eve of our espousals this has been, dear Ranulph. Our whole life is a troubled volume, of which each successive leaf grows darker. Fate is opposed to us. It is useless to contend with our destiny. I fear we shall never be united." "Dismiss me not with words like those, dear Eleanor," returned Ranulph. "Fate cannot have greater woes in store for us than those by which we are now opposed. Let us hope that we are now at a point whence all must brighten. Once possessed of you, assured of thus much happiness, I would set even fate at defiance. And you will be mine to-morrow."
"Ranulph, dear Ranulph, your suit at this moment is desperate. I dare not, cannot pledge myself. You yourself heard, even now, my mother's sentiments, and I cannot marry without her consent."
"Your mother, like my own, regards not the feelings of her children. Forgive my boldness, Eleanor. Forgive me if I linger now, when duty calls me hence. But I cannot tear myself away. Your mother may return. My hopes be crushed, for even your love for me seems annihilated in her presence."
"Ranulph, your vehemence terrifies me," rejoined Eleanor. "I implore you, by the tender affection which you know I bear you, not to urge me further at this moment. Recall your firmer feelings, and obtain some mastery over yourself. I repeat, I am yours only, if I am bride of any one. But when our union can take place rests not within myself. And now, I entreat of you, leave me."
"You are mine. said Ranulph, with fervour. Mine only.
Yours only,
replied Eleanor. Be this the earnest of my happiness, exclaimed Ranulph, imprinting a long and impassioned kiss upon her lips. The lovers were startled from their embrace by a profound sight. It proceeded from Handassah, who, unbidden, had replaced the picture of the Lady Eleanor upon its frame. The augury seemed sinister. Every one who has gazed steadfastly upon a portrait must have noticed the peculiar and lifelike character which, under certain aspects, the eyes will assume. Seen by the imperfect light upon the table, the whole character of the countenance of the Lady Eleanor seemed changed. The features appeared to be stamped with melancholy, and the eyes to be fixed with pitying tenderness upon her descendants. Both gazed at each other and at the picture, struck with the same sentiment of undefined awe. Beside them stood the dark figure of the gipsy girl, watching, with ill-concealed satisfaction, the effect of her handiwork. Ranulph was aroused from his abstraction by hearing a loud outcry in Mrs. Mowbray's voice. Hastily committing Eleanor to the care of her attendant, he left the room. Handassah followed him to the door, closed it after him, and then locked it within side. This done, she walked back hastily towards Eleanor, exclaiming in a tone of exultation, "You have parted with him for ever!" "What mean you, girl?" cried Eleanor, alarmed at her manner. "Why have you fastened the door? Open it, I command you." "Command me?" laughed Handassah scornfully. "What if I refuse your mandate? What if, in my turn, I bid you obey me? I never owned but one mistress. If I have bowed my neck to you for a time, 'twas to fulfill her dying wishes. If I have submitted to your control, it was to accomplish what I have now accomplished. Your oath! Remember your oath! The hour is come for its fulfilment." With these words, Handassah clapped her hands. A panel in the wall opened, and Luke stood suddenly before them. Silently and with stern deliberation he strode towards Eleanor, and seizing one of her hands, drew her forcibly towards him. Eleanor resisted not. She had not the power, neither did she scream, for so paralyzing was her terror that for the moment it took away all power of utterance. Luke neither stirred nor spoke, but, still maintaining his hold, gazed searchingly upon her features, while Eleanor, as if spellbound, could not withdraw her eyes from him. Nothing more terribly impressive could be conceived than Luke's whole appearance. Harassed and exhausted by the life he had recently led, deprived almost of natural rest, goaded by remorse, his frame was almost worn to the bone, while his countenance, once dark and swarthy, was now blanched and colourless as marble. This pallid and death-like hue was, in all probability, owing to the loss of blood he had sustained from the wound inflicted by Major Mowbray, with the stains of which his apparel was dyed. For, though staunched, the effusion had been sufficient to cause great faintness. His dark eyes blazed with their wonted fire. Nay, they looked darker and larger from his exceeding paleness, and such intense mental and bodily suffering was imprinted upon his countenance, that, despite its fierceness and desperation, few could have regarded him without sympathy. Real desperation has so much of agony in its character that no one can witness it unmoved. His garb was not that in which the reader first beheld him, but a rich, dark, simple suit of velvet, corresponding more with his real rank in life than his former peasant's attire. But it was disordered by his recent conflict, and stained with bloody testimonials of the fray, while his long sable curls, once his pride and ornament, now hung in intertangled elf locks, like a coil of wreathed water snakes. Even in her terror, as she dwelt upon his noble features, Eleanor could not help admitting that she beheld the undoubted descendant and the living likeness of the handsomest and most distinguished of her house, the profligate and criminal Sir Reginald. As her eye, mechanically following this train of thought, wandered for an instant to the haughty portraiture of Sir Reynold, which formed part of the family pictures, and thence to those of his unfortunate lady, she was struck with the fancy that, by some terrible fatality, the tragic horrors of bygone days were to be again enacted in their persons. and that they were in some way strangely identified with their unfortunate progenitors. So forcibly was this idea impressed upon her features that Luke, who had followed the direction of her glances, became instantly aware of it. Drawing her nearer to the portrait of the Lady Eleanor, he traced the resemblance in mute wonder. Thence, turning towards that of Sir Reginald, he proudly exclaimed, "You doubted once my lineage, maiden. Can you gaze on those features, which would almost seem to be a reflection of mine own, and longer hesitate whose descendant I am? I glory in my likeness. There is a wild delight in setting human emotions at naught, which he was said to feel, which I feel now. Within these walls I seem to breathe an atmosphere congenial to me. I visit what I oft have visited in my dreams, or as in a state of pre-existence. Methinks, as I gaze on you, I could almost deem myself Sir Reginald, and you his bride, the Lady Eleanor. Our fates were parallel. She was united to her lord by ties of hatred, by a vow, a bridal vow. So you are to me, and she could ne'er escape him, could ne'er throw off her bondage, nor shall you. I claim the fulfilment of your oath. You are mine." "Never, never!" shrieked Eleanor, struggling to disengage herself, but Luke laughed at her feeble efforts. Handassah stood by, a passive spectatress of the scene, with her arms folded upon her bosom. "You refuse compliance?" said Luke, scornfully. "Have you no hopes of heaven, nor fears of perdition, that you dare to violate your vow? Bethink you of the awful nature of that obligation, of the life that was laid down to purchase it, of the blood which will cry out for vengeance against the murderess, should you hesitate. By that blood-cemented sacrament, I claim you as my own. You are mine." And he dragged her towards the opening. Eleanor uttered a long and terrific scream. "Be silent, on your life," added he, searching for the dagger given to him by Alan Rookwood, when, as his hand sought the weapon, Eleanor escaped from his grasp, and fled towards the door. But Handassah had anticipated her intention. The key was withdrawn from the lock, and the wretched maiden vainly tried to open it. At this instant Turpin appeared at the sliding panel. "Quick, quick!" cried he, impatiently. "Dispatch, in the devil's name! The house is alarmed. I hear young Ranulph's voice in the gallery." "Ranulph!" shrieked Eleanor. "Then I am saved!" And she redoubled her outcries for assistance. Luke again seized his victim. Her hands clutched so convulsively fast in her despairing energy against the handle of the door, that he could not tear her thence. By this time, Ranulph Rookwood, who had caught her reiterated screams for help, was at the entrance. He heard her struggles, he heard Luke's threats, his mockery, his derisive laughter, but vainly did he attempt to force it open. It was of the strongest oak, and the bolts resisted all his efforts. A board alone divided him from his mistress. He could hear her sobs and gasps. He saw, from the action of the handle, with what tenacity she clung to it, and, stung to frenzy by the sight, he hurled himself against the sturdy plank. But all in vain. At length the handle was still. There was a heavy fall upon the floor, a stifled scream, and the sound of a body being dragged along. The thought was madness. "To the panel! To the panel!" cried a voice. It was that of Turpin, from within. "The panel! Ha!" echoed Ranulph, with a sudden gleam of hope. "I may yet save her." And he darted along the corridor with the swiftness of thought. Luke, meanwhile, had for some minutes fruitlessly exhausted all his force to drag Eleanor from the door. Despair gave her strength. She clutched at the door, but she felt her strength failing her. Her grasp was relaxing. And then the maddening thought that she would be shortly his, that he would slay her, while the idea that Ranulph was so near, and yet unable to protect her, added gall even to her bitterness. With savage delight, Luke exulted in the lover's tortures. He heard Ranulph's ineffectual attempts. He heard his groans. He heard their mutual cries. Inflamed by jealousy, he triumphed in his power of vengeance, and even prolonged the torture which accident had given him the means of inflicting. He stood like the inquisitor who marks his victim's anguish on the rack, and calculates his powers of further endurance. But he could no longer dally, even with this horrible gratification. His companion grew impatient. Eleanor's fair long tresses had escaped from their confinement in the struggle, and fell down her neck in disorder. Twining his fingers amidst its folds, Luke dragged her backwards from her hold, and, incapable of further resistance, her strength completely exhausted, the wretched girl fell to the ground. Luke now raised her almost inanimate form in his arms, and had nigh reached the aperture, when a crash was heard in the opposite panel to that by which he was about to escape, and communicating with a further apartment. It was thrown open, and Ranulph Rookwood presented himself at the narrow partition. An exclamation of joy that he was yet in time escaped his lips, and he was about to clear the partition at a bound, and to precipitate himself upon Luke, when, as suddenly as his own action, was the person of the unfortunate Mr. Coates wedged into the aperture. "Traitor!" cried Ranulph, regarding Coates with concentrated fury. "Dare you to oppose me? Hence, or by heaven, I will cut you down." "'Tis impossible!" ejaculated the attorney. "For your own sake, Sir Ranulph, for my sake, I entreat, implore of you, not to attempt to pass this way. Try the other door." Ranulph said no more. He passed his sword through the body of the miserable attorney, who, with a deep groan, fell. The only obstacle to his passage being thus removed, he at once leapt into the room. The brothers were now confronted together, but little of brotherly love mingled with the glances which they threw upon each other. Ranulph's gentle, but withal enthusiastic temperament had kindled under his present excitement, like flax at the sudden approach of flame. He was wild with frenzy. Luke was calmer, but his fury was deadly and inextinguishable. The meeting was terrible on both sides. With one arm Luke enfolded Eleanor, with the other he uplifted the dagger. Its point was towards her bosom. Scowling grim defiance at Ranulph, he exclaimed in a determined tone, "Advance a footstep, and my dagger descends into her heart." Ranulph hesitated, uncertain how to act, foaming with rage, yet trembling with apprehension. "Ranulph!" gasped Eleanor, "life without you were valueless. Advance! Avenge me!" Ranulph still hesitated. He could not, by any act of his own, compromise Eleanor's safety. Luke saw his advantage, and was not slow to profit by it. "You seal her destruction if you stir," said he. "Villain!" returned Ranulph, beneath his ground teeth, and with difficulty commanding sufficient coolness to speak with deliberation. "You perceive your power. Injure her, and nothing earthly shall protect you. Free her, and take your life and liberty. Nay, reward if you will. You cannot otherwise escape me." "Escape you?" laughed Luke, disdainfully. "Stand aside, and let me pass. Beware," added he, sternly, "how you oppose me. I would not have a brother's blood upon my soul." "Nor I," cried Ranulph, "but you pass not," and he placed himself full in Luke's path. Luke, however, steadily moved forward, holding Eleanor between himself and Ranulph, so as to shield his own person. But, fancying he saw an opportunity of dealing a blow without injury to his mistress, the latter was about to hazard the thrust, when his arms were seized behind, and he was rendered powerless. "Lost! Lost!" groaned he. "She is lost to me for ever." "I fear that's but too true," said Turpin, for it was the highwayman whose grasp confined Ranulph. "Must I see her borne away before my eyes?" cried Ranulph. "Release me! Set me free!" "Quite impossible at present," returned Dick. "Mount and away, Sir Luke," continued he. "Never mind me. Leave me to shift for myself." "Eleanor!" cried Ranulph, as she passed close by his side. "Ranulph!" shrieked Eleanor, with a loud scream, recalled to consciousness by his voice. "Farewell forever!" "Ay, forever!" responded Luke, triumphantly. "You meet no more on earth." He was about to pass through the panel, when Eleanor exerted all her remaining strength in a last futile attempt at liberation. In the struggle, a packet fell from Luke's bosom. Handassah stooped to pick it up. "From Sybil!" exclaimed she, glancing at the superscription. "Remember my promise to old Barbara," roared Dick, who had some curiosity, as the reader knows, to learn what the package contained. "The time is arrived. Eleanor is in your power, in your presence." "Give me the packet," said Luke, resigning Eleanor for the instant to Handassah's custody. "Take the steel, and grasp her firmly." Handassah, who, though slight of figure, was of singular personal strength, twined her arms about Miss Mowbray in such a manner as to preclude all possibility of motion. Luke tore open the package. It was a box, carefully enclosed in several folds of linen, and lastly within a sheet of paper, on which were inscribed these words: "The dower of Sybil." Hastily, and with much curiosity, Luke raised the lid of the box. It contained one long silken tress of blackest hair, enviously braided. It was Sybil's. His first impulse was to cast it from him; his next, reproachfully, to raise it to his lips. He started as if a snake had stung him. At this moment, a loud clamour was heard in the gallery. In the next, the door was assailed by violent strokes, evidently proceeding from some weighty instrument, impelled by the united strength of several assailants. The voice of Turpin rose above the deafening din. "A bullet for the first who enters!" shouted he. "Quick, Sir Luke, and the prize is safe. Away, and—" But, as he seconded his exhortation with a glance at Luke, he broke off the half-uttered sentence, and started with horror and amazement. Ere the cause of his alarm could be expressed, the door was burst open, and a crowd of domestics, headed by Major Mowbray and Titus Tyrconnel, rushed into the room. "Nay, then, the game's up!" exclaimed Dick. "I have done with Rookwood." And springing through the panel, he was seen no more. When the newcomers first looked around, they could perceive only two figures besides themselves, those of the two lovers, Eleanor having sunk pale, exhausted, and almost senseless into the arms of Ranulph. Presently, however, a ghastly object attracted their attention. All rushed towards it. All recoiled, as soon as they discovered that it was the lifeless body of Luke Rookwood. His limbs were stiff, like those of a corpse which has for hours been such. His eyes protruded from their sockets. His face was livid and blotched. All bespoke, with terrible certainty, the efficacy of the poison, and the full accomplishment of Barbara's revenge. Handassah was gone. Probably she had escaped ere Turpin fled. At all events, she was heard of no more at Rookwood. It required little to recall the senses of Eleanor. Shortly she revived, and as she gazed around and became conscious of her escape, she uttered exclamations of thanksgiving, and sank into the embraces of her brother. Meanwhile, Mrs. Mowbray and Dr. Small had joined the assemblage. The worthy doctor had been full of alarm, but his meditated condolences were now changed to congratulations, as he heard the particulars of the terrible scene that had occurred, and of Eleanor's singular and almost providential deliverance. "After what has befallen, madam," said the doctor to Mrs. Mowbray, slightly coughing, "you can no longer raise any objection to a certain union, eh?" "I will answer for my mother in that particular," said Major Mowbray, stepping forward. "She will answer for herself, my son," said Mrs. Mowbray. "The match has her full and entire consent. But to what am I to attribute the unexpected happiness of your return?" "To a chain of singular circumstances," replied the Major, "which I will hereafter detail to you. Suffice it to say, but that for this gentleman's fortunate arrival," added he, looking at Titus Tyrconnel, "at the hut on Thorn Waste, I might have been detained a prisoner, without parole, and what is worse, without provision perhaps for days; and to add to my distress, fully acquainted with the meditated abduction of my sister. It was excessively lucky for me, Mr. Tyrconnel, that you happened to pass that way, and for poor Paterson likewise." "Ah, by my soul, Major, and you may say that with safety. And it was particularly fortunate that we stumbled upon the tits in the cellar, or we'd never have been here just in the nick of it. I begin to think we've lost all chance of taking Dick Turpin this time. He's got clean away." "I am not sorry for his escape," said the Major. "He's a brave fellow, and I respect courage wherever I may find it, even in a highwayman. I should be sorry to appear as a witness against him, and I trust it will never be my fate to do so." We shall not pause to describe the affectionate meeting which now ensued between the brother and sister. The congratulations upon Eleanor's escape from peril, intermingled with the tenderest embraces, and the warmest thanks offered to Ranulph for his gallant service. "She's yours, my dear boy," said the Major; "and though you are a Rookwood, and she bears the ill-fated name of Eleanor, I predict that, contrary to the usual custom of our families in such cases, all your misfortunes will have occurred before marriage. There is only one thing, said Small, with a very peculiar expression, which might almost be construed into serio-comic, could we suspect the benevolent doctor of any such waggery, that can possibly throw a shade over our present facility. Lady Rookwood is not to be found. My poor mother, said Ranulph, starting. Make yourself easy, said the doctor. I doubt not we shall hear of her tomorrow. My only apprehension, added he, half aside, is that she may be heard of before. One other circumstance afflicts me, said Ranulph. Poor Mr. Coates. What's that you say of Mr. Coates, Sir Ranulph? Exclaimed Titus. I fear he was killed in the recent affray, said Ranulph. Let someone search for the body. Kilt? Echoed Titus. Is it kilt that Mr. Coates is? Ah, all are gone. And is it over with him entirely? Is he gone to rejoin his father, the thief-taker? Bring me to his remains. He will bring them to you himself, said the attorney, stepping forward. Luckily, Sir Ranulph, said the incurable punster, it was merely the outer coats that your sword passed through. The inner remains uninjured, so that you did not act as my conveyancer to eternity. Body o' me, I've as many lives as a cat. Ranulph welcomed the facetious man of law with no little satisfaction. We think it unnecessary to enter into further detail. Another chamber was prepared for Eleanor's reception, to which she was almost immediately transported. The remains of the once fierce and haughty Luke, now stiff and stark, but still wearing, even in death, their proud character, were placed upon the self-same bier, and covered with the self-same pall which, but a week ago, had furnished forth his father's funeral. And as the domestics crowded round the corpse, there was not one of them but commented upon his startling resemblance to his grandsire, Sir Reginald, nor, amongst the superstitious, was the falling of the fatal bough forgotten. Tranquillity was again restored at the hall. Throughout the night, and during the next day, Ranulph made every search for his mother, but no tidings could be learned of her. Seriously alarmed, he then caused more strict and general inquiry to be instituted, but, with like unsuccessful effect, it was not, indeed, till some years afterwards that her fate was ascertained. End of Chapter 4, Book 5. Chapter 5, Book 5 of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. Book 5, Chapter 5. The Sarcophagus. So now 'tis ended, like an old wife's story. Webster. Notwithstanding the obscurity which hung over the fate of Lady Rookwood, the celebration of the nuptials of Sir Ranulph and Eleanor was not long delayed. The ceremony took place at the parish church, and the worthy vicar officiated upon the occasion. It was a joyous sight to all who witnessed it, and not few were they who did so, for the whole neighbourhood was bidden to the festival. The old avenue was thronged with bright and beaming faces, rustic maidens decked out in ribbons of many-coloured splendour, and stout youths in their best holiday trim. Nor was the lusty yeoman and his buxom spouse, nor yet the patriarch of the village, nor the prattling child wanting. Even the ancestral rooks seemed to participate in the universal merriment, and returned, from their eyries, a hoarse greeting, like a lusty chorus of laughter, to the frolic train. The churchyard path was strewn with flowers, the church itself a complete garland. Never was there seen a blither wedding. The sun smiled upon the bride, accounted a fortunate omen, as dark lowering skies and stormy weather had, within the memory of the oldest of the tenantry, inauspiciously ushered in all former espousals. The bride had recovered her bloom and beauty, while the melancholy which had seemingly settled for ever upon the open brow of the bridegroom had now given place to a pensive shade that only added interest to his expressive features. And, as in simple state, after the completion of the sacred rites, the youthful pair walked arm in arm amongst their thronging and admiring tenants towards the hall, many a fervent prayer was breathed that the curse of the house of Rookwood might be averted from their heads. And, not to leave a doubt upon the subject, we can add that these aspirations were not in vain, but that the day which dawned so brightly was one of serene and unclouded happiness to its close. After the ceremonial, the day was devoted to festivity. Crowded with company, from the ample hall to the kitchen ingle, the old mansion could scarce contain its numerous guests, while the walls resounded with hearty peals of laughter to which they had long been unaccustomed. The tables groaned beneath the lordly baron of beef, the weighty chine, the castled pasty flanked on the one hand with neat's tongue, and on the other defended by a mountainous ham, an excellent pièce de resistance, and every other substantial appliance of ancient hospitality. Barrels of mighty ale were broached, and their nut-brown contents widely distributed, and the health of the bride and bridegroom was enthusiastically drunk in a brimming wassail cup of spicy wine with floating toast. Titus Tyrconnell acted as master of the ceremonies, and was, Mr. Coates declared, quite in his element. So much was he elated that he ventured to cut some of his old jokes upon the vicar, and, strange to say, without incurring the resentment of Small. To retrace the darker course of our narrative, we must state that some weeks before this happy event, the remains of the unfortunate Sir Luke Rookwood had been gathered to those of his fathers. The documents that attested his legitimacy being found upon his person, the claims denied to him in life were conceded in death, and he was interred, with all the pomp and peculiar solemnity proper to one of the house, within the tomb of his ancestry. It was then that a discovery was made respecting Alan Rookwood, in order to explain which, we must again revert to the night of the meditated enlèvement of Eleanor. After quitting his grandson in the avenue, Alan shaped his course among the fields in the direction to the church. He sought his own humble, but now deserted dwelling. The door had been forced, some of its meagre furniture was removed, and the dog, his sole companion, had fled. "Poor Mole," said he, "thou hast found, I trust, a better master." And having possessed himself of what he came in search, namely, a bunch of keys and his lantern, deposited in an out-of-the-way cupboard that had escaped notice, he quickly departed. He was once more within the churchyard, and once more upon that awful stage whereon he had chosen to enact, for a long season, his late fantastical character. And he gazed upon the church tower, glistening in the moonshine, the green and undulating hillocks, the checkered cross sticks, the clustered headstones, and the black and portentous yew trees, as upon old familiar faces. He mused for a few moments upon the scene, apparently with deep interest. He then walked beneath the shadows of one of the yews, chanting an odd stanza or so of one of his wild staves, wrapped the while, it would seem, in affectionate contemplation of the subject matter of his song. The churchyard yew. Metuendac succo taxus statius. A noxious tree is the churchyard yew, as if from the dead its sap it drew. Dark are its branches, and dismal to see, like plumes at death's latest solemnity. Spectral and jagged, and black as the wings, which some spirit of ill o'er a sepulchre flings. Oh, a terrible tree is the churchyard yew, like it is nothing so grimly to view. Yet this baleful tree hath a core so sound, can naught so tough in the grove be found. From it were fashioned brave English bows, the boast of our isle, and the dread of its foes. For our sturdy sires cut their stoutest staves from the branch that hung o'er their fathers' graves. And though it be dreary and dismal to view, staunch at the heart is the churchyard yew. His ditty concluded, Alan entered the churchyard, taking care to leave the door slightly ajar, in order to facilitate his grandson's entrance. For an instant he lingered in the chancel. The yellow moonlight fell upon the monuments of his race, and, directed by the instinct of hate, Alan's eye rested upon the gilded entablature of his perfidious brother, Reginald, and muttering curses, not loud, but deep, he passed on. Having lighted his lantern in no tranquil mood, he descended into the vault, observing a similar caution with respect to the portal of the cemetery, which he left partially unclosed, with the key in the lock. Here he resolved to abide Luke's coming. The reader knows what probability there was of his expectations being realized. For a while he paced the tomb, wrapped in gloomy meditation, and pondering, it might be, upon the result of Luke's expedition, and the fulfilment of his own dark schemes, scowling from time to time beneath his bent eyebrows, counting the grim array of coffins, and noticing with something like satisfaction that the shell which contained the remains of his daughter had been restored to its former position. He then bethought him of Father Checkley's midnight intrusion upon his conference with Luke, and their apprehension of a supernatural visitation, and his curiosity was stimulated to ascertain by what means the priest had gained admission to the spot, unperceived and unheard. He resolved to sound the floor, and see whether any secret entrance existed, and hollowly and dully did the hard flagging return the stroke of his heel as he pursued his scrutiny. At length the metallic ringing of an iron plate, immediately behind the marble effigy of Sir Ranulph, resolved the point. There it was that the priest had found access to the vault. But Alan's disappointment was excessive when he discovered that the plate was fastened on the underside, and all communication thence with the churchyard, or to wherever else it might conduct him, cut off. But the present was not the season for further investigation, and tolerably pleased with the discovery he had already made, he returned to his silent march round the sepulchre. At length a sound, like the sudden shutting of the church door, broke upon the profound stillness of the holy edifice. In the hush that succeeded, a footstep was distinctly heard threading the aisle. "He comes! He comes!" exclaimed Alan joyfully, adding, an instant after, in an altered voice, "but he comes alone." The footstep drew near to the mouth of the vault. It was upon the stairs. Alan stepped forward to greet, as he supposed, his grandson, but started back in astonishment and dismay as he encountered in his stead Lady Rookwood. Alan retreated while the lady advanced, swinging the iron door after her, which closed with a tremendous clang. Approaching the statue of the first Sir Ranulph, she paused, and Alan then remarked the singular and terrible expression of her eyes, which appeared to be fixed upon the statue, or upon some invisible object near it. There was something in her whole attitude and manner calculated to impress the deepest terror on the beholder, and Alan gazed upon her with an awe which momently increased. Lady Rookwood's bearing was as proud and erect as we have formerly described it to have been. Her brow was haughtily bent, her chiselled lip as disdainfully curled, but the staring, changeless eye, and the deep-heaved sob which occasionally escaped her, betrayed how much she was under the influence of mortal terror. Alan watched her in amazement. He knew not how the scene was likely to terminate, nor what could have induced her to visit this ghostly spot at such an hour, and alone. But he resolved to abide the issue in silence, profound as her own. After a time, however, his impatience got the better of his fears and scruples, and he spoke.
"What doth Lady Rookwood in the abode of the dead?" asked he, at length.
She started at the sound of his voice, but still kept her eye fixed upon the vacancy. "Hast thou not beckoned me hither, and am I not come?" returned she, in a hollow tone. "And now thou asketh wherefore I am here. I am here because, as in thy life I feared thee not, neither in death do I fear thee. I am here because—"
"What seest thou?"
interrupted Peter, with ill-suppressed terror. "What I see!" shouted Lady Rookwood, amidst discordant laughter. "That which might appall a heart less stout than mine. A figure anguish-writhen, with veins that glow as with a subtle and consuming flame. A substance yet a shadow in thy living likeness. Ah, frown if thou wilt. I can return thou glances."
"Where dost thou see this vision?"
demanded Alan.
Where?
Echoed Lady Rookwood, becoming for the first time sensible of the presence of a stranger.
Ha! Who are you that question me? What are you? Speak!
No matter who or what I am, returned Alan. I ask you what you behold.
Can you see nothing?
Nothing, replied Alan.
You knew Sir Piers Rookwood?
Is it he? asked Alan, drawing near her.
It is, replied Lady Rookwood. I have followed him hither, and I will follow him whithersoever he leads me, were it to...
What doth he now? asked Alan. Do you see him still?
The figure points to that sarcophagus, returned Lady Rookwood. Can you raise up the lid?
No, replied Alan. My strength will not avail to lift it.
Yet let the trial be made, said Lady Rookwood. The figure points there still. My own arm shall aid you.
Alan watched her in dumb wonder. She advanced towards the marble monument, and beckoned him to follow. He reluctantly complied. Without any expectation of being able to move the ponderous lid of the sarcophagus, at Lady Rookwood's renewed request, he applied himself to the task. What was his surprise when, beneath their united efforts, he found the ponderous slab slowly revolve upon its vast hinges, and, with little further difficulty, it was completely elevated, though it still required the exertion of all Alan's strength to prop it open and prevent it falling back.
What does it contain?
asked Lady Rookwood.
A warrior's ashes, returned Alan.
There is a rusty dagger upon a fold of faded linen,
cried Lady Rookwood, holding down the light.
It is the weapon with which the first dame of the house of Rookwood was stabbed, said Alan, with a grim smile, which whoso findeth in the tomb shall clutch until the hour of doom, and when 'tis grasped by hand of clay, the curse of blood shall pass away. So saith the rhyme. Have you seen enough?
No,
said Lady Rookwood, precipitating herself into the marble coffin.
That weapon shall be mine.
Come forth, cried Alan. My arm trembles. I cannot support the lid.
I will have it, though I grasp it to eternity,
shrieked Lady Rookwood, vainly endeavouring to wrest away the dagger, which was fastened, together with the linen upon which it lay, by some adhesive substance to the bottom of the shell. At this moment, Alan Rookwood happened to cast his eye upward, and he then beheld what filled him with new terror. The axe of the sable statue was poised above its head, as in the act to strike him. Some secret machinery, it was evident, existed between the sarcophagus lid and this mysterious image. But in the first impulse of his alarm, Alan abandoned his hold of the slab, and it sunk slowly downwards. He uttered a loud cry as it moved. Lady Rookwood heard this cry. She raised herself at the same moment. The dagger was in her hand. She pressed it against the lid, but its downward force was too great to be withstood. The light was within the sarcophagus, and Alan could discern her features. The expression was terrible. She uttered one shriek, and the lid closed for ever. Alan was in total darkness. The light had been enclosed with Lady Rookwood. There was something so horrible in her probable fate that even he shuddered as he thought upon it. Exerting all his remaining strength, he essayed to raise the lid, but it was now more firmly closed than ever. It defied all his power. Once, for an instant, he fancied that it yielded to his straining sinews, but it was only his hand that slid upon the surface of the marble. It was fixed, immovable. The sides and lid rang with the strokes which the unfortunate lady bestowed upon them with the dagger's point, but those sounds were not long heard. Presently all was still. The marble ceased to vibrate with her blows. Alan struck the lid with his knuckles, but no response was returned. All was silent. He now turned his attention to his own situation, which had become sufficiently alarming. An hour must have elapsed, yet Luke had not arrived. The door of the vault was closed. The key was in the lock, and on the outside. He was himself a prisoner within the tomb. What if Luke should not return? What if he were slain, as it might chance, in the enterprise? That thought flashed across his brain like an electric shock. None knew of his retreat but his grandson. He might perish of famine within this desolate vault. He checked this notion as soon as it was formed. It was too dreadful to be indulged in. 1,000 circumstances might conspire to detain Luke. He was sure to come, yet the solitude, the darkness was awful, almost intolerable. The dying and the dead were around him. He dared not stir. Another hour, an age it seemed to him, had passed. Still Luke came not. Horrible forebodings crossed him, but he would not surrender himself to them. He rose and crawled in the direction, as he supposed, of the door, fearful even of the stealthy sound of his own footsteps. He reached it, and his heart once more throbbed with hope. He bent his ear to the key. He drew in his breath. He listened for some sound, but nothing was to be heard. A groan would have been almost music in his ears. Another hour was gone. He was now a prey to the most frightful apprehensions, agitated in turns by the wildest emotions of rage and terror. He at one moment imagined that Luke had abandoned him, and heaped curses upon his head. At the next, convinced that he had fallen, he bewailed with equal bitterness his grandson's fate and his own. He paced the tomb like one distracted. He stamped upon the iron plate. He smote with his hands upon the door. He shouted, and the vault hollowly echoed his lamentations. But time's sand ran on, and Luke arrived not. Alan now abandoned himself wholly to despair. He could no longer anticipate his grandson's coming, no longer hope for deliverance. His fate was sealed. Death awaited him. He must anticipate his slow but inevitable stroke, enduring all the grinding horrors of starvation. The contemplation of such an end was madness, but he was forced to contemplate it now, and so appalling did it appear to his imagination that he half resolved to dash out his brains against the walls of the sepulchre, and put an end at once to his tortures, and nothing, except to doubt whether he might not, by imperfectly accomplishing his purpose, increase his own suffering, prevented him from putting this dreadful idea into execution. His dagger was gone, and he had no other weapon. Terrors of a new kind now assailed him. The dead, he fancied, were bursting from their coffins, and he peopled the darkness with grisly phantoms. They were about him on each side, whirling and rustling, gibbering, groaning, shrieking, laughing, and lamenting. He was stunned, stifled. The air seemed to grow suffocating, pestilential. The wild laughter was redoubled. The horrible troop assailed him. They dragged him along the tomb, and amid their howls he fell and became insensible. When he returned to himself, it was some time before he could recollect his scattered faculties, and when the agonizing consciousness of his terrible situation forced itself upon his mind, he had nigh relapsed into oblivion. He arose. He rushed towards the door. He knocked against it with his knuckles till the blood streamed from them. He scratched against it with his nails till they were torn off by the roots. With insane fury he hurled himself against the iron frame. It was in vain. Again he had recourse to the trap door. He searched for it. He found it. He laid himself upon the ground. There was no interval of space in which he could insert a finger's point. He beat it with his clenched hand. He tore it with his teeth. He jumped upon it. He smote it with his heel. The iron returned a sullen sound. He again essayed the lid of the sarcophagus. Despair nerved his strength. He raised the slab a few inches. He shouted, screamed, but no answer was returned. And again the lid fell.
"She's dead!" cried Alan. "Why have I not shared her fate? But mine is to come, and such a death! Oh!"
And frenzied at the thought, he again hurried to the door, and renewed his fruitless attempts to escape, till nature gave way, and he sank upon the floor, groaning and exhausted. Physical suffering now began to take place of his mental tortures. parched, and consumed with a fierce internal fever, he was tormented by unappeasable thirst. Of all human ills the most unendurable. His tongue was dry and dusty, his throat inflamed, his lips had lost all moisture, he licked the humid floor, he sought to imbibe the nitrous drops from the walls, but, instead of allaying his thirst, they increased it. He would have given the world, had he possessed it, for a draught of cold spring water. Oh, to have died with his lips upon some bubbling mountain's marge, but to perish thus! Nor were the pangs of hunger wanting. He had to endure all the horrors of famine, as well as the agonies of quenchless thirst. In this dreadful state, 3 days and nights passed over Alan's fated head. Nor night nor day had he. Time, with him, was only measured by its duration, and that seemed interminable. Each hour added to his suffering, and brought with it no relief. During this period of prolonged misery, reason often tottered on her throne. Sometimes he was under the influence of the wildest passions. He dragged coffins from their recesses, hurled them upon the ground, striving to break them open and drag forth their loathsome contents. Upon other occasions he would weep bitterly and wildly, and once, only once, did he attempt to pray. But he started from his knees, with an echo of infernal laughter, as he deemed, ringing in his ears. Then again would he call down imprecations upon himself and his whole line, trampling upon the pile of coffins he had reared, and lastly, more subdued, would creep to the boards that contained the body of his child, kissing them with a frantic outbreak of affection. At length he became sensible of his approaching dissolution. To him the thought of death might well be terrible, but he quailed not before it, or rather seemed, in his latest moments, to resume all his wonted firmness of character. Gathering together his remaining strength, he dragged himself towards the niche wherein his brother, Sir Reginald Rookwood, was deposited, and placing his hand upon the coffin, solemnly exclaimed, "My curse, my dying curse, be upon thee evermore." Falling with his face upon the coffin, Alan instantly expired. In this attitude his remains were discovered. End of Chapter 5, Book 5. L'Envoy of Rookwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Paul Curran. Rookwood by William Harrison Ainsworth. L'Envoy. Our tale is told. Yet, perhaps, we may be allowed to add a few words respecting two of the subordinate characters of our drama. Melodrama, we ought to say, namely Jerry Juniper and the Knight of Malta. What became of the Caper merchant's son after his flight from Kilburn Wells, we have never been able distinctly to ascertain. Juniper, however, would seem to be a sort of wandering Jew, for certain it is that somebody very like him is extant still, and to be met with at Jerry's old haunts. Indeed, we have no doubt of encountering him at the ensuing meetings of Ascot and Hampton. As regards the Knight of Malta, Knight of Rhodes, Rhodes, he should have been, we are sorry to state that the career of the ruffler terminated in a madhouse, and thus the poor knight became in reality a hospitale. According to the custom observed in those establishments, the knight was deprived of his luxuriant locks, and the loss of his beard rendered his case incurable. But, in the meantime, the barber of the place made his fortune by retailing the materials of all the black wigs he could collect to the impostor's dupes. Such is the latest piece of intelligence that has reached us of the arch hoaxer of Canterbury. Turpin, why disguise it, was hanged at York in 1739. His firmness deserted him not at the last. When he mounted the fatal tree, his left leg trembled. He stamped it impatiently down, and after a brief chat with the hangman, threw himself suddenly and resolutely from the ladder. His sufferings would appear to have been slight, as he himself sang, he died, not as other men die, by degrees, but at once, without wincing, and quite at his ease. We may, in some other place, lay before the reader the particulars, and they are not incurious, of the night before Larry was stretched. The remains of the vagrant highwayman found a final resting place in the desecrated churchyard of St. George, without the Fishergate postern, a green and grassy cemetery, but withal a melancholy one. A few recent tombs mark out the spot where some of the victims of the pestilence of 1832-33 have been interred, but we have made vain search for Turpin's grave, unless, as is more than probable, the plain stone with the simple initials R.T. belongs to him. The gyves by which he was fettered are still shown at York Castle, and are of prodigious weight and strength, and though the Herculean robber is said to have moved in them with ease, the present turnkey was scarcely able to lift the ponderous irons. An old woman of the same city has a lock of hair, said to have been Turpin's, which she avouches her grandfather cut off from the body after the execution, and which the believers look upon with great reverence. O rare Dick Turpin! We shall, perhaps, be accused of dilating too much upon the character of the highwayman, and we plead guilty to the charge. But we found it impossible to avoid running a little into extremes. Our earliest associations are connected with sunny scenes in Cheshire, said to have been haunted by Turpin, and with one very dear to us, from whose lips, now, alas, silent, we have listened to many stories of his exploits. He was a sort of hero. We have had a singular delight in recounting his feats and hair-breadth escapes, and if the reader derives only half as much pleasure from the perusal of his adventures as we have had in narrating them, our satisfaction will be complete. Perhaps we may have placed him in too favourable a point of view, and yet we know not. As upon those of more important personages, many doubts rest upon his history. Such as we conceive him to have been, we have drawn him, hoping that the benevolent reader, upon finishing our tale, will arrive at the same conclusion, and, in the words of the quaint old prologue to the Prince of Prigg's Revels, thank that man can make each thief a complete Roscian. End of L'Envoy, and end of book. Rookwood, by William Harrison Ainsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by Paul Curran, in the hills of northern England. February to April 2008.